and welcome to Buddy System. It's the tournament where some of your favorite streamers and the greatest minds in Shadowverse join forces to play some games, win some prizes, make new friendships. I'm your host, Ovilee May, coming to you live from the Tempo Storm Studios here in Los Angeles. And once again, I am joined by my beautiful casters. We have Tempo Storm Potwasher. How are you doing today?
Yeah, really good.
Really good. Awesome. This is really good. That's it. That's all you need to know. And we are joined once again by Wonder Chef. We've missed you. Where have you been?
I know. I've been working a lot, just trying to, get through the holiday season. 'Tis the season to have to spend a bunch of money on gifts, right? And huge shout out to Will Scarlett, who did a wonderful job here. But I'm personally super excited to be back. This is the first show since the mini expansion. This is the first show since the Agnes buff that happened, nerf that happened yesterday. There's a lot going on. Plus, I just miss hanging out with everybody. Miss my buddies.
Yeah, I feel like you two are the perfect holiday present for me to just unwrap on this couch. I'm like, oh, let's get ready for some Buddy System. But Potwasher, what have you been up to since the last time that we saw?
Yeah, a lot of meta changes, a lot of things happening right this moment. There's a metagame shakeup with the Agnes nerf recently, as well as so that's been the biggest thing most recently, but before that, of course, the mini expansion launched, and the World Grand Prix is happening in just within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting. A metagame shift before then, that's pretty crazy, honestly.
It's a really crazy time in Shadowverse right now, just game-wise.
Yeah.
I think you gentlemen are forgetting the most important thing that's happening in Shadowverse right now. We got more weeb portraits. What's going on?
Yeah.
It's the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Is that what's happening right now?
Man.
Yeah. The collabs never end. It's just endless. I didn't expect Haruhi at all, but
yeah,
it's super cool.
I don't think anyone did.
I was waiting. I'm gonna be honest. I'll be honest with you right now, chat. I cut off all of my hair in 5th grade, so it was like this, and then I started wearing a yellow headband to school every single day. No one understood it, but hey, it was me. But enough about me. Let's go ahead and look at our tournament format, rules, and everything that's fun. So like usual, our teams consist of one streamer and one professional Shadowverse player who will be coaching them today. They're each allowed to bring a maximum of 2 decks in this best-of-3 single-elimination tournament. Now let's go ahead and talk about the coaching rules because those are the fun ones. In Game 1, there are no coaching restrictions, which means that the coach is allowed to do as much backseat gaming as he wants with his player. But in Games 2 and 3, the difficulty is upped just a little bit because the coaches will be muted during those even turns. And this is what they're playing for here today. First place going home with $2,500. Second place followed with $1,500. And third place still walking away with $1,000. But that's what they are playing for here today. For everyone who's at home, you guys could also win something. All you have to do is open up Twitter and use the hashtag #SVBuddySystem, and you could be unwrapping some new Shadowverse card packs for your Christmas. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the teams and players who are here today. And we're actually seeing a lot of familiar faces. We were looking over the players and teams. We have some reunions, starting with Slyssa and Coach Zerofine.
Yeah, Zerofine, the 3-time reigning champ and 4-time grand finalist here at the Buddy System. But the only time so far that I believe Zerofine has not won was when he was in the very first week with Slyssa, where they were just barely beat out by, I believe it was Axe and Noir.
Yeah, so that's going to be this is the redemption story for Slyssa. Can Zerofine take her, or will the curse finally be broken? But then we also have Akamaru Red and CovertGoBlue joining forces again. I'm looking for them. There they are. They're on the right. Double Dragon. I'm very excited. It looks like we have a great group of people. And actually, I just noticed Doolin with the Haruhi avatar buff.
Yeah, he's had that, I think, every single week here that he's been a coach, and it's been the long con, right? He's playing the long game. Like, I'm just going to use this until maybe one day there's a collab. And
this is where
4 months later,
He knew.
This is where it all happens. But let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule. We're going to be starting with our first side of the quarterfinals brackets. Game 1 starting with Amazonian and Coach Jordude reunited against Slyssa and Coach Zerofine. Game 2, we're going to see Pizza and Coach Azure Cloud take on Lavinius Did I pronounce that correctly this time? Lavinius?
I believe so. No
I love the
guarantees.
name. I love the name, which is why I want to get it. Lavinius with Coach Eladrin. And then in Game 3, we're going to see CovertGoBlue with Coach Akamaru Red take on Snake, Nade, and Hishiro. And then our final quarterfinal game will be Baywitched and Coach Doolin taking on BlessRNG and Coach Essia. Hopefully BlessRNG has a little bit more blessed RNG this time if he wants to get further than last time. Exactly. Bring out the emotes. But maybe his global emote will, get him a little bit further now that he doesn't have Trihex going up against him.
That's a tough one. That's like, it's like they both have emotes, right?
Yeah.
So it's just the battle of the emotes. Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah.
Not this time though. We'll see if just only one global emote will be enough to go all the way through.
We're gonna have to see. What's your favorite global emote? Do you have one?
Ooh, my favorite global one?
I probably use BlessRNG the most, to be honest. Or like Kappa maybe, but
Yeah.
I don't know if I have a favorite. Let me think about that. I'll get back to that one later in the show.
Yeah.
Perfect, because we need to ask chat to spam them whenever, good plays are coming out. I know that we have like a lot of voting opportunities when we do get into those games. I'm excited to see the decks that the teams have brought. I know we're going to see those shortly, but oh, just kidding. We have it right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at Team 1's deck. The Bug Collector's Scree! Okay, I'm super excited for this deck. Forestcraft, Wonder Chef, tell me about it.
Yeah, so this is a deck so we didn't get to see any of the usual decks that we saw last week, last show, but before that we saw a good amount of Roach, and that's what we have right here. Roach is a deck that is a combo deck. We're starting off with a combo deck, a very, very strong one in the meta right now, based around Whirlwind Rhinoceros, which we see the abilities of right here. So the goal is to pull out as many of those as possible, bounce them back to your hand, just keep playing them until you can play one that does 6 damage, one that does 7, and one that does 8, and just swing face, as everybody loves to do, and one-shot your opponent. So is there anything that you have in particular to kind of point out about this deck that's different than
this
usual,
first version of the deck has a lot of card draw in it. There's 2 copies of Ward of Unkilling, 1 copy of Hoverboard Mercenary, plus all the regular cards, Slyssa and Whispering Woods as well. So that's a lot of card draw in the deck, as well as some X removal with Gourmet Emperor's Kitchen, Angelic Smite. The second deck that they brought is actually also really interesting, so I want to talk about that one a little bit more. But this first deck, kind of what we've seen in the past from Roach, but still really, really strong. A great deck. Lots of removal in the deck, card draw in the deck, and then there's Roach and bounce cards. So that's all there is in the deck. You want to evolve Roach a lot, play out the Roach, evolve it, get it back into your hand. Play Roach, bounce the card using the 1-cost bounces, and also Guard of the Machina Tree, and play it out again, and try to get to 6, 7, and 8, like you said.
Right, and here's the second version that you were so excited to talk about.
Yeah, there's Divine Smithing. Can you...
Yeah, absolutely. So Divine Smithing is one of the new cards out of the mini expansion. It gives +1, or just a 1 cost. It gives +1, +0, and Rush to all follows in your hand that originally cost 1 play point or less. And then we can see, of course, Goblin and Rhinoceros are 2 of the options for that in here.
Yeah.
And then for Enhanced 4, you give them +1, +0, and Storm instead.
So you can actually give your Roach Storm before it has up to 6 attack, and that's really, really good. For example, on right before you play the Roach for its 5th time or 4th time or something like that, you can activate Divine Smithing, and it kind of acts as a bounce, an extra bounce card. If you enhance it's an extra bounce card, it makes your deck a little bit more consistent in a way by increasing that. And for 1, it doesn't do too much a lot of the time, but it does activate Arya's Whirlwind, for example, a 1 cost that doesn't use your hand size, that doesn't use things like that, and makes your Goblin into a Rush follower, a removal card. It's pretty cool.
But will the deck be strong enough to take on Zero Fine's deck along with Slyssa? Because once again, he is bringing back the Havencraft.
Yeah, and you can see exactly the thought process there with the name of the deck. Did you expect something different? And no, I honestly did not expect anything different. I don't think most of us did. Zero Fine has an extremely good track record with the deck, and of course this is Alana Havencraft. This is I would say it's like maybe like a tempo-ish value deck where your whole goal is to use Alana Purest Prayer. You can see it right here. It when you evolve it, puts an amulet into play that every time that you get healed, it gives +1/+1 to your entire board, and so you just build a board that they just cannot deal with.
And I just want to point out, our teams are allowed a maximum of 2 decks. They only brought 1. Is Zero Fine getting a little cocky?
I mean, that's the story of the season so far, right? Is that Zero Fine is just winning too much. Somebody's got to stop Zero Fine. Will today be the day?
Yeah, that deck looked really, really consistent. Very clean list with all 3 ofs, and then 2 cards that had 2 of and 2 of. That's like the cleanest you can make your deck. And he knows what he's doing for sure. It's a consistent deck as you can make it, as consistent of a list as you can make it, and he obviously has experience coaching the deck, playing the deck. It's been a strong deck for quite a long time now.
Well, here we have our 2 competitors on the screen, Amazonian and Slyssa. Now, this was actually a point of contention in the previous buddy system. Whenever Amazonian's wonderful cat, I believe his name was Detective Snuggles? Detective, we're going to have to get confirmation on that. Detective the cat detective. She actually lost.
Oh, no.
So we're going to see. But game 1 is starting of our first quarterfinals here today at Buddy System. So let's go ahead and get into it.
That's a very cool suit of armor made out of cards in the background. I just have to point that out. But we have the Hanmaru leader, and it looks like we do see Roach going first. So
both of these deck lists are decks that really rely on their main win condition, and that's going to be Roach plus bounce cards for the Forestcraft side, and for the Havencraft side, that's going to be Alana Purest Prayer. Wow. Wow.
These are very interesting starting hands. I mean, okay, so Alana and Roach both in each individual starting hand, right? Moment of Repose is an extremely good card in this matchup. It essentially gets to delay the game longer if they had to have that Roach win condition.
And very notably, I think Amazonian and Jordude, the pair of them actually lost in this matchup a long time ago in one of the buddy systems. It was the matchup that they lost.
I actually think that this was the very first match of the very first buddy system. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it was this with this exact set of decks. I think, or it was like this matchup, I believe, happened between this exact set of players.
Or something like that.
Yeah, it was something close to that. But all right, so let's talk just a little bit more about the decks in general, right? So for those out there who may not be as familiar with Roach, we see already the beginnings of the bounces. We see the turn 1 Roach, which is a very it's a very smart play that we get to see exactly why for this reason. But how fast would you say that this current Roach hand is building towards its combo? How optimal is it looking?
Well, you can see the downside of playing the Divine Smithing list, and I'm actually really surprised to see that version of the deck being played here from Amazon and Jordude's side. They're playing the second version of the deck that we saw, and that's going to include cards like Goblin and Fairy Circle. They don't really do much on their own. There's a little bit less card draw. The first version of the deck that they brought had 2 copies of Ward of Unkilling. They also had more removal in the deck with cards like the 4-cost Angelic Smite, 3 copies of Emperor Gourmet Emperor's Kitchen, as well as the 3-cost Miracle of Love. So those are all kind of pseudo removal cards, really important against Havencraft in general, and I fully expected them to bring it, to be honest.
Right, now Alana is generally a deck that builds up a very strong board, not a hugely wide board, right? Oh yeah, there's the Divine Smithing. This is actually really scary. This is actually potentially like a really aggressive Roach hand, right?
Wow, wait, Roach is at 1 right now, so you want to activate Divine Smithing a little bit later than this so that Roach gains right now. So you have a 2-attack Roach and a 3-attack Roach. That would be 3 and 4. 2 and 3. Generally, you want to activate it around Roach number 4, somewhere around there, and The reasoning for that is so you can Evo face with the Roach, and then afterwards you'll be able to Storm face with the Roach. And that's what you're going for. But if you activate the Divine Smithing earlier than that, then it becomes a little bit more difficult, where you're not dealing enough damage and you're ending up wasting the Divine Smithing effect. And against Havencraft, which has a good amount of heals, you might want to just kill in one turn or something like that. Try to go for that. So Divine Smithing might come into play later on, might be used as just a removal card at this point.
Yeah, well, now it looks like their biggest issues are going to be the reason why it looked like maybe the first deck that they created was is so strong, is that you have something like Ilana right here, and now really one of the only huge answers in the deck that's at least like a single one would be Gourmet Emperor's Kitchen, right? Because it is at 5 right now.
But they reduced the copies of Gourmet Emperor's Kitchen from their deck.
Right, and this is tough too, because it's also the Evo turn for Roach. So when you're playing Roach and you have your evolution points, you almost always want to, so using it on the Guard of the Machina tree just to get rid. So I assume it's going to be Sylvan Justice.
But it's lethal soon with Divine Smithing plus Roach next turn. Wow.
Yeah, those fairies are actually like... well, like they could actually like end up... oh, no, they're already 16. Maybe the fairies aren't going to be that useful, but... So what's Roach at right now?
Roach is... Realm of Repose is going to be able to block damage over 3.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're ready for the Divine Smithing potential win so early, right? That's one of the big things. So for those of you out there who don't know Realm of Repose is, they actually played it extremely early, so that's good. So this, as long as you're not attacking with any of your Havencraft followers, haven't attacked with any of them that are still on board, you can only take a maximum of 3 damage from each source. This is a really good card against Roach. Wow, right there. Thank you very much. This is a very good card against Roach, because Roach wants to deal like 6, 7, 8 damage to you, and if it only ends up being 9, then they can't go off with their combo.
Evolve in place. So, they're already a little bit of... wow! They're gonna use up their void space. This is really interesting. So this Mecha Wing Precant, I think it's called, or Precant, something Precant.
Robo Wing Precant.
Robo Wing Precant looks like a threat, but it's actually not a threat at all, because if it attacks face, then you're not activating the Realm of Repose. You have to have all your creatures not have attacked during your turn, so you don't actually even need to kill it with Predatory Might, and most of their board would have been filled up, so pretty interesting thing there happened. It might have been a turn to maybe poke a little bit with Divine Smithing. That might have been pretty cool. I would have definitely considered something like Divine Smithing, Roach Evo Face. Just get some chip damage in, and if the opponent attacks you the next turn, then it looks like there's a potential lethal, so the opponent really can't do that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that was a really clean, like, easy way to just get rid of their board, though, and just make it so that they have to spend more of their Realm of Repose time.
Yeah. So the Predatory Might isn't targeted, so it's kind of hard to be able to land it, but it is still a removal card, which there aren't many in Slyssa and Zerofine, against Zerofine and Slyssa's deck. So I was a little bit afraid of that.
Can I just say that we've already gone into such an interesting game? Like, we have a very early Realm of Repose with, like, no real board for this Ilana deck.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, we have, like, a not fully completed combo, but, like, a Divine Smithing potential lethal with the Roaches. Like, this is a very, very cool game to start off with. And a great way to show off the mini expansion cards. I mean, right off the bat.
Divine Smithing, the extra damage from that is looking like it's going to be really important here in making it so that the Roach player can deal damage without having to use extra bounce cards. They're not at 6 yet, and already they're threatening lethal damage.
Yeah, now... The Ilana team, I mean, obviously they have multiple realms still in their hand. They have to know now that you have to use realm because they saw the Divine Spinning House come out last turn.
Yeah.
Right?
It's so much damage that they're threatening.
Yeah.
Even with Realm of Repose up, there's already 9 damage shown. And
Well, more than that because, well, yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess they can't assume it, but I mean, they would know that there would be one more fairy in hand. So 11, very potentially.
11.
Right?
With the balance, that's probably already going to 6. Number 3, 4, 5, 6.
But this is, so that was already the heal from the Kel. So when the Kel evolves, he heals you, and then we could see a repair mode just to build up the board a little bit more.
And that would give
heal
a
back.
bounce card. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14. Not quite enough damage, but
Yeah, if there
2
wasn't the
8
heals.
attacks on the board. Oh, wow.
Hmm.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait a minute.
That might be...
Wait, so it's 3, 6, 9, then you bounce it with Airbound, and then that's 12.
3,
And then
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. No, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15.
16, 17. Wait, do they have enough play points? Because that would be 3 roaches.
Yeah, that's
5
only-
roaches.
That's not
no.
enough damage, and the Kel on the board is going to be able to clear the 1 ward off the board. I think that looks like it's it
think
for
so.
Slyssa and Zero Find.
Well, okay, so had
if they
they had-
sacrificed one of their roaches already, or like hit face earlier
Mhm.
with the 3 attacks,
Well, their one that would have been enough, right? Because it would have been 3 from 3 roaches, and then you bounce, and then play another roach, and then you bounce and play another roach. That's 15, and then 2 from the fairy. So that would have been 17 exactly, right? But they're 1 play point short because
Yeah.
it's 5 roaches altogether, and then 3 from bounce. So they're just 1 play point short from being at exactly 17 damage.
through a Realm of Repose.
Through a realm. Oh no, that's so rough. And yeah, at this point, I mean, we can. Oh well, actually, there's no guaranteed. There's not a guaranteed lethal next turn from the Alana deck, right? It's
There's the repair mode.
but repair mode would bring them to 9 and 9, right?
Repair. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so,
true.
So I mean, we are going to see the golden bell popped. So if they draw anything
no
that heals,
Forestcraft cards in Amazonian Geordude's deck.
okay,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, you're going to get the heal from the
Unicorn
oh,
or the
anything really.
Yeah,
Oh, that's just mean.
Unicorn Spear or Iron Knuckle Nun is gonna be lethal here.
Yep. So that means they get the Unicorn Spear, which is going to heal, and then that's going to give +1/+1 to their whole board, and then means the repair mode, which is another +1/+1, and they are swinging for a very clean full 20 damage. But that's Realm of Repose. That was a crazy game. That was, I mean, this does go to show though one of the strengths of this this list from Amazonian Jordan is that they almost got through a Realm of Repose from almost full
2 Realm
life.
of Repose.
Yeah.
That was absolutely crazy because, I mean, we were just counting the points away from lethal that that Amazonian was at, and it was 1. It was just 1.
Yep. It was either 1 cost or 2 damage. So had there been like, for instance, like on a previous turn, had that Storm Fairy come out and just swung face, that would have been it. Right, because that would have been the 1 cost. So there were, had there been maybe a little bit more of an aggressive play earlier in the game, that could have been enough, even through the realm. But yeah, just so close.
Yeah, and it felt like both of them had pretty nice early draws. Like it looked like Amazonian had all 3 of her roaches in hand by turn 6 or so, and then
the
first draw was Alana.
I think the lack of removal from the roach side kind of hurt them, and had to. They had a lot more damage though in return, and it's going to be interesting to see if they switch decks or even if they're allowed to do that. I don't know. That seemed really close, and if the Alana side doesn't have like extra wards, if they don't have 2 copies of Realm of Repose, it would have been easy lethal. So maybe they'll keep on trying again, and I think they'll be really strong in the following game.
So that's what I was curious. Do you think that they'll switch to that other deck? Because right now they're using the second deck with the goblins and with the smithing.
I don't think they got what they really wanted through Roach evolves, they had to do things like Guard of the Mackinnon Tree evolve and use the Sylvan Justice on a 5/5, or I think it was some kind of similar stat line.
Yeah.
The removals didn't come together very ideally, and they weren't able to evolve Roach both times. They only were able to do that once, but Divine Smithing dealt a ton of damage and led to the damage potential that they had. So it's really difficult to say.
Yeah, I mean, if they just had one more piece of removal, they could have just not lost that last game.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we are about to get into game 2. Will Slyssa and Coach Zerofine be able to start that path to redemption, or will Amazonian take the win?
I love how close all of these sets are on Buddy System. Like, almost every single time, it's like really good games, and
Yeah, that was a really good quality game.
we always get really the most interesting ways that games play out too. All right, so let's see. Looking at their starting hand, we do see the Divine Smithing again, that new mini expansion card. Get out of there. I mean, that's definitely not something you need early game, right? You just want that later on. Like you were saying, Roach use it maybe after their 4th play just to give it a little bit more damage, or once you've already got a bunch of fairies for whatever reason. And why don't we do a listen? So first of all, let me say before this that this is the 2nd game now, so that means that the coaching rules have changed, and now not every single turn do they get their coach.
Let's listen in on Slyssa and Zerofine.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, the Robo Goblin also is a neutral follower, so the Unicorn Knight might actually be useful for the Metamorphic pose. We can protect him. Like, if you click on one of your cards, you can see what type of card it is. Like, the Robo Goblin says neutral, Natura. You see, so it doesn't get protected by the Realm of Repose because it's neutral. The Unicorn Knight is a Havencraft card, and the Robo Goblin overall has better stats, so we can trade over things. And they are playing a kind of aggro-ish type of deck, so you want to trade over things. And yeah, I'll see you on turn 3.
Okay, bye. Hi there.
So the Robo-Goblin played early is going to be a great target for the Sylvan Justice, but it does offer more attack on the board on turn 2, so it looks like they're planning around that.
Right. Plus, I mean, it's pretty much the only it's literally the only one cost heal that you can potentially get if you want to get that turn 5 immediate Alana buff.
You do want to get it out.
Yeah, if you play it and it gets removed, you're still in the situation that you want. Is it the 3rd Unicorn Knight? Ooh, that's
exactly what you want.
Yeah. So, off my initial thought, I would say that if I was the Alana player, I would not want Unicorn Knights in this matchup very much, but what would you say about that?
3, if you buff it up by 1, a 2/4 stat line can be a little bit annoying. Buff it up by 2, 3/5s are really, really strong, but of course we don't see any copies of Alana yet, so they're just going to be 1/3s, not going to offer a lot of damage against the Forcecraft player. They can just keep on playing out anything that they want, so like Lisa here, for example, you can just ignore the Unicorn Knight. They can't do it indefinitely because of the potential of buffing it up. That's really, really scary, but for now it seems like Lisa is a pretty easy play on turn 3 here.
Yeah, one other thing is just that the Unicorn Spears, to me, of course, Unicorn Spears, the card you get from it, it's removal. You don't really want to use it on very much in this list. I mean, it has the Goblin ones. I guess you could use it on the Goblins. You could use it on the Guard of the Machina Trees to get rid of the wards.
Yeah,
but
we saw that last game to get lethal, but it was just to heal up a little bit, to buff the units in order to get to the 10 attack, but usually a lot better in some of those other matchups, like you said, yeah.
Yeah, like for instance, right now they're looking at the Liza play, which would be quite strong. And if you were to use Unicorn Spear on Liza, that would essentially just be moving the Roach deck forward with its own plan, so you're really gaining nothing from it. And aside from that, you can see just in their hand, the only other real target would be the Fairy, and do you really want to waste that on a Fairy? maybe if you need to heal later, right? But realistically, it's just kind of holding up.
It's just the dead card most of the time, as you said.
And I personally, as an Alana player, I've played a lot of Alana, honestly. I can't lie. It's because we've seen so much Alana in the buddy system that I've just like looked at stuff and listened to what you've said and what the coaches have said, and I've been like, well, I just know a little bit more about this deck now. But also, I just really like the deck. But I do notice a lot when Lemonia gets going, there can be some hand size issues.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
the fact that everything in this hand essentially right now is building up to the potential of hand size issues. Like, you can't get rid of essentially a card by playing the unicorns or Lemonia, because you're just going to essentially get the I can't remember what it's called.
You get the Salvation Lemonium back.
So we could run into that a little bit later, but let's listen in with the Amazonian Jordude, see what their whole plan was.
From the Lysas, then
I'll like throw down a fairy.
Yeah, fairy or goblin or
Okay. Lots of little ones. Emin's in the dark corner. Yeah, I'm not using my regular camera, so I look kind of spooky.
I like the little song. Lots of little ones. So they did go for the Liza play. I mean, that was a pretty simple play, right? You generally just...
Considering the Realm of Repose here, that's kind of interesting. Of course, I wonder if this is a play that they thought of on turn 3 beforehand. Oh, going to hit face. So that means that the Roach will be able to attack into it with the Evolve. I was kind of thinking whether or not they were anticipating the Alana draw on turn 5 and just set up the Realm of Repose to protect the 1/3s and be able to buff it the following turn, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
This could be a huge deal here. The Sylvan Justice hidden. Looks like a really clean play. Sylvan Justice, we saw in the previous game, it was used to clear off a 5/5 along with the Guard of the Machina Tree Evolve. And that's just not very good sometimes. But here, gonna clear off a whole follower along with the Lisa attack.
Yeah, it's I honestly feel like maybe the maybe attacking with the Unicorn Knight was a mistake.
Yeah, just see Slyssa kind of making that face. I wonder if we can listen in on them.
Minions. No. Okay.
So I guess we play Lemonia. Yeah. And then we evoke her. Kill the fairy.
Oh, the fairy?
Yeah. Then play the golden bell. What can you draw on the next turn? The next turn you will, like, with our hand, we can't use our second Evo point because we need the Evo point for Ilana. You will probably play the Lemonia for the enhance effect on the next turn, and Evo her for free.
Evolve her for free?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I attack. Am I supposed to attack or not?
All right, yeah, so that was definitely a mistake to attack the Unicorn. That was actually like a really cool play to like set up that really safe board and stop them. But now, I mean, obviously we know that that's the only Realm of Repose in their hand. So this sets up, not only does it set up the fact that there's no Realm of Repose left, or there's at least less Realm of Repose left.
But the opponent doesn't know that.
They don't know that. But
yeah,
what they can look at is they can say, at least there's one less Realm of Repose that's sending him out, right? So mathematically...
That's kind of scary, though. We saw 2 Realm of Repose the last game out of the 3, and
they had all 3.
Pretty exact.
They actually drew all 3. They just didn't see it on the other side. But but at least, you know, if you're just looking at it like purely like math-wise, you can at least say, okay, one's out of the way, and they've wasted a lot of their time. They can see that there's not nothing aggressive being set up, especially seeing it on turn 5. There was no Alana play, so it looks. At least from my experience playing Roach, I would look at this and say, okay, last game I had to play extremely aggressive. I had to get to these little bits of damage to get through Realm of Repose, but they're giving me a lot more time.
You still have to anticipate it, in my opinion.
That's fair.
Yeah. And one thing about Roach is that you might want to hold on to Evolve Point or one of the Roaches in order to get through at least one ward. So it'll be interesting to see how they played out. Maybe second Roach in balance or something. The ordering was kind of weird there. Oh.
Well, this is interesting.
Roach number 2. They're going into turn 6 after this? So Roach number 3 and 4, they're definitely anticipating the second copy of Realm of Repose. Wow, great draw, the Alana.
Yeah, that is
5-6, 5-5, 3. There is a Unicorn Spear plus Alana, not in that order. Alana first, Alana Evolve first to get the amulet on the board that buffs each of the creatures on board. But might be going for Lamonia. Lamonia is also a very good card to play to set up a stronger turn 7. There's not much in the hand for Slyssa and Zero Fine. Salvation, Alana, Unicorn, Repair Mode is really good.
Yeah, that would be... Well, but you wouldn't even necessarily need the Salvation, right? Because it would be turn 7 then, so...
It's turn 6 right now.
Oh, you're talking about right now. Yeah. That would be really good. That would set up strong board. Sorry, I thought you were saying if they played Lamonia this turn instead. But yeah, I mean, you were just talking about how if you do manage to at least give like +1...
Yeah, 2-4 isn't that good though. If you expect the 5-5 to get removed off the board with a removal card, then 2-4 on the board, you can evolve over it with the Roach, so it's not that strong.
That's true, yeah. Once you get the 2 attacks that line, super important against Roach decks because normally you want to evolve Roach to have that.
Generally
3.
Want 3 at
yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I guess I should have said 2 was important in a bad way. You know what I'm saying? It's important. It's not good, but it's important.
Oh wow. That's a 3rd copy of Roach.
So have they played Roach twice now?
They're on number 3, yeah.
Okay.
So number 3, number 4, probably have to evolve a Roach into it. Roach, Smith, okay, and that will be 5? Is that a 5? 4? Okay, and evolve it hidden. Or very
interesting.
Very hidden and conserve evolve point, I guess. Do evolve. This is really hard.
I'm trying to do the math.
7. They're in hand. It's about the same, probably. I think I like this.
Okay, so now that's the 3rd, so then 4 and then 5. Oh my gosh, Roach math was hard to do to begin with, but now that smithing is in the game.
Oh wow!
Oh, that was.
I want to listen in on Slyssa and Zero Fine again.
So with here, we definitely play the Realm of
But they
Repose.
still need to play the Realm of Repose probably.
And you don't attack, yeah. We play the Realm of Repose and Limonia.
So you just don't get to evolve Limonia because it's 4.
Yeah, because you have to play for 6 play points in order to. On the next turn, if they go wide, you can, depending on what you draw, if you can set up wards and also clear the board with the Unicorn Spirits will be really good. You can also bump. It's unlikely you will be able to kill them. So if you are not able to kill them, just clear the board and try to not attack. Yeah, like don't attack at all. You keep the Lisa on the board. You never kill her. Probably use the Unicorn Spears to clear the other followers. So the ideal scenario would be like draw something like I don't know, Kel and or the Servant of Repose, I guess. I think you'll know what to do. Like it's very important to keep our followers on the board, so don't attack. Read your cards and you will figure it out.
Read your cards. He doesn't know how much I hate reading.
Doesn't know how much I hate reading. Man, that is a part of the game that some people struggle with when we're starting out the game. There's so much text on all these Shadowverse cards, but that also makes the game complex enough to make it really interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there are just so many things to think about, and I've loved that personally. I mean, like right now, this is another really interesting way that this game is playing out.
And so, one of the things last turn 6, was that Slyssa could be traded into the 2/4. That doesn't seem like a good trade, and it's not, but it would allow the Lyssa's Last Words effect to come out, which would give you another Slyssa in hand. And because the only way to prevent lethal from Zero Fine and Slyssa's side seemed to be a copy of oh wow, I think that's the wrong roach that they played out. But the only way there wasn't lethal was to play Realm of Repose, so it might have been good to preemptively hit in the Slyssa there.
Just for that extra damage.
That's really weird. This is a coach turn, but the ordering is kind of weird. And
yeah, I mean, gotta attack before turns over. Oh, no attack either. Oh, that's really bad.
I wonder what happened there. They weren't able to...
was that one not the Storm one? Was
yeah.
That the issue? Oh.
And the Slyssa didn't attack face either.
Yeah. Ooh, that's an unfortunate turn for sure.
Wow. The bunny is actually really good too. Rabbit Healer, very, very good card. It's a 5/5 when you play it for Enhance, and it'll heal you back up to 20, so very unlikely to die on turn 8 with the Roach played out already. And then maybe Ward the following turn might be a solid turn, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could potentially save it for like...
And
later,
it's a 6/6, which is really good against the removal that Amazonia and Jordan have, the 5 attack, Gourmet Emperor's Kitchen,
and
5 damage.
I think that sets up potential lethal next turn, because it will be 6/6 this turn.
Well, the Lemonia is going to die. That's pretty much a given.
Yeah, but at the very least, if you're making them spend resources, then you're making them... you're slowing them down as far as their win, but the idea is there. I mean, that's what. So that's going to be a total of 14 damage on board, and then you have 3 heals at hand, which the other team should know because they're all from Unicorn Knights, which are a very visible resource. But there's not enough targets though.
10, 11, 12, 13,
I didn't think about that.
14, 15.
Right? There's not enough targets to use all of your unicorns.
Yeah.
Should have gotten.
It's still not. Unicorn is actually a pretty strong option sometimes.
If you get into that spot, it's actually really scary because it comes in as what, a 6/6, and then it becomes a 7/7 or something like that. Maybe it's not 6. Maybe it's 5. 6/6.
Roach, I think. Is there still one more Roach in the deck?
No, because they traded the Roach into the Alana earlier.
Okay. It was actually an option to bounce Slyssa then, to play out Slyssa and get a ward guaranteed. That would have been kind of cool. But probably just going to use the removal card. That you wouldn't be able to fit in removal plus that. So it's like either or. No, it doesn't make sense to do that. Never mind. But it seems like Amazonian and Jordude are going for pretty slow plays.
Yeah.
Not really playing out the Storm Fairies too much. Obviously, you want to OTK, kill in one turn most of the time from the Forestcraft side because of the heals.
All right, they can set up a really strong board right here. They can,
definitely.
They can pre-cant and then they can set up the Nun. And I mean, probably Kel's not smart because you're just giving them more options, right? So you set that up with a really big ward, then you can potentially you've at least got 2 heals just with the repair modes that they give, and then you have the options of the Unicorn Spears, and just set up, because that's potential of 2, 5.
A lot of
actually
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so you get a maximum of 2 heals just because of play points. But at the very least, this is...
You can get 3 with the Salvation Exlamonia, and double heal plus Unicorn Knight, but
Yeah,
it
you're right,
seems
you're right.
like that would give another bounce, so just not gonna do that, seems like.
Well, I think the damage setup is already significant enough, right? And it was
Yeah.
going to give them lethal anyway, so at this point, I guess you just swing and just say, well,
Yeah, and that should be lethal. It should be.
yeah.
Number 7 and then number 8 with +1, so 9. 9 plus 9, 18 with just the roach.
Now it's definitely lethal.
Yeah.
Now it's way more than lethal. That was a really good draw on the...
Yeah,
Wait, but that just,
roach bounce with the Machina tree was lethal by itself, I think. It's yeah, the eighth roach with the +1 buff, and then bounce, and then 9th roach would be 9 plus 9, and that would have been...
Yeah, just perfectly enough. Well, also they would have had the damage with the Lysas for just if they needed a little bit more. Oh, they still have a Storm Fairy in their hand? Or
Yeah.
they had 2 Storm Fairies in their hand.
Yeah,
I wasn't even counting that either.
Guess they'll just BM a little bit.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting way to do it.
7. Oh, 7. Never mind. 8.
Well, they would have been 8 plus 9, but they could have still swung with the Lysa.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
It still
yeah,
worked.
9 plus 9. Yeah, I counted it correctly.
Okay.
Okay.
And enough damage, more than enough damage, gets through the wall. Just 1 turn before that would have been a definite lethal on the other side.
Yeah, the Havencraft side did have the Realm of Repose. In fact, 2 copies. They had ward cards, but still, the Divine Smithing allowing for much more damage than that. So really coming into play there.
Yeah, I mean, that was what, turn 9 lethal for Roach, when usually
Yeah.
before we've seen them almost end the game at what, turn 6 or turn 7? So it almost
Yeah.
felt super slow for a
The
Roach
Realm of
deck.
Repose, though, coming in and blocking the damage and limiting it to 3 does stop the lethal for a while, but they can still prepare for a larger lethal threat. So it didn't end up mattering there, but of course we saw in the first game using the Realm of Repose to set up large followers and then being able to kill in 1 turn. And both sides trying to deal a lot of damage immediately.
Now we got to see our first muted coach game. Do you think that affected either of the players so much? Because these are veterans, though. I mean, they've been a part of Buddy System from the beginning, from the first episode. So shouldn't they be used to this by now?
Yeah, but I mean, Shadowverse is especially like these decks are so cool because they're so like there's so many different interactions in different ways, especially with like what the opponent's doing and what you're doing. And so there were certain things like there was that turn that we saw that Slyssa made that really big mistake, which
Yeah,
very potentially
attacking
cost
with
them,
a
yeah.
Unicorn Knight to deal 1 damage. Usually you want to attack with everything every turn,
Right.
but it ended up being that that was a critical mistake that removed followers off the board and didn't get value off the first Realm of Repose at all. She attacked with followers on both turns of Realm of Repose, meaning it didn't do anything, which is kind of funny. Also, there were moments like, I think it was turn 7 or something, where Amazonian, maybe Jordan cut out for a little bit, his internet went out or something, but...
And just forgot to attack.
Yeah, there was maybe some kind of miscommunication, the kind of a weird turn going on there as well.
yeah.
So definitely coming into play.
yeah.
I mean, it's high pressure situations. I'm sure a lot of things are running through their head of like, oh no,
Yeah.
like I don't want to fall out in quarters again. I need to at least make it to the semis this time. Oh no. Oh no. Scraps the cat has entered the room, and this just spells bad news for Amazonian. Does Slyssa now have the game in the bag?
I mean, cats naturally chase away bugs, and so I think using a roach when you have a cat is just it's not a good strategy.
Scraps isn't even interested in the toy at all. He's already saying like, "Mom, I'm sorry, but we can play after because I don't think you're moving on."
Oh.
BM coming from the cat. Slyssa, no pets in sight. Perhaps a good sign for her.
Yeah, doesn't Slyssa have dogs? Yeah, maybe I don't know. We had a whole pet thing going on at a point. I wanna
Someone
see it
had
come back
2
again.
large dogs
I think it
bound
was
in
Slyssa.
through the room. Yeah, maybe it was. Maybe she had a different camera angle at the time. I would like to see if The dogs come back, but it looks like our final game of the first quarterfinal game is about to start. So let's go in, see who takes it. Will it be Slyssa with the notorious coach Zerofine, or will Amazonian and Jordude be able to pull off that Roach win to a victory?
All right, so we've seen some very key cards. Both of these games put in a ton of work. Of course, Divine Smithing and Realm of Repose, I would say, are probably the most of both. But here's another new card that we're actually seeing up in the Roach hand.
Splendor.
Splendor. Yeah, I think
Not
just
gonna
the one.
do much. No, there's 3 of them.
Oh,
in
really? Oh,
this smithing version of the deck. I think there was only 1 in the other version.
Gotcha.
Really, really strong card in Roach. Allows you to kind of ignore the opponent's board if they have storm creatures, but it's not a huge deal when it comes to this matchup in particular.
Right.
Turn 1 Goblin coming out from the Roach deck. That's kind of that's kind of new. No, that's kind of old actually. The first version of Roach that was extremely powerful with Goblin Mage, the very old card Goblin Mage. That actually, Goblin Mage searched for a 2-cost follower from your deck. So Forestcraft would put in 0 copies of other Roaches, other 2-costs besides Roach, and then fill your deck with a bunch of 1-costs like Goblin and Water Fairy. And so you play a Goblin on 1 in those days, but it's been a while. It's been a while.
Well, can we talk about... Well, first of all, I just have to say that was an extremely good draw for Slyssa Zerofine. They've got the classic turn 1 Golden Bell into a very potential turn 5 Alana with all the perfect fixings, but or even turn 4. But how cool is it that the old Roach deck, the original Royal Roach deck, had essentially cost fixing for tutors into Roaches, and now we see the exact same thing in the new Roach deck. I think that's so cool, right?
It's not quite the same thing. The goblins are there to storm or rush with Divine Smithing, or
no. So I didn't mean with the goblins. I meant in particular, instead of having Goblin Mage Roach, with Lisa and Roach.
Yeah. I think it's a different card that you're doing it with too.
I mean, they're both different cards technically,
and
but
we see the 1/2 into 1/2. So usually you'd be at a loss against a 2/2 follower from the Haven side, but that trades evenly there. That's a pretty big difference, and getting some extra chip damage in. Maybe Sylvan Justice comes out and draw for Enhance 4 with the Whispering Woods. This is a pretty good start, and already a pretty strong board coming out from the Roach side. Somewhat rare, but with this deck, it seems like it's the extra chip damage does matter in this matchup.
Yeah, are we watching Agroforce right now? Or we're watching some weird alternate version that's not Roach. But yeah, look at that poll on the side. Slyssa and Zerofine super favored to win here. But I mean, that last game was looking super good for Amazonian Jordude. This is such a... We've seen this matchup so many times on Buddy System. And it's really cool because now we're seeing it in a different way where, especially the Roach list is very, very different.
Yeah.
But I think this is a very cool match to watch, especially just having to get around Realm of Repose. And it seems like... I feel like we've had kind of a mixed result, pretty even-ish. I'd have to look back exactly, but... It seems like it's been relatively even. And they are going to play that out on the third. So yeah, we're seeing them go for a really heavy, aggressive play, but... now, should they be worried about the potential of a Kel wiping this board?
Kel, if you have an Alana in hand, you're gonna play the Alana first.
Yeah.
It should be fine. And the extra 1/1 on the board makes it so that you can trade into 3 health followers. So I want to listen in on Slyssa and Zerofine here, see what they're thinking about. If you draw a Kel, are they gonna play it? We'll find out.
You'll play Zoe, probably. Just wait, don't play her yet. So our next turn your next turn will definitely be Alana. You will evo her and kill their higher stated follower. If their followers are the same as the ones they currently have on the board, like if they don't add any more followers, just kill the middle one, the hoverboard mercenary. Then probably on the next turn, on turn 5, we will start doing the Realm of Repose shenanigans. Then also on turn 6, hopefully we'll have a Kell that will lock us the game, probably. So don't be afraid of taking damage here, like it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I think here we play the...
Zoe.
Do we play the Zoe though? I don't know.
Next turn, Lana and I.
Yeah, play the Zoe. Play the Zoe, yeah. And do trades, kill their high static followers. That's all for now. Like, you definitely play Lana on 4. And then on turn 5, we'll see what we do.
All right, so yeah, they did say definitely go for Alana, but I mean they're just building up such a stronger board, and this little bit of like chip damage is probably going to be healed up at some point, right? I mean that's the goal. Otherwise, they're probably losing anyway. We do see the cat coming in real close here. Oh no, the cat's gonna play the turn. Is that allowed? Can we have cats playing turns for players? Maybe the cat's been playing the whole time, but. All right, so looking up at this top
Not
hand.
a lot of card draw. No Lisa shown yet, so would like to play Enhance Whispering Woods, if possible. And with the Zoe up, probably gonna hit in, like we're seeing here. Kell is such a big deal. Getting the 6-5 and 3-3 on the board while drawing a card would be pretty scary. So going to trade there. Lana evolve, and the 5-6 stat line is so strong.
Yeah, so difficult right now. There's just no answer at all in Amazonian's hand. I mean, really needs the gourmet kitchen or to evolve to use an evolve point that you only have 2 of because playing first. So that's tough. And the thing is, the longer that you wait to deal with the Alana, the stronger the Alana can get, and then it can get out of your potential range of it.
No Roach yet. That's looking pretty bad.
Yeah. No Roach and no real good way to get Roach. I
They
mean,
might have to bounce the Whispering Woods at some point if it comes down to it. Whispering Woods will be able to activate again and block an attacker, something from attacking, but you don't really want the ward to grow too much more, so I don't... Maybe next turn if they don't draw it, but there's not much that you're doing right now anyway.
oh, are they gonna have to evolve a goblin into the Alana? That is a bad feeling. That is a very bad feeling. But it's nice to see evolved goblin. I like seeing evolved goblin and like skeleton and all the little tokens.
Very bad mana usage as well. But as soon as the Roach is drawn, it's gonna be pretty quick from there.
Yeah.
3 bounces and a Divine Smithing in hand that can easily set up lethal later on. So let's say like Roach is drawn here. 1 bounce 1 bounce 1. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. You can get it up to 3. Divine Smithing, Evil Face on number 4. Be 6 damage. Maybe you draw another Roach. It's Slyssa though. Just thinking, in the best case scenario, it seems like there would be maybe turn 7, turn 8 lethal-ish, but
Well, it could be. It looks like. I mean, so next turn they can definitely do. They can do Lisa. They can. Oh, this is tough. Well, now especially that the. Well, no, that realm is a little bit early, but I guess is that. Would you call that an aggressive realm? Just to like.
yeah, to protect the Zoe, I guess. But I'm not a huge fan, to be honest. The Zoe evolve can set up really strong boards, so I would have been looking towards using it on a later turn. You don't really need the realm to be up yet. This is a play you would make if you had multiple realm in hand, maybe, but you don't, so...
Yeah, and there was a lot of more solid, like, just lower cost cards to just create like a little bit of like a maybe stronger, wider board with having to commit a whole lot, maybe. But I mean, this I think we do get to see right here that the answers for this Zoe are or it's not Zoe. Zoe? Yeah, Zoe.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? I was thinking Zoe from Dragoncraft. The answers are extremely low. Like there is no answer.
6-6, yeah, but it might be used in an even stronger way
Right.
on a fallen turn. So.
Plus the potential was there before there'd be a little bit more of an answer. So okay, Force getting the Roach.
Guidance Roach? No, just gonna Machina Tree, hold on to the Evolve Point.
Maybe to use with the Divine Smithing.
Okay, second Roach is good. Ooh, Servant is super strong.
Yeah, Servant, especially underneath like a Realm, is one of the most satisfying things.
What do you do here, though? Servant is gonna require hard removal, which there isn't any. Oh, they're gonna play out the ward already. Wards are really important to get out on, yeah, I guess they're gonna increase the size of the ward over 2 turns, but that might not be enough to prevent lethal on 7. If it's just one big ward, that's usually not enough to prevent Roach lethal, so I probably would go for 2 wards somehow. So if you're making this play, maybe you go for Servant of Repose for 6 on turn 7.
Well,
they're gonna attack. Ooh, this is a huge mistake.
Yeah. Ooh.
If it's okay, going to evolve in place. Okay.
Just to be harder to remove.
Divine Smithing.
Double Divine Smithing. Okay.
That's not bad. Roach count is at 2, so 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, and then number 5. Roach bounce. This is hard. Why is it so hard? Roach bounce, Divine Smithing. Roach Evo? Roach bounce, Divine Smithing.
Actually, no, wait a minute.
I think it's like Roach Nature's Guidance, Divine Smithing, Roach Evo. And then that would be
on the other side though, I think this is this game? No, it's not game yet. Almost.
It's probably really close.
Yeah.
But the extra ward is
yeah, the second ward definitely makes it not game, I think. Because the move there, it definitely wasn't to begin with though. I was well, no, it was almost, right? Because you play Unicorn Knight and then you would have removed one of the wards and then you would have played double heals and then set up 3.
Wow.
Oh. Interesting. I don't know if that really did anything. Right? I mean, a 4 isn't going to change anything.
Ooh, huh.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like 4 like isn't gonna this 4/4 stat line isn't gonna mean anything, right?
Is there lethal 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? I don't think so.
I don't think there's lethal because I don't think there's enough board space for there to be lethal, if that makes sense, right?
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I count like 17 with Unicorn Knight Spear, the 4/4. Trade with 3/1 and then heal 3 times. Seems like 11 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it would have been had the second ward not been played, right? But
wow. I guess the second ward was necessary then.
Yeah. But still, I don't know if I like the Evo on it.
Wow.
So do you trade in just so that you can play Realm?
Yes.
Okay.
So, wow. Using the Airbound Barrage is actually helping the Havencraft side here. Wow.
Yeah. That's really funny. So, just as a little explanation for those out there. So, you can only have 5 things on board at once. So they're essentially board locked here, right? Now, there was no way for them to get rid of anything on their board except for the fact that the Nun, the Iron
Knuckle
Nun, thank you, that's the word,
yeah.
had already taken damage. So now the draw of this Realm of Repose means that now it's going to be... This is nearly impossible,
yeah, for
right?
example, if Amazonian Geodude just played out the wards but didn't evolve and didn't use the Airbound Barrage, then it would have prevented the Realm of Repose from coming down, and it might have been lethal.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance. I think they also could have maybe played it out in a way where... No, they would have had the same amount, but regardless, I mean, that's just not how it got played out. So the Realm of Repose means that they would have to swing with...
But... Oh, wait,
No.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wait, that's not lethal yet if a ward is played, but there's no ward in hand. If the third Roach was played already, was drawn already, it would have been enough to draw into the Machina Tree, Guard of the Machina Tree, but wow,
Yeah.
that's really close.
That was really close, and what a strange turn that ended up losing it for Amazonian Geodude. I mean,
Yeah,
like a lot of that just like mathematically didn't make that much sense, and now you can see more than enough damage on board. And I mean, honestly, so that turn didn't feel like it made any sense, but the way that it ended up losing in the game was not one that I would have ever predicted. Like, let's bring
another Realm of Repose drawn off the top, and wow, the Zoe drawing a bunch of cards and drawing into the perfect out with another copy of Realm of Repose. I think, yeah, Amazonian and Geodude definitely could have played all their games cleaner, I think.
Yeah.
And that might have changed the result of the game, but that was really difficult, to be honest. Really difficult Roach side. The Divine Smithing list is really hard to play. Like, getting enough time to play out a 4-cost thing that gives your stuff Storm, like spending 4 extra mana is such an expensive play to do, and it makes it that much more difficult. And you get way more awkward hands with the goblins and the fairy circles. Those don't do a lot. Some of the time we saw that come into play some of the times, and the lack of large removal.
Yeah, I think that may be just the biggest point overall.
Yeah, and less card draw, so it makes it a lot more difficult, I think. I personally, with the Divine Smithing list, still play more copies of card draw with Ward of Unkilling, so just balancing that out, really difficult. Still new card, of course, the Divine Smithing, so that's something to explore in the future.
Yeah, and just those big beefy boys throwing in the hits at the very end. It did look close for Amazonian Geodude, but Slyssa Zero Fine taking the win. Let's go ahead and take a look at our updated brackets and see who's going to be playing next. There we go. Our first team moving on to the first semifinal, Slyssa and Coach Zero Fine. And now we are going to find out who's going to join them. We have in Game 2, Pizza and Coach Azure Cloud taking on Lavinius and Coach Eladrin. I'm excited for that game. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Azure Cloud is here coaching because he should be preparing for World Grand Prix, if I'm not mistaken.
Is he qualifying?
He qualified, so maybe there was some kind of... They just forgot to take him off, give him a break, but...
Whoa, Pod, I'm going to stop you there. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what this World Grand Prix is, but Buddy System is the pinnacle of Shadowverse competition. He wanted to be here. He said, forget the Grand Prix. This is where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, he's going to the World Grand Prix to practice for the next Buddy System, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, maybe we'll see him in January after after the World Grand Prix. Yeah, but excited for the next game. I don't quite remember it. Let me check.
I'm just going to...
Pizza and who is it?
I'm going to pop in really fast because I know we're excited for this next game.
Yeah.
But what everyone who's watching can be excited for is free card packs. And all you have to do to win is log on to Twitter and use that hashtag #SVBuddySystem, and you could be opening up some pretty cool card packs. Are the anime Haruhi things included in the card packs? Is there a possibility for that?
No.
No?
And you had to do like this event thing where you play a lot of the ladder to get chests, which open up and you you can earn those special cards that have the Haruhi characters on them, things like that. But you had to play earlier to do that.
The
and
login,
if you don't do that,
the login event's still going on, so you can still get the sleeves, and you can still get the icon,
Okay.
and you can still buy the leaders. So,
and you can still get
hear
the
that, chat?
collaboration cards if you buy the leaders.
oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's still
pull out
there.
your
You
wallet.
still get everything.
Yeah,
You can still get everything.
And that's the important thing. Okay, but you were asking, it's Pizza taking on Lavinius.
Okay.
Yes.
You wanted to talk about the matchup.
yes.
I'm just letting
Yeah,
I'm letting you go. I'm saying
so-
go ahead and talk about it. Pizza versus Lavinius. What
we're
you want to
seeing,
say?
2 players, 2 groups brought Dragoncraft this time around, and I think we'll see the deck shortly. But the mini expansion brought a new card, the Tyrannosaur, and that's a really, really strong card. A removal card that adds a Neteran Great Tree into your hand. And it's
'Kay,
so
Pot,
strong.
Pot,
Really
I'm
good
sorry,
for
but you
mana
said
cost
that
as
this is Dragoncraft, but you just said a dinosaur name.
Yeah, there's a Tyrannosaur.
Dinosaurs are
So-
kind of like dragon adjacent.
I mean, one has wings, right?
I mean, I don't know. If you cut off a dragon's wings, is it still a dragon?
Isn't it
Still
a
a dragon.
wyvern?
Huh.
Wait, or
I'm not sure.
Wyvern?
maybe you're right.
Wyvern?
I thought wyverns had wings.
What's the formal
There's like-
definition?
What is the mythology?
There's like a whole thing between dragons and drakes and wyverns and like there's like one more, and it's like based on like do they walk on like hind legs or they walk on
Are they like
four legs?
do they
Is
have
it like
treasure around them? Are they hoarding a mountain of gold?
it is a very
Is it
real
blue
thing.
fire, red fire? What are they? Green fire for Disney, I guess.
Huh.
Like I don't know what we're dealing with, but
I don't know. I think we're gonna need the chat to
And I
help us out with that one.
we need the clarification
yeah.
down. But we do have the key cards of Pizza's deck. So first Dragoncraft deck that we see,
There's the dinosaur.
Dragon Chef's Pizzeria, burning trees to cook.
Wildfire Dinosaur, its accelerate effect is what we're going to see most often of. Deal 3 to an enemy follower, put a Neteran Great Tree into your hand. Really, really great card and makes the early game slightly more consistent. 3 damage is great. Great synergy with Ian Dragonbuster on turn 6 or later, on 6 play points or later, to remove something off the board and make sure that so Ian Dragonbuster puts an opponent, if you use one of the Jealousy Dragon effects, you put a dragon on your opponent's side of the board, and then you clear that dragon to deal damage. And it's a really cool effect, but if the opponent has a full board, you're not able to put a thing on your opponent's side of the board. So clearing something out, one thing out using the Tyrannosaur first, and then playing out Ian to get the Ian Jealousy Dragon.
There's
is
a lot of
really good
Tell
synergy
me,
there.
tell me about that 10 cost card.
Genesis Dragon
Oh,
Disaster. A lot of players are only playing 1 or 0 copies recently compared to 2 copies earlier, maybe in the meta game, and that's mainly due to Wildfire Tyrannosaur dealing 3 damage, whereas Genesis Disaster, Dragon of Disaster, deals 3 damage to everything while using an evolve point for your accelerate effect. That was probably a little bit too difficult to not difficult to understand, but it has an effect that does like AoE damage to 3 damage to everything, but it eats up an evo point, whereas Tyrannosaur, you use 2 costs to deal 3 damage, and it's a little bit easier to use, and the extra removal in the deck meant that you don't need Genesis Dragon to clear small things anymore. Much anyway.
Here's deck 2. Please don't hit my face. I noticed that the 10 cost is missing from this, but any other changes that pop out to you?
There's 3 copies of Dawn Splendor, which is a new card we saw in the Roach deck, but we didn't see it played out, I think. It reduces the attack of opponent Storm followers that attack your leader by 2, so it kind of prevents your opponent from dealing a ton of damage from hand, sometimes depending on the opponent's deck, but it only really affects a few matchups, and one of them just happens to be this matchup that's coming up.
Almost more importantly than almost any other.
So we'll talk more about Dawn Splendor when we see the next deck, which is a new archetype, pretty much. It used to be a meme deck because it wasn't consistent at all, but the addition of Divine Smithing has made it more consistent. It's Amata's Forest, you add a bunch of fairy cards into your hand, and then if you have 6 or more, you can give all of them +1/+1 in Storm if you play a Amataz Fairy Blader. And Amataz is also a 3-cost 4/5 Ward Bane creature, which is like
Storm.
insane.
Right?
No,
Doesn't it get Storm?
it gives Storm, but
Oh, sorry, just give Storm. It doesn't get Storm. You're right.
It doesn't
You're right.
have Storm itself, but
All right. So, I mean, we can see it right
so-
here. It gets buffed based on the number of fairies in your hand, but this is the new archetype called, and the deck name, Essia Goes Face.
So I just want to point this out. So this is Lavinius and Eladrin's deck.
yeah,
This is their only deck as well.
yeah.
So they are also joining the one deck squad.
And
so-
the deck name.
Yeah, I was just about to ask that.
Okay.
So Essia is actually coaching in this
Yeah, coming
day,
up.
but not the coach right now. So why is it called Essia Goes Face?
Essia actually wrote a deck guide for this specific deck with this exact same card list, and has like a very extensive mulligan guide and stuff like that. It is on the Tempo Storm website if you check that out. But Eladrin, really respecting that, it seems like, and naming the deck after the creator of the deck and the deck guide creator, Essia. Tempo Storm Essia. We'll see him later.
That guide you were showing me has such a great mulligan like chart.
Yeah, there's this weird chart, kind of like an Excel chart with a lot of cards written on the side, and then it says go first, go second against like different matchups and whether or not to keep it in different circumstances. And it's such a difficult mulligan.
I mean, honestly, just in general, knowing what to mulligan is one of the I think it's one of the most difficult things. Like, me being a newer player, I get like when like sometimes plays are good, sometimes when plays are bad, but knowing how to start off the game and when the mulligan should be, like what the mulligan should be, is one of the most difficult things. So that chart is like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It's not like oh, like maybe you should keep this. It's like in this matchup, if you're going second, then you keep these cards, and it's like, oh, okay, perfect. I know how to play this now. And then once you know like what you should be doing, then you can start thinking about, now why am I doing this?
Amataz Forest is the most difficult mulligan that there's ever been in Shadowverse.
All right, well, let's see Pizza take on Lavinius in the first game of the second quarterfinals.
So a lot of these decks that we've seen so far are reliant on key cards. Like Roach Forest is really reliant on Roach, so you draw for card draw, specific draw cards like Lisa or Roach itself, or maybe 1-cost bounce cards. Those are commonly kept in the mulligan. But if you compare that and you see like Elana Haven, which you try to find Elana as quick as possible, and you also hold on to draw cards like Golden Bell, so you'd hold on to those kind of cards. But when it comes to any other type of card, any other type of deck, it becomes infinitely more difficult because you're not just looking for one key card. You have to evaluate whether or not you can play out a game kind of effectively using a combination of cards that you have already, and kind of have to evaluate whether it's good enough. With the Dragon deck, for example, even though the deck is super reliant on Valdane, which turns the deck into a burn deck, dealing damage to your opponent every turn, dealing direct damage equal to the number of Nataran Great Trees that have been destroyed in the match. But up until then, you play more of a control game plan. So do you want to prioritize getting creatures and removal that will help you through the early game, or do you want to prioritize digging for Valdane that we see drawn here?
You could just top deck on your first turn. That works too, I guess. Interestingly, I could be wrong on this, but was there a one of their lists didn't have Masamune's and one of them did have Masamune's, right?
Masamune, I think like both of the Dragon players that we'll see today, one of their deck lists has 2 copies of Masamune and one of them has like 3, which is a really interesting thing because Dragoncraft really relies on Evolve points and Masamune in order to get through the mid to late game. So it's a super key card, very important card later on. so far in this game for the Forcecraft side, Fairy Circle did come out. Honestly, this deck becomes way harder. It's probably the most difficult deck in the game to play optimally if you don't have the nuts. If you have everything, like you have all the fairy generation, you have all the you have Amatas, and everything's going as planned, then you have a very simple deck. But if you don't have everything, you have to play off of the board, and that makes it really difficult.
Okay, so is there any world... Now this is like such an interesting deck. Is there any world here where you play on the next turn Sylvan Justice and then play Divine Smithing, and then the turn after that you play Blossom Spirit Fairy with plus fairies? Is that just like... I mean, that would set up a very threatening board.
Ooh, Wily Puck.
Okay. Wily Puck is always good.
I think you just set up like Divine Smithing and storm those fairies. So the game plan with this kind of hand is going to be Divine Smithing on 4 or 5, and then Blossom and...
How much damage do you get on 6 from this then?
A lot.
Yeah, so that would be 4 fairies for 3 each. So that'd be 12, right?
There are 5 fairies in hand, and it's going to be... You're going to be able to play like Fairy, Lily, Fairy, Lily, Blossom, Fairy, and buff up your fairies while hitting the face and try to set up lethal there. But do you play it on turn 4 or turn 5? Divine Spirit on 5 things would be Fairy plus Lily Evolve to be... how much? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 damage or something? I don't think it's quite enough, so maybe like turn 5, Divine Smithing, Fairy Evolve Face, and then try to set up lethal that way.
Yeah, there's not really a huge amount of defensive options like taunts or anything like that available for Pizza and Azure Cloud right now either. So this is nor do they have a lot of...
There is the only ward in the deck, Ian, I think? I guess there was also Viridia Magna, but that's a little bit expensive against the Forcecraft deck.
Well, why don't we take a listen into Lavinius and Eldrin and just see what their plan is with this hand, because this is getting close to how they want to execute it.
Like, do this then to...
Yeah, I think that's still the best call for us.
Yeah. We're gonna overdraw anyway next time.
I just really hope we don't like top deck amounts right here when we overdraw.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so setting up the Divine Smithing, the top deck Water Fairy actually makes it so that Fairy, Lily Evolve is a 9, 11 damage, and then the following turn there are 3 fairies left, which would be 9, 11, so 22 damage total, so that's lethal through 1, 2 health heal, but not through a Dragon Shaft or Ian Evo to heal. But if you even no, not Evan. If you Ian heal, then you're not getting you're not clearing off the board.
Right. And honestly, that is, I mean, obviously we can see that ourselves, but one of the biggest issues is going to be that, I mean, that's a lot of wide boards being set up every single turn there, and then even after that there'll still be some resources left, and I mean there's still all 3 Evo points available too, just to like make those boards even scarier. So how do you deal with that? Like what are the, so obviously we've seen that there's like the Genesis Dragon as a board wipe, and we've seen that if you like hard play the new card from the mini expansion, it's a board wipe. Do they run anything else? Did they run that the Star Phoenix 2 damage one? That's the only other thing I can think of.
Phoenix
something like that.
Yeah.
Is that in the list, or do they have?
I don't think so.
I don't think I saw it either. I'm just that would have been, I mean, that would have been nice to have, I guess.
You already have the 2 things. So I'm fully expecting Fairy, 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 or Water Fairy, 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 Lily evolve. And that should be a lethal setup into the following turn. Lily will give +1/+0 to all the Storm Fairies that are played out. And then the following turn, Blossom Spirit evolve, get through more stuff. Lily evolve is able to buff by +2/+2, which means it's the same as Evolving Face. And it'll create another 3/1 on the board if you trade into the 1/2.
Yeah, it essentially gets to like give another follower its stat line for evolving. Plus it gets +1/+1, so it's almost always, well, I wouldn't say it's almost always, but it's always a very nice value to evolve it.
10. There is a lot of damage shown from the dragon side, but honestly, I don't think there's ever gonna be 6 damage from hand.
So how many trees, I wonder, have been destroyed? Because one of the best and safest options would definitely be the Viridia, assuming that
Wow, they're sacrificing damage here. That's not enough damage in hand. That's only 8 damage, and they can't deal enough damage on the following turn. 6.
Well,
9.
no, it would be more than 8, right? Because you could play the well, assuming their board gets cleared, then you could play the Spirit first.
Yeah, but that's only 9
it's only
damage plus the evolve point. That's only 11.
So still not enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. That's really interesting. I mean, I wonder, were they like afraid that there was enough damage on the other side of the board? And this, I feel like this is becoming a really pivotal
this is a huge deal
in the match too, where like now you're giving. I mean, they just got Valdane down. They have the card that Valdane creates, something I can't remember what it's called, but like they're just really starting to get to the point where this Dragoncraft deck can like do what it wants to do, right? Like I feel like the pressure needed to be on those last few turns.
So if I think Valdane would have traded anyway, and
We work together.
that might actually have been like Blossom Spirit, Fairy, 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 Evolve Face the last turn, and then that would have played around Ian Evolve to heal by being able to evo into a ward while still dealing damage on turn 6.
Yeah.
So that might have actually been Lily on 6.
Well,
and Blossom Spirit on 5.
Let's take a listen into Livinus and Eldrin again. I just want to see what they're going to do with this hand now.
Yeah.
It's kind of a worse situation.
About this turn, because I'm not sure. Okay. It's a 5-2, right?
It's 5-2.
I think we have to go all in, like play a fairy, trade into the 5-2, and play Blossoming Spirit and all the other fairies.
Comes into play, gives a plus. Okay, so
I don't think we have another way to win this.
I agree. I think we're just gonna go with our 2-1s.
No. Wait. No.
I'm putting them in.
You should have played Blossoming Spirit first.
Is it? Oh, it's
Yeah.
whenever it comes. Oops, I thought it was the after one. That's my bad. All right. Oh well. We still fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. That was my mistake.
Trade the 1-2 into the 5-2. Well, actually, play May now.
Yeah, play May.
Yeah.
We do that.
Evo May, trade into the 5-2 and go face fast, because you don't reply.
Okay.
The turn is
Hurry. Alright. Face.
Did you do that?
No, it didn't. It's so fast.
We probably lose now. But, I mean, we lost.
Oh, that was rough. I mean, we've seen a lot of times. I mean, that's one of the biggest things here is just time talking with your coach.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was that one little
and
display.
now you can actually clear the entire board with the Tyrannosaur, but then you can't get the Curse Shadow Corrosion down. This is actually really tough for the Dragon side as well. Let's listen in on Pizza and Azure Cloud actually.
Let's
This
treat
turn
first,
9
I
is
guess. Let's treat
really
first, because we
bad.
only want to treat
Bad.
with the play anyways. Okay.
So
Just
what-
play the first Viridia. Play the
What am I getting?
Viridia. And then play the Wildfire onto the 3/2.
Does the 1/3 matter? I can just kill the
Yeah, we're killing the 1/3 and the 2.
1/3 and the 2/1. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay, they don't have any storm in their hand, and like the Amatas doesn't do anything because they have no fairies. So I think we're fine. Next turn we'll kind of like Viridia again if needed, and then play our corrosion and start like killing them. I mean, we should be fine because they should be like completely out of damage at this point. And they don't really have card draw, so I don't even see a world where their like Amatas becomes relevant at all. So the best draws they can have is like Divine Smithing, like 2 times with like whatever 1-drops they have, but then we're gonna have wards as well.
Yeah.
So it's like
the dragon side correctly identifying that there's not much going on in the force side, but their dragon hand doesn't look great either. There's 2 copies of Confectioner, some trees in hand, and the Shadow Corrosion, but it's kind of an awkward hand.
Yeah, it's a really awkward hand, but on the bright side, it's only okay because they know that there's nothing to fear right now.
Yeah.
So what, do you just play the Shadow's Corrosion and just play a few more things to get trees out and just make a tiny board and just say like, well, whatever, you know, like, I mean.
Now it's getting to that point where you just start getting the chip damage in, the damage in, the burn damage in. The opponent's at 15. That should have been the 4th. The Terran Great Tree destroyed so far.
They are going to play it. Just
is it at 5?
That win.
I couldn't read that text.
Me neither. It happens
a little bit
so fast.
too small.
We'll see at the end of the turn.
Yeah. 6, 7, 8. Probably it's looking like a 2-turn lethal setup then, with the extra trees coming out. But Lavinius and Eladrin, the earlier turn, that you saw how difficult it is. You need extra damage to come in. Just 1 Divine Smithing or 1 Amats is not enough a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to call it Amatas Force or Amat's Force, but generally you need 2 things. And if you only have 1 source of damage, it's not enough. And there's only 1 copy of May in the deck as well. I think they should have all in last turn, or do something like use Blossom. If there's no lethal with the Blossom Spirit, maybe keep. I don't know if you keep the Storm Fairies or regular fairies in hand.
And just for the record, this is about to be it, and that is game. Does more than enough damage. We knew guaranteed off of just the trees that were destroyed. But yeah, I mean, I think the ending part of that game, there wasn't a whole lot of options left, but it was very much about the fact. I mean, like you were saying, you need really essentially like 2 big sources of damage.
Yeah.
And they had 2 big sources of damage in a way.
They had a lethal setup with like 11 damage into 11 damage, but only dealt 8, and then there wasn't.
Well, it was all the trading. They decided to trade because they were a little bit scared of the damage on board for Dragon.
Yeah.
But you know, when you're playing one of those decks where like you're trying to go off, like it would be like you don't want to trade your only Roach in Roach.
Yeah.
You know, it's a similar idea.
And they also traded in two dudes into one larger follower, which also made a difference, whereas the dragon side would have had to trade down, and in order to heal, they had to evolve Ian to for the couple one, it's the pink one, and that returns all your allied creatures, allied followers back into your hand. So if the opponent's dudes traded down to the smaller fairies and then bounced that back into your hand, that would have been more awkward, I think.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting to listen in on and see was Lavinius and their relationship with Coach Eladrin because we were listening to him try to give directions, and then she jumped the gun and then went ahead and threw those two fairies down, which could have been, that maybe it could have helped her later on in the game. So it's as we move into game 2 where the coach starts to become muted, then what happens?
Yeah, you're completely right about that. And that was a key turn for sure, because that was the turn that their storm fairies weren't able to attack face, right?
Right.
Like
there wasn't
they ran
enough
out of time at the end of the turn because there were also...
That was a whole other turn. That was a second turn.
Oh, that was
yeah,
the
so
second
those
turn?
were on two separate instances where there was either miscommunication or maybe there was hesitation coming from the player side on the coaching advice.
That's going to have to be on point for the following game 2 and maybe game 3 that's coming up.
Yeah.
On the bright side, though, it did sound like she was like, she realized exactly what the error was.
Yeah.
Looked at the card and said, oh, it's any time they come into play, not just because that's a mistake that I actually made the first two.
Lily gives a fanfare effect that buffs your fairies, whereas Blossom Spirit buffs fairies that you play after you play the Blossom.
You know what? I don't blame her. There are so many dang
Yeah.
fairies in the game. You saw she had a handful of them the entire time. All of them with all those special little fairy effects. I'm very excited to get into this second game, and I'm sure we can get in there in just a second, but any predictions going into it?
This matchup is actually considered to be very Amat's favored, and that's the reason why you play this deck in the first place, because it's favored against Dragon, but it's also really hard to play.
All right, well, Pizza versus Lavinius. Let's see who takes the win.
Yeah, I mean, we had a little bit of a discussion about this yesterday, just because this is one of the new decks. I've played it a bit, but you are absolutely right on just how difficult it is. And Dragon itself, I think, or this current version of Natural Dragon, it's such a it's like a solid deck. It's so solid. Like you don't need to overcommit to things. You don't have to think do I play do I try to be super aggressive here, or I mean, obviously every match is dynamic, but
the
it's
deck
solid.
Just plays in a more solid game plan that can play a longer game. They can play a shorter game. They have more flexibility, and that makes the deck more accommodating against different types of decks, whereas Amat's, you really need to go for your first win condition, and if you mess up the beginning of the game, then you're really not going to win. You're really not going to win, and we saw that coming out the last game. Excuse me. And after the first Divine Smithing and the Fairy setup, they weren't able to set up aggression after that. So, for example, you can increase the amount of damage that you do with the Divine Smithing by waiting a turn, adding an extra fairy into your hand with Wily Puck. So they could have waited until a following turn. That would have set up maybe Fairy Evolve with the Divine Smithing and set up more fairies to have in hand, or it also opened up the possibility of drawing into Amat's with the extra hand size, maybe. So just things to consider. The turn 4 Divine Smithing was very difficult. The turn 5 trading into the Valdane is also another thing, but it seems like they're going to have a much easier hand this time. As long as they're able to get one more source of fairies, it looks like turn 4-ish, might be able to activate Amat's here.
Yeah, and on the other hand, I just have to point out how funny it is that Pizza has both games now mulliganed a card and then got it back. So I did get the Dragon Chef back. I mean, there was a Dragon Chef mulligan there, but Dragon Chef, I mean, we were talking about it, that light game would have actually been extremely crucial had it been played, had the Amataz deck been played optimally. 3 HP in a game, or against a deck that actually has to swing at you twice. That's a big swing. That's a really big a lot more damage they need to deal. Especially because it does seem like very often the fairies themselves do like 2 damage.
So rule of thumb, play followers out before using removal. So you would, I think it's much better to play out the dude, the avatar of fruition here. The opponent's usually gonna trade into you because you're expecting them to have a card like the Pteranodon on turn 3, and so you want to play the follower out before and keep the removal in your hand, especially when it comes to a deck like Amat's where you're gonna need the removal cards. I think it's pretty significant.
Well, plus just on top of that, Pathfinder, I don't think that the dragon player is ever going to be sad, like, oh no, on turn 2 they gave me my first tree. Like, there are a lot of situations I've seen where
they're going to trade into you.
Yeah, I mean, they would have ideally, but like the fact that like you use removal on just essentially giving them a tree and giving yourself a fairy, like the dragon player's not going to be sad about that, Yeah. Like, it's begun their game plan overall. And then interesting choice here. So the Dragon Chef does give you three like life back, but just played it for the 3/3 body, just as a 3 cost 3/3. What do you think about that?
Good tempo for sure, and the only 3 damage is gonna be the airbound barrage that we see. So, is there any Amat setup? They're gonna have to draw into a fairy circle in order to set up Amats on turn 4, or a Whisperer. 3, 4, 5. Bounce Whisperer does work. 9 cards. 9 cards. So gonna overdraw on the turn after, but if you can activate the Amats, why not, right?
Yeah, that's pretty optimal.
No, actually,
right?
You go up to 9 cards and then use 1 card to add 1 card back to your hand, so they're not going to be able to get the 6th fairy into hand. I think the 6th fairy is overdrawn if you play the fairy whisperer here. Max hand size is 9.
Yeah.
And so, you have to have 6 fairies in hand in order to activate Amat. So that means it's a really delicate balance of having Amats plus 6 fairies. That's already 7 cards in your hand. You have to have 2 or less other cards in hand, and that makes it really, really awkward.
So they're going to bring back the Wily Puck. I assume then at that point, do they just... Well, they could play the Wily Puck again for more fairies, or they could play the Fairy Whisperer. The Wily Puck now being in hand is pretty awkward, though, right?
Yeah. Wily Puck is really bad now. It's a...
Oh, yeah, this is actually...
Don't want that in hand.
So this is another thing to mention. This is something that is a very interesting interaction. So Wily Puck, you can play it as 1 for an amulet, or you can play it as 4 for the creature.
It, yeah.
But when you return the amulet to your hand, it stays as only the amulet. So you can't even necessarily like if you wanted to play it next turn, maybe for a body and just get more fairies, you can't anymore. It's now just the amulet.
And another important part about this deck is that you can't win off of just storming fairies. Just storming fairies for 2 attack. So Amats and the fairies. So you have 6 fairies in hand. You storm with all of them, and you use all your Evo points. Let's say, so you get 2 times 6. That's 12. And then let's say you use all your Evo points to go face. That's still not enough damage to lethal the opponent. So you need more damage sources than that. You need a 2nd copy of Amats, or you need another copy of the buff cards like Lily or Blossom Spirit, and if you overdraw, you're losing a valuable turn to do that. So that's a really difficult balance, delicate balance that you have to deal with. I think maybe the optimal play might have been something like just ignore the 3/3 and play out 3/1 pass. I think might have been pretty good.
Well,
and
you're
then,
not too worried about the damage until later in the game,
right now you only have 5 fairies in hand, and if you played out the 3/1 and pass, you'd have 9 cards in hand, but you have the...
Before this goes on a little bit longer, I want to listen into Lavinius and Eldrin.
Oh,
I want to see. This is like a really good turn.
It's turn 4 though. It's turn 4.
Don't they get back on turn 4? I thought they're muted on 3s.
No,
Oh, never mind. Oh, I'm
they're
sorry.
muted
I'm
on
sorry.
even turns.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
They were muted preemptively. Never mind. This would be a really good turn to listen in, but you are absolutely right because this is a tough spot. Like,
Yeah. Oh man.
This deck is so difficult. This deck is crazy. Like it's like the #1. Like you have to manage your hand size.
6, and then they're gonna overdraw the next turn.
Well,
But
can you afford to play one fairy?
Yes. But overdrawing, but still gonna have 6 fairies in hand at least. Oh, not gonna Evo Face, not gonna play the fairy.
Yeah,
so that's
should've
like
played the
strictly
fairy.
worse.
Yeah.
And you do need the
Yeah.
damage.
You know, another thing that I think I personally maybe would have liked to see.
Let's
tell me
listen in
about
on
this.
Pizza and
Okay,
Azure
okay.
Cloud. I think it's turn 5 now for them.
They're rending on the 3-1.
Yeah, I considered the running on the 3-1, and I feel like that's what you like. We just wanted to like make sure that we can maintain the board there, but
Yeah, I think that was probably better. Okay, so this turn, I think it's Valdane Evolve rending on the 3-1 play the tree. They have 6 fairies in hand and they even play one out. I'm not sure what's up with that. I feel like that means they have like a Divine Smithing or Amatas in hand. But yeah, let's just do a Valdane tree first and then we can talk about the next turn.
do you want a tree, Valdane, Evolve, Rending?
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
3-1?
tree Valdane Evolve rending on the 3-1 training. Okay, that's perfect. So next turn we can Valdane and then get a free.
Does the order matter? Does it keep the damage if it like turns into the 6/6? It keeps the damage, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter which order.
Okay.
Okay, so do that, and then I want to talk about next turn. So I'm expecting them to have an Amatas or Divine Smithing.
Okay.
So if they have Divine Smithing, I think we're fine next turn. If they have an Amatas, then they're going to like evil trade and stuff. We just play the Valdane Evolve and then like Corrosion and yeah, just like do the best board presence. Just don't let things get out of hand. Try to keep the mouse in unit.
Okay.
That is so funny. That Azure Cloud's like, I don't know why they didn't play a fairy. They've got to have something, you know, like.
Yeah.
It's like, oh. It's...
I want to listen, and if you play Amats here again, like last game, I think you don't trade. Just Evo Face, Evo Face,
yeah.
and I do want to listen on Lavinius and Eldrin.
One more.
Oh, because then it'll bring us to 9.
You
Makes sense.
also should have played a fairy last turn because you got one from pack anyway, but it's okay.
It's fine. Okay,
Play
so
Amatas, Evolve.
and then evolve him,
No, Evolve Avatar.
the avatar. Oh, so they can trade with that. Okay. That makes sense. And then just murder this thing.
Don't press enter net. So
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna talk. It's fine.
the next turn, you're playing 4 fairies that are 2/2 because you're gonna get one from pack. Don't play that one. Play 4 fairies, Lily. Oh wait, you actually won't be able to do that because we have pack on the board. So 3 depending on what he plays. If he plays something, then play fairy, trade into it. Play 3 fairies, Lily, evolve Lily, give +2/+2 to the fairy, and go face.
And go face. Okay. If he plays something, trade with them
Yes, trade
and evolve.
Yep.
Okay, understood.
Why is he coaching him to trade? That's not how you play this deck.
Yes, there were a few interesting choices right there. Or not an interesting choice, but just tell me what you think about this.
And I'm not sure that Pizza knows about Valdane's secondary effect of the Shadow Corrosion. Shadow Corrosion, if you play the second copy of it, then it's gonna be able to destroy a thing.
Yeah,
and
if he trades in right here.
If he plays both copies of Corrosion, it's gonna be really, really good. I think from how it looks, it seems like he knows the effect.
He can still do it. He can still do it.
He's gonna draw first, keeping me nervous.
Okay, no. So now he can't anymore, right? Now that he's down to 1 play point.
No.
Oh, he still can.
Although
because it gave him one back.
Oh no! Does he know the secondary effect? No.
No, that would have been so good. So if he trades in now, this is a big waste of a trade.
Oh man! If the 6/6 isn't on the board, that's not gonna be enough pressure. Oh.
Only 3 damage.
I think from what Eldrin and Lavinius were talking about, it sounded like they were going to trade in if there was something on the board. So this is quite a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
oh, no.
I wouldn't trade it. You shouldn't trade in Masamune,
no.
right? It's not a threat. Well, I mean, at least there's still
trading.
I mean,
trading dance game.
Yeah, no. I mean, you got to play this like. I feel like people have to approach this as more like a deck like Roach, like I was saying earlier. Like,
oh no!
Oh, double no! Oh, just buffing one. Oof. All right, so we're definitely seeing the effects of the coach muted turns.
Oh no!
This is a lot of damage. This is, I mean, you were saying it before. It's ringing absolutely true. This is such a difficult deck to play, especially on turns. There's so many key turns that are turns that you can't like have your coach. So now this is going to be. I mean, you get the evolve, so you can hit for.
They're probably
9
still
phase.
winning. They're still winning.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay.
This could have been 11 phase, and just stronger in general. And how many of their fairies? 3 of their fairies still have Storm.
Yeah, so lethal damage from hand. It's not gonna be enough. What's a good draw? I don't think they have a good draw here.
Yeah, they don't have any Evo points.
Yeah, no Viridian Magna. They played 2 Masamune out. Seems like it's gonna be game. Oh man.
Yeah, because at the best they are taking 9 damage next turn.
Wow, if the 6/6 Valdane survived, or it probably would have made a difference.
It would have. I mean, it absolutely would have, because they wouldn't have had possible lethal next turn.
Yeah,
right?
no.
Oh, no, wait, they would have.
Even with Masamune top deck, it's not gonna be enough. Be the second copy of Masamune, but that's not gonna make an impact. Rending, no, there's no out here. That's gonna be game 2. It looks like. Yeah, explosive game from the Force side, but really not. I think they could have played it much cleaner.
Yeah.
And this time around, they did make sure to give as many fairies Storm as possible. So looks like that made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, definitely could have been some better ordering and stuff, but I mean, overall it's working. And I mean, that's one of the big strengths of the Amataz deck, as it's about to win this game. Don't even play the last one. Is that like if you're not threatened enough, then you have a lot of time to just build up boards and then just swing in, right? Which is exactly the way we see it. Even though it could have been played slightly better, but yeah, the biggest thing
they could have hit face more.
Yeah. The biggest thing is just I think.
I got that. Okay.
Well, honestly, on both sides, there were just like a lot of traits that didn't need to happen.
Panic.
Right?
And another crucial part about that game, of course, was the fact that Amatz was drawn, and they had a really great hand with Puck. Puck, the only card in the deck that generates 3 fairies on its own over the course of 3 turns, but still, if you play it as a 1-cost amulet, it'll give you 3 fairies, and by itself, that's half the requirement for Amatz, the 6 fairy count. So that was really, really important. Wily Puck, really great card. And compared to game 1, where there were only a few fairies in hand, and it just wasn't enough to close out the game.
So moving back to the first quarterfinal that we had with Slyssa, she said something that really resonated with me was, I don't think he knows how much I hate reading. And I mean, we saw 2 misplays coming out in this game from both Pizza and Lavinius, not understanding the full skills of their card. One with the fairy upgrades, and then the other with the which card was it that he misunderstood?
Valdane's Shadow Corrosion.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's like coming into this third and final game of this series, they're gonna need to learn how to read their card descriptions, or the coaches are gonna have to need to do a better job at drilling it into them.
I'm sure after those plays were made, it's been talked about.
And it sounds like we are about to get into that third and final game. Who's gonna take it and move on to the first semifinals?
Yeah, this is a real toss-up for me. I mean, we've seen some pretty good hands though so far from I think the Amatage deck. I want to see what happens if there's potentially not such a great draw. But I mean, it is built that there's never going to be like a terrible draw. The worst thing that can happen is since it has such a little draw that you don't get either an Amatage or a Divine Smithing, right?
But I think some of the blame for Pizza and Azure Cloud that last game definitely lies on Azure Cloud. When setting up the turn, I don't remember what turn it was, but playing out the first Valdane and the second Valdane was already in hand, and I think he was saying, oh, the second Valdane's in hand, probably going to evolve that the next turn. He should have clarified what the second Valdane does and how it's different from the first copy of Valdane. So Valdane's Shadow Corrosion gives you the ability, a leader effect, that you deal damage at the end of your turn equal to the number of Neteran Crate trees destroyed during this match. But the second copy, you don't gain the same effect more than once, so instead the effect becomes destroy a random enemy follower. So the effect changes, and when you play a second copy of Valdane, you would use it for removal rather than for the spell becomes a removal card rather than giving yourself a leader effect. So you definitely should have clarified on that point.
Yeah, so it's always useful. It's a very good card, obviously.
Yeah.
And okay, so we are seeing Divine Smithing already in the starting hand, so that's going to be one of the aggressive starts. We see the Arborist for another buff, but not a huge amount of fairy production, I guess you could say. There's not none. But.
Nature's Guidance is also a pretty awkward card, especially going second. So we talked about it last game, but you can only have 2 other cards besides fairies and Amats in your deck if you're gonna have if you're gonna activate that. So if you're gonna activate Amats for 6 fairies. So you don't have enough hand size to support a variety of different cards. And if you're filling those cards up with random cards, different cards, which Nature Guidance does, then it makes it difficult. Divine Smithing by itself is not going to be enough damage. But it looks like this game, there's going to be some damage from board. We haven't seen that so far. It's usually a little bit easier, much easier to get damage from hand when you're going first, but sadly, unfortunately for them, they've gone second all 3 of these games, I think.
Yeah, but we do see that there's going to be no way to... Wait, right? There's no way to prevent this at least 4 damage next turn, so that's already a solid... Yeah. I mean, they could have drawn... Disdainful Rending, I guess, was the only... No, they could have drawn the new mini expansion card, the Tyrants.
Yeah. I don't think Dragon quite minds this amount of damage coming in as long as the Foresight doesn't have an early activated Amats, but they don't have any board clears in hand so far. I think there's only 1 or 0 copies of Genesis Dragon and only 2 copies of Ian, so not drawing one of those is not really that unlucky. They're just playing fewer copies of them.
Well, I believe we are... Yeah, we're
going this is the version with 0 copies of Genesis Dragon 3 Dawn Splendor, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really interested to see like when they're going to use Dawn Splendor. But so on the other side, on Lavinius and Eldrin's side, we're going into a turn without the coach, right? So I think that from a newer player...
No, it's an odd turn.
Odd turns all have the coach.
Yeah.
Wow, why do I keep thinking it's backwards? Never mind. I was going to say that, like, from a new player's perspective, it's always more difficult to know whether or not you should be trading or whether or not you should be just going face. And I think Lavinius is going to be in that situation, but Eldrin should have the answer. Maybe let's take a listen in just to see what their plans for the future
are. Okay. All right, you're alive.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so that was that was indeed the correct play. So
the correct. Thank you.
What we're gonna do now is to clear our board. They would need exactly 2 cards, which I believe they shouldn't have. The reason that have a probability.
Okay, that's fine.
So we are going to play Sylvan Justice and kill the
Sylvan, kill the 2/2. That's what I was gonna do. Okay. Play fairy and go face.
Yes.
Oh.
And next turn, what you do next turn? You play Lily.
Okay.
Your entire board gets +1/+1, and you evolve one of the followers that can attack face and go face
Okay.
with everything.
Understood.
I'm trying to think what would be the best draw, because I don't think anything that happens changes our turn unless they have the dragon and 3 damage to it to kill it.
Mhm.
If he plays a follower with ward, with the like shield thingy that you can attack through, then you're gonna trade with evolved Lily and something into it probably. Preferably water fairy, because it will give you a fairy to hand to give it storm 2 with divine smithing. But your next turn is just Lily. Evolve one of the followers you have on board now.
One of
that can
them
attack face.
here.
Yeah,
Okay.
and go face with everything.
Okay.
Yeah,
Understood.
that's it.
I'm pretty sure Lila's so Lila has a fanfare effect and an enhance effect. The fanfare effect gives +1/+1 to another allied follower with at least 4 attack, and enhance 4 gives +1/+1 to all other allied followers. But if the 3/1 survives, I'm pretty sure you can go like evolve 3/1 into 5/3, Lila select the 5/3, and then it'll give that one +2/+2, and everything else +1/+1.
It says,
I'm
it
pretty
says
sure you get
instead.
both of it. Instead?
It says instead on the card.
Okay, okay, never mind. Never
Yeah,
mind.
I had that exact same thought. though.
Instead, okay.
And I was gonna say the
was
same
mistaken.
thing until I just did
Okay,
it right now.
I was
That would have been
100%
really
sure.
cool though.
But the render
But it's not
is gonna
surviving.
come.
Yeah.
Another interesting part was I was debating versus playing Sylvan Justice and playing Airbound Barrage. Airbound Barrage on the 3/1 Fruitful Avatar and then play it out again would have increased the fairy count in hand, and that's also pretty significant. So I was wondering about that.
So they did preset their turn. They talked about it.
Yeah,
Wow,
but
which is all-
like if the opponent isn't gonna full clear your hand, it might have been full clear your board. Then it might have been a turn where you can evolve face and play Divine Smithing for 4, and you would have like pretty good stuff in hand already. A good count of fairies in hand already.
Yeah, I mean, there were some other options too, like Fairy Whisperer is in there. So you could play Fairy Whisperer
And
then you
ignore
have,
the opponent.
yeah,
It's also another option.
or I mean, you have the Barrage potentially, or the Nature's Guidance,
Yeah.
just to get the Nature's Guidance out of your hand because you haven't had a great opportunity yet to use it, right? Just some other option maybe potentially. I mean, this is putting a lot of pressure, and we are already seeing down to 9 life for Pizza and Azure Cloud, but the other options were there, right? And now
definitely.
we're on also just we're on an evolve turn with 2 evolve points left. So the ability to clear should be pretty strong right here, and the threats directly out of hand right now, not that scary, seemingly, from the Almataz deck.
Might see the new card Dawn Splendor come out, not in the way that you want to use it. You want to use it to block storm damage, but might be necessary to use it to trade here.
Yeah, that's tough. Especially just because you're getting so low, you're getting to that perfect point where like thorn damage is the potential to just close you out.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot it did that.
Yeah, it has the evolve effect.
Yeah, that's super cool. So that's a really nice trade. It leaves 1 damage on board, which is still not enough to take it out. And then of course any of the storms that they play. I don't think there's anything with yeah, I think so. Pretty much anything that they play won't be able to take it out, except for unless they evolve. They're gonna have to use an evolve point. Obviously, there's other answers in hand that we can see. So stuff like Airbound Barrage.
8, 9. Whisper Bounce will kind of overdraw, but that is what you want to do, I think. Whisper Bounce. What else is there?
You could play Divine Smithing and then bounce Lila.
Divine Smithing.
If you Divine Smithing bounce Lila, then next turn
bounce Lila first then.
Oh wait.
That's an option.
Yeah, you're right. My ordering was off.
What about Evo Face, Hit Face, Airbound Barrage Lila, and then Divine Smithing?
That's good. That's good. I like that.
And then makes it so that Ian can't drain off of your board.
Yeah, yeah.
And they can't set up a Viridian Magna ward. I like that.
Yeah, that was definitely a good option. So they're going for something similar. They're just trying to fill their hands with as many fairies.
This is really slow though. I think it's too slow.
Yeah,
And it doesn't set up a 2-turn lethal. I really think they should set up a lethal soon.
Wait, this can do 3, 6.
There's only like
No, they have lethal next turn potentially.
there's only
right? Because they could still divine smithing and then play two
smithing Fairy Evo Lila would do 4, 5,
well,
6, 7, 8.
Yeah, even smithing
wait,
Fairy
wait.
Evo is enough,
4,
right?
5, 6, 7. That's only 7 damage.
No, because if you do smithing and then Fairy, then that's 6 on board, and then you Evo, and then that's 8, right?
But you're not expecting the board to survive, right?
No, well, I'm just saying, yeah.
Yeah.
If we're talking like, yeah. Sorry, I was just saying like it sets up the potential. It's not as good. It's obviously not as strong as if you sit them down to 5. No taunt though. Honestly, so they don't have a lot of threats on board, and they don't have any way of getting rid of their own Viridian Magna to set up the taunt. So maybe do you just Divine Smithing this turn and then just like
Fairy hip face no Evo, so you can't trade in with the but Viridian Magna can hit into 2 things.
I was
so
gonna say you just
Fairy.
Don't play. Maybe you play just like 1 Fairy. And
there's also Ian. If you the leader effect is that if Viridian Magna is on board, if there is no Viridian Magna on board, summon 1. So you can use Ian Evo to activate the Viridian Magna effect. So if there's anything, I think optimally it's like nothing, or like this is too hard. But last turn was a mistake.
Oh, I don't know about this. This is
now they can activate the 4/6. So they're gonna Evo face. Do they have Evo through a 4/6 ward?
Yeah. Well, if they swing face right now, they can do it next turn.
It looks like
right?
Yeah, they have it in hand, but do they have it through everything?
I don't know.
Heal.
The heal's nice. That's a really important heal.
It's still not going to be enough. So there is Fairy Lila. Fairy Lila. And then that's 9.
And then you
11.
evolve the Lila, and then
11 damage. And
yeah, that's enough. That's more than enough. And that's not saving him, right?
Yeah.
Well, they can get a draw, so that's something.
Let's listen in on Pizza and Azure Cloud.
What's horrible now? Okay.
Okay.
This doesn't actually do anything because we can't have 2 Viridians on board at the same time. So let's just trade the Viridia into the 2/1 and the 4/3.
Yeah.
And then let's just VOD and Evolve play the spell, like try to pressure them for lethal. So like they need to have enough to kill us next turn, which they probably do, but if they don't, then we can win. I'm not sure if there was any better play there. And then next turn, just like try to get the other Viridia played as well. Just like clear as much and ward as much and heal as much.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the fairy count is a number that you should be keeping track of, and there are 4 fairies in hand, which means fairy, trade in 3 fairies, and then Evo phase with a fairy is lethal. So the only out there for Pizza and Azure Cloud was to evolve the 2/2 Pathfinder on the board and get another draw in, and that had the potential to draw another Ian, an Ian, or another heal with Dragon Shaft or something like that.
Or another Travel Hose maybe was enough. my math is very off right now, but
Yeah, repose. So that wouldn't have been lethal, like, shown. And repose wouldn't have been lethal. Would have been lethal in this case, but
yeah.
yeah, they had 6 damage to the ward, or even more
Yes,
than
you're
that.
right. You're right. It would have been just
7
perfect.
damage.
All right.
So I guess both of the heal cards weren't enough.
No.
Yeah, I guess they had no outs
Dragon was
there.
enough. Dragon was enough.
Yeah, well,
Was it?
congratulations to Lavinius and Coach Eladrin. They're moving on to the semifinals to take on Slyssa and Zero Fun.
Yeah. We get to see the Amataz deck go through, which is really cool. That's totally new deck archetype. Totally new deck to be an effective archetype is what I should say.
Yeah.
Just coming out from this new mini expansion, and I really haven't gotten to see very much of it in like a broadcast format.
So that deck only came about with this new expansion.
It's a mini expansion. They're little like. They add cards into an expansion partway through, so they'll be like, how many cards is it? Like, 50?
It's like 2 per class and then 1 gold neutral card.
Yeah.
So you get 1 new gold card, which was Divine Smithing, and 1 new legendary card, which we won't see today, but the Primal Giant's also
Cool. Well,
pretty
let's
good
go ahead
card.
and take a look at our updated bracket so we could see all of our lovely winners so far. Names up there. There we go. Moving on to the first semifinal, we have Slyssa and Coach Zero Fine taking on Lavinius and Coach Eladrin. But now we're going to get to the other side of the bracket where we're going to see CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red take on Snakenade and Hishiro. And then in that game 4, we're going to see Baywitched and Coach Doolin take on BlessRNG and Tempo Storm Essia. I'm excited for that side of the bracket. I like that we have CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red teaming up again.
Yeah.
Hopefully they do better this time than they did when they were originally paired up together.
Yeah, I think they win 1 game and then they went out.
Yeah, they
had made it to sem.
I
Wait,
think
did
they
they make
paired up twice so far, but
Okay.
They have. Yeah.
So I think we're just thinking different ones, but
Mhm.
I'm always a really big Akamaru Red fan in general, like just as like
Yeah.
a player and as like a coach and as a caster and everything like that. So
Yeah.
I always want to see him go really far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
We'll get
remember he
to-
was one of the coaches that we really liked.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, but games aside, we also have another exciting thing happening that we're going to be announcing on stream. We have another card reveal segment planned out for you. Here we go, confidential look. Okay, so if you can try, like I honestly challenge you, try to guess what's behind the blurred out image, completely censored.
That's like a really good blur. And also,
It's really good.
just for the record, they legitimately would not let me see the card. Like, so I have not seen it yet,
Ooh.
and I get to
It's gonna be
live
fun.
react to it.
Yeah.
Any guesses? It looked like it was pink and purple swirls. Does that mean flowers? Does that mean it's Havencraft or Forestcraft?
I
Does it
don't
If you
mean-
looked in the top right, you could see the color of the class. If you were
Oh.
very if you looked at that closely.
I was
but-
looking at the bottom of the card, and I was like, can I see it through the blur? And I'm like, no, I can't.
They put like a little green dot over the cost as well, so
Oh,
you
really?
couldn't tell. So I'm like, ooh, all right, maybe we get another dinosaur dragon going in there. But we have all of that, and more coming up. And when we come back from this really short break, we're also going to have a super special segment from Potwasher. So stick around. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Buddy System. We are about to get into our second round of quarterfinal games, but before we do that, we have a special segment talking about some of the new cards from the mini expansion from Potwasher.
Okay, so far we've seen Divine Smithing from the Roach deck, and also heavily featured in the Amat's deck. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit, and also the Dragoncraft mini expansion card. The Tyrannosaur, Wildfire Tyrannosaur is also a very, very impactful card from the mini expansion. As well as, coming up, we're going to see Natura Haven. Natura Haven has been on a tear this entire expansion, and now we're going to be able to see it again in the Buddy system, but it's been taken down a few notches. There's first the nerf to Golden City, and now to Agnes. Agnes is still played in the deck, of course, still key card, but significantly weaker, so I want to talk about these things.
Okay. Although Natura Haven did, of course, get something very, very good, which I'm sure
Yeah,
we'll mention
yeah.
at some point
And
too.
it also, let's talk about Natura Haven first then. So, this deck, very clean list. Generally 9 2 drops, as well as cravings. This particular list is running 3 scripture, and I think Snake Nade and Hishiro also have a secondary deck that has less copies of scripture and something else. I don't quite remember, but so Craving Splendor, give +4 damage, +4 attack to a follower, then deal 4 damage to that follower.
Ooh.
Has been a really instrumental, important card for the deck. It's a removal card, and it also acts as a damage card when combined with storm creatures like Agnes and also the Meowskers. Captain.
Meowskers.
Yeah, Meowskers. You evolve Meowskers, it's a 3/5, and then you can put the Craving Splendor buff on it. And Agnes used to be a 4/5 in stats, where you could play it out, play Agnes out, and play Craving Splendor without evoing Agnes, and that was really powerful synergy. But now that there's only 4 health on the Agnes, it's going to be necessary to evolve it if you want to combine it with Craving Splendor, and so that's why there are a few copies of Craving Splendor being played now. But I still personally think it's really strong. You still need to conserve Evolve Point with this deck in order to get your Daffodil down for Enhanced 7. So that's going to put a bunch of trees into your hand, and you need the trees in order to activate everything else, including the new card Keratin. And that's going to deal X to a damaged enemy follower, recover X play points. X equals the number of allied amulets that have been destroyed this match, and the easiest amulet to destroy is going to be the Niteran Great Tree. So to get that count up, you need the Daffodil Enhance up, and to get the cost of Agnes down from 8, and you get the cost of Agnes down by destroying enemy allied amulets, and if it's a Niteran Great Tree, you subtract 2 each time you play an extra Niteran Great Tree. So, and in order to activate these synergies, you really need a lot of trees, and to do that, you really want to play the Enhance effect, and to do that, you want to hold on to Evolve Point, you want to play the removal cards, and that's why there's so many being played. Even though this Craving Splendor has been cut down to 1, they're still playing 3 scripture instead in this particular version of the deck.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it's really the trees are just the glue that hold it together, which is why it's Natural Haven, right?
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
But a lot of synergies, and it's going to be even more crucial than ever to play very accurately and make sure you're not wasting damage, you're not wasting evolve points, and you're taking damage at particular points in time, and you have to evaluate whether or not you can leave something up on the opponent's side of the field, and you can wait a turn before fully clearing the board with Kel or something like that, and those are going to be coming into play. We'll see the matchup coming up soon and how that particular deck faces against other decks, but we'll talk about that again when that comes up.
Yeah, we're going to see it in our first matchup of the second round, actually. But before we get into that, let's go ahead and do a quick little review of our format and rules. So for the format for Buddy System, each team consists of 1 streamer and 1 professional Shadowverse player who is acting as their coach. Everyone is allowed a maximum of 2 decks per team, but today we've actually seen some teams a little confident in only bringing 1. This tournament is a best-of-3 single elimination. We started with the quarterfinals, and we are now on the second round of that. Now for the coaching rules. In Game 1, there are no coaching restrictions, so the coaches can help their player as much as they like, or backseat game as much as they like. But when they get into Games 2 and 3, the coaches will be muted during all of the even turns. We like to crank up the difficulty a little bit. First place will be walking away with $2,500, second place followed up with $1,500, and third place with $1,000. Now that's what everyone here is playing for, but everyone at home, you guys, it's not too late. You could win some card packs. All you have to do is open up Twitter and use that hashtag #SVBuddySystem, and who knows, maybe you open up some of these new OP cards, a little bit of Broken, a little bit of Meowskers. I want Meowskers. Please give me Meowskers card packs. But let's go ahead and look at the other teams who are playing. Hopefully they will have Meowskers. Here we have the grayed out teams of people who have already been eliminated. There we see Team Bitter Blossom with Lavinius that we just saw play, but where are our red and blue boys? There they are, Double Dragon, taking on the Ouroboros. Ouroboros?
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros.
Snake that.
Is it an
ate
FMA
itself.
reference?
Yeah.
It's some mythological thing. I'm not exactly sure where exactly it's from.
I'm saying it's an FMA reference.
Sure.
But there we go. First 2 games out of the way for today. 2-1, full series. I'm excited. Do you guys think that we're going to get some more full series going into 3 and 4?
Oh, yeah. We do quite a bit for whatever reason at the Buddy System. It's really cool. And also, I mean, we've seen things like, for instance, in the last game, we had Pizza win the first game with coaching, and then in the games where there was only half coaching, we saw Lavinius pull it out both times.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, Game 3, CovertGoBlue and Coach Akamaru Red taking on Snake Nade and Hishiro. Game 4, then we're going to see Baywitched and Coach Doolin take on BlessRNG and Coach Essia. And then there we have our first semifinals already set up with Slyssa and Coach Zerofine taking on Lavinius and Coach Eladrin. We actually have a really good setup of games and series today.
Yeah, we do. And also just like decks against each other. I mean,
Yeah.
we talked about this a lot, but obviously the mini expansion just came out.
Yeah.
And we are getting to see some new things like almost every single set, like things that we haven't been able to see before. There hasn't been a whole lot of like broadcasts and stuff just in general since the mini expansion, because it really was it was only like a week and a half ago or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
2 weeks
something
ago.
like that.
Yeah. So I'm really excited to see, like, especially like the fact that there's like really good players, these coaches that are behind the decks,
Yeah.
and how these things are being used, to see just how it works. For me as like a newer player, I get to see how to use these cards better.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I knew Divine Smithing was really good, but I didn't really realize exactly how good it was, especially in Roach.
Yeah, it's really hard to play though.
Yeah.
It costs 4, and I've been reiterating this, but you need time to play the 4-cost card, and you need to play it in the exact moment because it buffs the stuff in your hand. We saw in the Amat's deck, playing it out, it depends whether or not how many of those fairies are in your hand at that point in time. Do you want to wait and buff more cards? Do you want to go immediately and Evil Face and try to set up immediate lethal threat? So like against Dragoncraft, I think what they were doing in that final game 3 was really risky because it was coming up to turn 9, turn 10. And that means you could ramp up once and do Ian Date Masamune. That's one of the strongest combinations you can do. And when you come up to those turns, the dragon side it's going to get way easier from then on for the dragon side. So I was expecting a faster game plan of getting the mots out quicker or getting the damage out quicker, just evolving face more. I think they played Divine Smithing a little bit later in that game, something like that. So just that balance is really, really difficult.
Yeah, also just like knowing like how much threat they can potentially like generate, or like making the read like maybe they don't have like exactly what they need, like but if you push things too fast, then maybe you'll be like just a few damage short and suddenly they stabilize, right? And
exactly.
It's
I think
tough.
we saw that in the first game where they didn't have enough damage. Maybe playing too quickly with the Divine Smithing only hitting the number of cards that they had in hand, maybe around 5 or so it was, and or maybe it was making sure to get every single point of damage that they do have to the opponent's face. So it's that kind of balance there, even though we're not seeing Amat's Wars in this following game.
But we will later. We'll see more of them.
Yeah, we'll see it later.
So just to rewind, as we have a little bit of time before we get into our next match, I know we talked about before how we have returning pairings that we haven't seen since the first week. So now seeing them play in Buddy System over the course of the last few months and watching them slowly learn, try out these new decks. Unlike week 1, we're not seeing like Alana Havencraft everywhere. We're seeing Dragoncraft. We're seeing Forestcraft. We're seeing all of these new decks. So, I mean, personally for me, I'm looking at everyone, I'm like, oh, they're all grown up. They're not just spamming this cheap junk anymore. Now they're actually trying to be innovative. But have any, I guess, players really stood out to you over the course of the entirety of Buddy System so far?
For me personally, Amazonian, I think has done extremely like better and better every single time. I think that a lot of the like reason why she and her team lost this time was just because changing the lists up. Well, yeah, the curse is 0-5. so automatically there's nothing. But just changing the lists up, and we're just talking about the smithing and how it's so difficult to use. And there were a few moments in there where it was like it almost like pushed through for like made it worth it, but it was just
like
it
one
was so
off,
tough.
one play point off lethal in the first game.
But also, like, that was a winnable game had there been, like, a little bit more aggression earlier. But it's, like, it's a very switch up in play style because normally in Roach, who's like, yeah, I'm gonna push a little bit of aggression early. It's like, no, you'd never do that, right? But it's a new game. So, just like anybody else, everybody's got to adapt. And I think that adaptation, especially against a deck that essentially got to play the same, right, was a little bit of why Amazonian lost. But I think Amazonian has really impressed me a lot in particular.
Definitely entertaining to watch. Personally, I'd say I always like watching. I like the deck selection of Akamaru Red quite a bit. A lot of the time, he makes pretty good card choices and makes sure to switch it up for first deck, second deck, and has some idea behind that, whereas a lot of these players are going in with a strong concept, just focusing on one deck and only bringing one deck. But I think Akamaru Red has always kind of brought two and worked on that. So
well, here are CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red's first deck, Double Dragon, Enter the Dragon.
Oh, that's why they're called Double Dragon, because they're playing Dragon today. Funny. No, so, I mean, we did just see this deck, very similar list overall. It's got the essentially control-ish type of deck of Dragoncraft, trying to burn you down with that Valdane damage. Is there anything hugely different about this list? I see the
honestly,
two
Big Boy Genesis again.
2 Ian and 2 Masamune is really, honestly, kind of weird. And triple Blazing Breath over playing Disdainful Rending, so that's going to be a difference. One of the cool cards, cool combinations you can do is Feral Aether on turn 1, and then play the tree plus Blazing Breath on turn 2, like going second, and then still activate Whirlwind Pteranodon on turn 3. So that's one of the strongest card combinations you can have.
Exit the Dragon.
Coach me.
Oh my god. I kind of expected it, I'm not gonna lie. I expected the naming, did not call it out.
Second version is not gonna have the what's it called? The 2 cost.
Doesn't have the 10 cost either. No Big Boy.
Yeah. No
Dragon
Dawn
Dinosaur
Splendor.
Man.
Yeah, no Dawn Splendor, and it's playing 2 copies of And Rose. We don't see that very often. It's going to be an extra ramp card, but it does require an Evo point. It's much more common to see Isla being played. The 6 cost Isla card is also ramp, but doesn't require an evolve point. Can maybe more commonly played as a ramp card, but yeah, extra ramp coming in. Not necessarily extra heal. I don't really know what that specific list is for, to be honest.
I would assume maybe it's just in case they're playing against a deck that they feel like they have more time against, that they can just they don't have to worry about the early threats, they can ramp it faster.
Maybe against like Roach or something like that, you do need to get the ramp in, and Dawn Splendor. Yeah, Dawn Splendor does matter against Roach, so I'm not quite sure. It would be a deck that you're faced up against that you don't need Dawn Splendor, and then to bring Anne Rose instead of that, I'm not quite sure what they were going for, but it's still an interesting choice regardless.
Well, let's take a look at Snake Nade's deck. Nerf this. Whoa! And if you look at the first key card, who do they have? Chef, take it away.
It's Meowskers!
Meowskers!
Everybody loves Meowskers. Until Meowskers is evoing and then craving Splendor and then hitting you in the face for like 9. Then you stop liking Meowskers.
I'm still okay with it. I'm still okay with it. And this is their first of 2 decks.
And Agnes is, it says 4 or 5,
the old
but
one.
that's before the
that is
nerf.
Incorrect.
It's all right. Well, like one more tribute to it.
Nerfed yesterday.
Yeah.
So, like literally yesterday.
Yeah, like we talk about the mini expansion being recent, but like nothing can be as recent as this nerf to Agnes, which is really cool because this is literally the first time that I'm going to be able to see the deck in action with an Agnes that's slightly weaker.
Ooh, awesome. Well, I mean, we haven't. Here's the second deck, still Agnes. And Meowskers as their key cards. But since we already talked about this deck in your little segment, why don't we talk about the actual matchup between Dragon and this Havencraft?
I'm predicting that the Haven side will bring their deck list with more copies of Blackened Scripture. There was one version with 3 copies of Blackened Scripture, the other one with 3 copies of Dominant Splendor. Probably one for versus Dragon and the other for maybe versus Roach or something like that, maybe a Mots. You want the Dawn Splendor, and the removal doesn't matter as much compared to Dragoncraft. Dragoncraft has cards like Desert Pathfinder and the Pteranodon, which have Last Words effect, summon an Eterran Great Tree, and if you're able to banish those cards, use the Blackened Scripture on those cards, then it significantly slows down their game plan. So that can be a pretty big deal.
Yeah, especially just because like those particular turns, like if they miss out on being able to get the tree those turns, it slows down their options, and then their next options past that are even slower.
Yeah, so it just kind of snowballs into affecting the entire game plan of the deck.
And here we have our 2 players on screen. CovertGoBlue looking pensively towards something in the corner. Oh, there he is. Now he's looking at us. And SnakeNade, of course, looking stoic as always. Now, I just want to point out, CovertGoBlue looks like he has potentially what may be a dragon behind him? Yeah. Dragon, dinosaur, wyvern, snake, eel.
Oh, yeah. We didn't figure out the classification
We did not.
Yet.
But that dragon has horns, so...
Yeah, it looks like a different... card game, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But regardless, the power of the dragon, it courses through you, you know? And you need it for the power of the Dragoncraft deck.
And also, I would say Dragon is a relatively easier deck compared to some of the other choices.
All right, well, we're going to see how that Dragon deck plays out for him in this first game. CovertGoBlue taking on SnakeNade. Ooh, that's a cute. Those are cute.
Yes. I still don't know all of the cards that each of those leaders are, but on the other side, De La Fee, man, I miss De La Fee in Alana. that was a little strong, Right, so let's see. We're looking at the starting hand.
Yeah.
Who do you think would be best to listen into to help decide on what to mulligan on?
So Havencraft actually is a very difficult deck to mulligan for, and let's listen on them then.
We'll probably wait a lot before playing the second one.
There we go. They're just being quiet.
Okay. So Havencraft is a very difficult...
And Akamaru Red, the other coach is going to take forever. I know him a bit. He's a teacher in real life.
Oh?
Yeah.
So you're super sweaty?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I think I'm a better player than him.
Oh.
But I know that it will take his time to explain really everything.
Yeah.
All right, so they didn't really actually talk that much about the actual hand or what to do. They're just chilling. So I haven't been here since Hiro's been a coach, I don't believe. So I'm interested to see some of his coaching style. And on the other side, actually, I want to listen to Akamaru Red because I love listening to him coach, and they've worked together before, so I want to see how they're talking.
Maybe the next turn.
Oh, yeah, that was fast. They just did it. Wow. I mean, every single turn we usually see them wait, right?
Let's listen in on the early game, maybe game 2 or game 3.
Okay,
you have to take more time on.
You're right.
Yeah. But so Havencraft, you do hold on to the Eterran Great Trees in hand more commonly, and it was interesting that SnakeNade and Hishiro decided to hold on Confectioner plus Kel. So this deck has a very difficult mulligan to be, personally, I think. And the reason for that, it depends on what they want to go for and what your game plan is and how much you want a 2-cost, and you have to kind of evaluate all of those things. So they decided to hold on to 2 cards, which makes it very unlikely to draw into a 2-cost card. And they did miss turn 2. They were able to use up the play points, but they did miss that and held on to Confectioner. And that is going to strengthen the mid-game more commonly, but they also threw away Agnes, which is a pretty good card in the mid-game, mid to late game that you might want to hold on to. So it's really difficult to evaluate whether to hold Confectioner like holding Confectioner and tossing Agnes is a real big debate whether you want to do that or hold Agnes and toss Confectioner so that you can draw into a 2-cost more commonly, and whether or not to hold on to Kel. Kel is clears almost everything against Dragoncraft in the early game that they can play up to turn 4 going first, so it does guarantee a pretty clean board early on, and then Kel 6-5 or maybe a slightly smaller size, less health, it's still going to set up against an early Valdane, and you might have to Valdane Evo trade against a 6-5, so it does set up a pretty annoying card for them. So decided to hold on to both of those, but honestly, pretty difficult.
Yeah, and we do see some nice like synergetic stuff in the hand of Havencraft right now. I mean, they drew the Golden Bell, which is gonna situate one of those Kels, right, pretty well. It's a combo that we saw in the Alana match earlier, and then we do see we're starting to see some ability to build some trees along with Featherfolk Punisher, which is another very common combo in the deck. Just for clear, but I don't really know how much they're gonna be able to not full clear, but really kill anything. All right, so
yeah,
what's the plan here? Are they gonna trade? I mean,
that does play into removal, but at the same time, if you don't get damage in, you're not gonna win this game. So, gonna make sure to get the Meowskers and Confectioner damage in. I probably would do this. I like damage.
Yeah, and
ooh,
oh, that's definitely nice. But also, just as a side note, they had another Kel, and they are playing second, so they do have a lot of evolution points.
Yeah.
So you know, if it gets dealt with, it's okay.
So generally, the game plan for the Haven side is gonna be to ignore the board for the opponent on the upcoming turn 5, and then maybe play Kel plus the heal. Traveler's Respite, or maybe Golden Bell on turn 6. For the Dragon side, oh, I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't go for Valdane Evolve. You generally want to go for that as soon as you can, and you want to use one Evolve point on Ian if you can, to heal or whatever. So, but they are gonna just prioritize getting the ramp in beforehand.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
They also weren't able to really set up too many trees, so this is definitely a bit better as far as that goes. And they clear most of the board.
Yeah. Trade 1-2 into 4-3, and then playing Kel will activate both of the last words at the same time. Both of the creatures on board have last words summon a Neteran Great Tree. Oh, wow! Okay, so probably gonna go for Bell then. Not gonna care about the getting 2 trees on the board. Getting 2 trees on the board does make it significantly, like pretty significantly awkward if there's not another copy of Pteranodon. I'm not quite sure if there's been a Pteranodon that's been played so far. I think they just ramped through the Oracle.
Yeah, I don't think it's been played. There's the Evo, and like you said, this is like a full trade if they want to do that.
Or double.
Well, no, they could.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could play. And then, do they have the play points for that?
Yeah, they're on 8 now.
Okay, so then they have exactly. Yeah, there we go. That's nice. That's a good amount of value.
Yeah, that's really strong.
And only 1 tree destroyed, but hey, every damage adds up. You know what I'm saying? And plus,
yeah,
you needed to set that up just to get the kill on Kel, which is perfect. So now this is.
You can still hold on to Evolve Point with the Punisher plus the Scripture. And maybe Aether Sneak Attack along with that. Depends on what they want to do, but it doesn't look too bad. And all the small damage that they've been doing has been adding up, and the opponent's already at 11 health. There's some Meowskers coming up as well.
Yeah, the Meowskers getting that extra damage from the Featherfolk Punisher. Now, they that was a pretty nice draw, but they're definitely getting into a scary situation. I mean, I guess they have 2 draw on hand.
I'm quite sure that their Amulet Destruction count is high enough to go Keratin into Confectioner. I'm pretty sure. What have they played? Maybe it's not only like 2 amulets destroyed, actually.
I don't know.
It might not be enough, but it doesn't look like the dragon side is gonna have a really strong board, so Kirtan might just be held here.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to waste it until you...
The Ninteran Great Tree count seems to be pretty high. Maybe around like 5-ish?
Yeah, I think
pretty. Yeah.
It's gonna be somewhere between 4 and 6. There we go.
6. Wow. Ooh, that's 8 damage from hand. 8 damage right now. And
Yeah.
what do you want to do with that? Can we get the keratin count? If you can click on that card. Be nice. 3.
3. So really
Cool.
not that many.
Keratin and then cravings set to 3. Or do you go for confectioner here and Traveler's Respite or something like that? There's 3 copies of the Featherfall Rat still left in the deck, so it would have been a pretty decent turn to try to go for that as well. The Golden Bell is disappearing, so if you draw the Rat, Angelic Rat another turn, it's not going to be able to Storm Phase, so that would have been another option.
All right, so the idea here, right, is you just set up as strong of a board as possible and hope they can deal with it. There's no evolution points.
So lethal setup for Daffodil and Agnes for 8 cost, deal 3, and also the one of Shiva in the deck. But any kind of heal is going to prevent that. And there is an Ian plus Date Masamune in hand. Seems like a pretty solid Velociraptor, Tree, Ian, Date Masamune. Otherwise, they could go for
the Viridian Magna.
Viridian Magna.
Okay.
But that wouldn't play around Shiva or Keratin.
Yeah, you're right.
Some kind of removal plus Storm. So probably Date Masamune.
Plus, that sets up lethal for the next turn.
Yeah.
Because now we're already at 7. So
7.
They literally don't need to do any more damage, and it's lethal for turns. Well, no, that's not true. There's a Traveler's Respite in their hand, but undoubtedly it'll be more than that at that point. All right, now guaranteed, no matter what.
Yeah, very, very strong Dragoncraft hand.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to stop this, right? I mean, there's no way to win at this point. I don't think they can do that much damage. 6 plus getting past the...
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. They get 2 draws. Well,
Ooh.
they get like a lot of life, and
they did draw the 3 damage they needed, but not going to be able to get through the ward, and they also healed up, so it's going to be...
Yeah, there's no way to get past this as far as I can
tell.
I mean, they're getting 2 more draws. Each of those Traveler's Respites is essentially like a 0 cost gain on Agnes. So you might as well do them if you're going to play here anyway. Which at this point you kind of need to.
Yeah, so on to the next game. What went wrong here? I guess there were no Blackened Scriptures played, so they weren't able to slow down the Dragon side, the destruction count. It was the Pteranodon that came out and the Desert Pathfinder that came out. They weren't able to stop that. No Daffodil Enhanced to get extra copies, extra Terran Great Trees out, but they did draw the one of Craving Splendor that they needed for the extra damage, so just a little bit too slow, and that might be because of the early game missing the 2-drop. That might be...
Well, honestly, you know what could have changed everything? If they had just kept the Agnes in the hand instead of the other Confectioner, maybe, right?
Yeah, it was kind of slow, and they weren't able to get quite enough damage in, but they still effectively got all their as much as damage as they could. Every time they could go face, they did hit face, and they were just a couple damage off, And they did set up a lethal without if the opponent had no heals and no wards.
Right.
Yeah, a kind of difficult situation.
Yeah, we did get to see the evolved Meowskers with the what was it, Splendor? The
Yeah.
Splendor
Right, the
onto
Splendor,
it.
yeah.
So that was the highlight of the game for me. But how are they going to be able to come back from this win? It did look like it was super close, that game itself.
Yeah, but Dragon was solidly in control of that game for sure. Closed it out really strong, and their game plan went through very well. Maybe in a following game, if they're not able to draw into Ian, I think they're only running 2 copies of Ian or something. I'm not quite sure on that, but it can easily fall either way.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like in general the whole like match played out in a little bit of like a slower fashion for Haven. Like 2 Kells, like yeah, sure you're controlling the board, but that's okay
Yeah.
because that doesn't really do anything against Dragon.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to start into this second game really soon. I mean, do you think CovertGoBlue is going to be able to pull off our first 2-0, or do you think this is going to go into a series? We're going to find out. Let's get into that second game.
Yeah, they definitely played really solid. Let's listen to the mulligan phase of Akamar Red and CovertGoBlue.
The turns, even turns, right? So, okay.
I mean, is this just good, right?
Yeah, this gives you a lot of trees and a lot of time. It doesn't give you ramp or Voldane, though. I think I would... this is tough. I would probably kick one of the Tyrannosaurus.
I can get with that.
Because then we could draw like too many blazing breaths, and then it's like our hand is kind of empty.
Yeah, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't mind this. We're going first, so we get one less card. So, and it's important to keep the 2/2 because we are going first.
Yeah. Chip damage, board position, la la la. It's a good turn 3 though. Remove and draw.
Yeah, that's the
establish
plan.
tree.
Yeah, that's the plan. You want to tempo them out. So the tempo play in Shadowverse is like 2 mana 2/2. They play their 2 mana 2/2. You remove it with a spell, and you're pushing like 4 damage throughout the game like that.
Ta-da.
Like 4 damage. Our deck is not a tempo deck, but it's nice to have the tempo, I suppose.
Ta-da, indeed. Okay,
I think
so
you know what to do. If you draw Pathfinder, that's a Pathfinder turn. If not, it's a Velociraptor turn. So good luck.
I love that. I think you know what to do.
Yeah.
Just confidence.
And they've teamed up with each other a couple times now, so definitely really solid on that department. The communication seems to be going well, and so far their game 1 looked really solid as well. I really wish they mentioned something. Going first, you really want to play Lightning Velociraptor for its 7, while having 7 or more play points. That's called the overflow, being an overflow. And that would activate, if you have at least 7 play points, then you gain 2 trees in hand. And we saw that come into play at the end of last game. But that is really, really important while going first compared to going second.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did mention the fact that, like, if there was a Desert Pathfinder, then you play that instead, right? Which is the only real alternative, because would you still play the Velociraptor over, like, any other 2-drop?
Like, if you really want to play Velociraptor for 7 or more in a game, and you have a lot of 2-drops in your deck, you might just toss the Velociraptor, just, like, dig for ramp cards instead. That's one option. You really want Pathfinder, Pteranodon, like mana plus Pteranodon, the Aether card plus Pteranodon, or maybe Traveler's Respite plus Pteranodon, or get the Oracle Dragon Oracle plus Pteranodon. Just ramp options are incredibly powerful. Going first, you can clear the board using your Evolve Point and removal cards, but once you're out of Evolve Points and you're not at 10 play points or more for Date Masamune, when you're in between those things, generally around like 8 play points or 9 play points, you run out of evil points, but you're not at Date Masamune yet. That's the most awkward part of the game for Dragoncraft, and to combat that, you can ramp faster, so you have an evil point every turn on all your turns, or you can have like Viridia Magna or more removal cards, but I think it's important to be able to have a consistent game plan with the Velociraptor and overflow state. That's important to consider when we're going first.
Well, this is a really solid turn for Haven.
Yeah.
You really love to see like that efficient clear with the Folk Punisher.
Yeah, so the Pathfinder trades, and the Last Words effect summons a tree onto the board, which would immediately activate the Punisher effect there. So gonna get a really, really nice clear, and I'm sure they're talking about turn 4, 1 to play Cal, 1 to play Daffodil. Daffodil is actually really, really good against Dragoncraft going into their first evolve turn. It really stops a lot of things. It requires like a removal card plus play something else, and on turn 5, let's say you don't have Rending plus Valdane, then you're kind of forcing a play other than Valdane, and sometimes if the Daffodil survives, you just win the game on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, Daffodil, super key card in this deck for sure that we didn't get to see last game, so this is looking pretty good so far. We also see the scripture now, but
Oracle. That's a really great draw. Oracle plus Blazing Breath will ramp up and set up for a Tyrannosaur plus Valde on the following turn, but now he's starting to run out of cards a little bit.
Yeah, and the two Dawn Splendor, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the two are really not doing a whole lot.
Yeah.
In the hand right now. I mean, they do protect a little bit later, but as far as like threats or producing more trees, just working towards the end game, not a lot going on. I mean, you get one evolve cool clear out of it, but that's pretty much it.
I really like this evolve in play, so it does play around the Valdane that's coming out, and they'll have to hit in fully a 6/5 stat line. There's only okay, that's another option.
Huh.
Double removal sets up for a stronger curse and Valdane turn the following turn. Do you play the 2/2 instead? Double Tyrannosaur, that's a lot of cards you're using, but you do want to cycle into other cards.
Yeah.
It might be a good opportunity to use that. Hold on to your evolve point.
Or not.
I believe the destroyed tree count is at like 1 or something like that. So
yeah, 1 or 2.
I don't know if it's worth it, but
a whole lot.
Yeah.
I do really think that the double. I mean, it's such a great opportunity to use the double Tyrannosaur, and then the Valdane stat line is it seems a little bit hard for Natural Haven to deal with, unless you have specifically that what they literally just had, or you know if they're gonna like evolve a Kel just to take it out, then like that's a little bit of like a waste on their end. It's not really a waste, but it's a lot to commit for it. Plus, you know, they would have had a lot more card draw just to like have more options in the next turn. And
yeah,
you really want to. I mean,
I don't think you have what you want in your hand yet. So probably wanted to cycle into that, and this only deals 1 damage, so maybe cycling through with your trees first might have been a stronger option. Oh, and really great card, Confectioner pickup for Snake Nade and Hishiro. Gonna be able to set up for a future turn. There's already 1 Agnes in hand. It's looking pretty decent. Let's listen in on Snake Nade and Hishiro.
The free PP. You just draw. Let's get more Agnes. Okay. Oh, we have another Daffodil for turn 7. That's cool.
Yep.
You can play a Squix, get a 3 in hand. 2/2, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Then for next turn, they only have 1 tree destroyed, right?
Yep.
And they had to crash the Valdane.
Just 1
I hope we don't get in the same situation as last game, where they just have lots of trees.
Yeah.
Next turn, we want to empty the end a bit for Daffodil, so
Yep.
that we have enough space. So we are maybe going to do like Blackened Scripture or Cal, or if you don't take an amulet that's 1 cost, you can play it and have the squeaks go face,
Okay.
since they will gain some. Okay.
Okay. Got it.
Now this puts the Dragon player in a... Oh, there's another Valdane actually. But that still puts him in a little bit of an awkward spot. Like, had they used the 2 Tyrannosaurs or last turn, then this turn they could have done Valdane, swing into the 2/2, and then they would have to commit a lot. They would have had to commit like the Confectioner also, and then a Blackened Scripture or something like to get rid of it, right? But now, like, do you want to use the Tyrannosaur burns on the these 2 like minions on board, because they're not that scary, you know?
Yeah.
You want the cycle, obviously, but
The 6/5 stat line is actually really good for Dragoncraft, but we're getting into that turn where you're at a point in between being able to clear stuff with Masamune at 10 play points, and you're the in-between state coming up soon. But if you have a strong tempo turn here, you have the Oracle coming up, it looks like they're gonna get through even without an Evo point. So I think this tempo play is fine. 6/5 stat line, dodges, Craving Splendor, and kind of requires something like a Evo trade-in from a larger card like Daffodil. That's really significant.
yeah, they could, well, wait, what, they're going to turn 6? Yeah, that's rough. Because at least if they were like 1... No, yeah, no, they have to commit a lot, actually.
Yeah.
They would have to... Yeah, nothing that they have... They
Oh, okay. So the Daffodil Tree Agnes is now an option with the Virtuous Aether didn't have to be drawn to make that play, but it seems like the only option here. So that would put a 3/3/3/4 on the board, push 6 damage, and I guess you're still in a decent spot. You're not losing, at least, against a pretty good dragon hand. Yeah, as an experienced player, you'd go for Daffodil pretty much immediately, I think, but
Yeah,
what else is there?
This is a coach-muted turn, and honestly, like, you know, as a not-experienced player,
Yeah.
for me, you look at a hand like this, and there are just so many options, and it's
Kel
really difficult.
Scripture does reduce hand size a little bit, and then maybe you Daffodil next turn, but you do want to cycle through your deck a little bit more, maybe? Opponent's at 8. The 6/5 is also really strong.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have considered that play a little bit more.
It's a really nice feeling play, like, math-wise. Like, it was all perfect. It gives you a little bit of healing back.
I really want to push the damage, though, and I think the 3/4 generally survived on board, getting you like 6 damage or so. You know this. Actually, you know that the second the curse is in hand. The second curse is in hand already. So yeah. That's actually given information. Should have realized that.
Another big thing is that, like, we know that
Oh,
the
Dawn Splendor is also
Splendors
coming out.
exist, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, maybe you think, like, I gotta take storm damage when I can.
Going into turn 7, Dawn Splendor might be a good play. You would ideally want to play the draw card here and set up for just cycle through the deck, get other cards that you really need, but Dawn Splendor, it's also a good time to use it.
Yeah, it gets you into that 10 play point turn. Shadow's Corrosion, Dawn Splendor is super safe, right?
Yeah. Is that enough trees destroyed, though? It seems a little bit slow. And you haven't drawn into Masamune yet, so you need more card draw. It's hard to say. I guess you can go like Viridia Magna plus Tyrannosaur next turn, and you can clear off a lot of stuff. So you can survive for sure, but I don't know if it's enough. Let's listen in on Snake Nate and Hishiro on this turn.
Play 1 tree. Okay, we have to be careful because this card gives -2 attack to our storm if we go face for this turn. So what we can do? It's a bit hard actually.
I'm gonna need you for next turn too.
Yeah, play another tree.
Okay.
Play a tree. Attack with free attack into the 2/2.
The 3/3 into the 2/2. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so next turn, if I don't play another anti-storm card, you start by throwing the Agnes.
Okay.
And you might want to use a Daffodil again and break 2 or 3 trees to get the other Agnes down too. Use your Evo if necessary, if they play a lot of followers.
Okay.
And if you have the occasion to, use a Traveler's Respite Wheel to make sure we are out of range.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting part about that turn is that they actually didn't play around Viridian Magna killing her. It has 6 health and can attack twice and gets a ward out on the board if you're able to remove it off the field, which to do that, there needs to be 6 attack on the board or more. So by playing in and leaving a higher attack dude on the board, it actually allowed for the extra ward.
Which they're
the ward on this turn. Yeah.
So what would the play have been? To swing into it with the 2/2 and then play the
Just
next
drop
tree
mouse.
last to get it a 1/1?
That would have been
on board?
a decent option actually.
Well, now there's the ward, and not dropping Agnes last turn means that now it has to deal with the ward. Oh, and a burnt. Was that a Traveler's Respite? Or
Yeah, I think so.
It was that or Black and Scripture. All I saw was it was.
Scripture maybe? Yeah, I didn't
It was
quite catch
fast,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. 8, 7, 2.
Well, hand size is definitely an issue. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
it's a burn card.
It should be fine though. Most likely has to Daffodil evolve into the 4/6, but you do want to Agnes first. Get the 0 cost out and make sure you have trees out. Get the extra tree in hand. Okay, that's gonna be really good next turn.
That will. It looks. I mean, I think the count's really high this turn, or this game, I should say.
Yeah, seems like it. Maybe, what do you do here? Daffodil hidden. I think Daffodil hidden for sure. And then maybe you just play both the other trees.
Go face. I mean, they're definitely. It seems to me that the natural.
Oh.
What? Interesting.
Yeah, that's not fast enough. Oh, gonna trade. Oh no.
Oh no, this is a Coach Muted turn too.
Yeah, the opponent is kind of a burn deck at this point.
So
Dealing damage every turn, so you really need to get their life down. The Valdane's Shadow Corrosion is going to be dealing
4
increasing numbers of damage every single turn.
So
they need to set up a 2-turn lethal, something like that.
Yeah,
but
realistically,
yeah,
I think
they could have pushed 8 or 9 damage that turn, and instead they pushed 0. The opponent's at 20.
Yeah, this is tough. Oh, double Blazing Breath. I mean,
yeah.
You just get another tree here for this. That's really like clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you're gonna. This is almost definitely. This is almost 100% gonna be lethal on the next turn for Dragon.
Yeah,
right.
and you can even play it safe and go for a Dawn Splendor here instead of the Pteranodon, is what I was gonna say, but.
I don't think. Yeah, I mean, it almost doesn't matter, right? They literally need to do 22 in one turn, and especially the fact they're only running one Craving Splendor,
yeah, maybe you just take the extra damage over 2 turns and play the Pteranodon instead of taking less damage. Like, just make sure that they die no matter what by playing the Pteranodon instead of playing this Dawn Splendor. Maybe this line of play is correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is going to be 7 now, right? Oh, wait. They could have played one more tree, right?
No, they drew it last. So
Oh,
they drew at the very end of the turn,
Okay,
so
okay,
they
okay.
couldn't. They
Got
played the Pteranodon first. I
oh
think.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, well, regardless, I mean, I think that they're going to see that there's no chance of life. They're actually 1 turn away from being able to potentially have survived with the Virtuous Aether,
Yeah.
but it's the only important turn. So yeah, it doesn't look like there is any chance here. I mean, the problem is just the life gain to begin with.
Yeah,
There's just nothing.
I don't know if Hishiro was like properly communicating the need to hit face.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Eladrin and Lavinia is coming up soon. It's gonna be really important to make sure to deal enough damage with these decks. So that's definitely something to look out for.
They're getting in their damage while they can, and by while they can, I mean while they're still in the tournament.
Yeah. So turn 6, they weren't able to get the damage in, and then they got blocked by the Dawn Splendor for turn 7. I think the Dragon side, it really fit in well with the game plan. They correctly anticipated the Daffodil coming out on turn 7 and blocked a ton of damage from coming in on that turn 7. And they had the Valdane Shadow Corrosion, the second copy in hand already, so that's single target removal. So
it was all perfect. It was all right on.
I respect the analysis and everything, but that was our first 2-0 series.
It was a pretty clean 2-0 also.
Yeah.
And those were 2 surrenders in a row on the side. Snake Nade, wasn't it? He was just like, I'm not even going to play the rest of it out. I know how this goes.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't situations where it was like, well, maybe if they don't have this, it was just like, I just die next time.
All right.
Like, you just know.
Yeah.
Yeah, knowing fate can awfully be painful. I like to usually just keep punching up where it's like, okay, but maybe, like I messed up on this turn. Maybe they can mess up on the next turn.
Maybe they'll disconnect.
Maybe they'll disconnect. Who knows? What we do know is that we have updated brackets. Let's go ahead and take a look at those. CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red, our first team to advance to that second semifinal game. And now we're going to get into game 4 to see who is going to face up against them. We're going to see Baywitched and Coach Doolin take on BlessRNG and Tempo Storm's Essia. Whew, and this is Baywitched's first time being a part of Buddy System, right? We have so many veterans who have been with us since week 1, and it's cool that we are still having some new people come cycle in. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer.
Yeah, or maybe if they're the one who can finally defeat Zero Fine, right? That's what we're cycling new people in. It's like, all right, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. This current expansion is actually really punishingly difficult because each of the turns are incredibly important, and when you make a mistake at an early part of the game, it really affects the following turns a lot. We saw the turn 6 from the last game. In some other matchups, just one turn of some a little bit funky plays really messes up the entire game, and it's really challenging in that way.
But I gotta say, like, that's what I love so much about the game, especially as like a new player, right? Is that you play and it's very, I don't want to say like fast paced, but like you clearly see that all of your decisions matter, and it's like this turn matters, this turn matters, this turn matters, and then you see a moment where you're like, well, I just didn't do enough damage this game, and you're like, where was that moment that I played wrong? Where could I have fished for more damage? And you play like that game was like 9 turns, right? You play those 9 turns, and you immediately see this is where I messed up, this is where my choices mattered, which was every single choice, and then you're like, okay, I learned there, and now I'm just gonna go play another game, right? You're not gonna sit there for like
review.
you're not gonna sit there for like an hour and be like, well, at some point during this game I lost. It's like the perfect amount of time for me, and intensity, which is super high.
It's moments really like those where you feel sad. But before we get into our next game, we have happy news for you guys, because our giveaway is still going on Twitter, and all you have to do in order to participate is use that hashtag #SVBuddySystem. And I actually saw in that last game, I saw the Haruhi kind of like card sticking out from like the right side, so I'm like, ooh, that feels good. That feels good. We got a little bit of representation on there. But yeah, there's so many cool new cards that are a part of this new mini expansion. So maybe you guys could pick some of those up.
Hopefully, BlessRNG has bought one of the Haruhi leaders. The Mikuru skin is the Swordcraft leader. So maybe we'll be able to see that. It depends on if he likes the series or not, but that's coming up soon.
Is there a leader skin for Nagato?
Yes.
Who is she?
It's gonna be
Shadow?
a Runecraft.
I think,
Ooh,
right? Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one made like a lot of sense to me.
Kind of.
Sword is the one that I'm like, whoa, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But
She
that's
sings
cool.
like the Mikuru Beam song where she's like beep beep beep, and I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
I think there are a lot of like maid-ish characters in Swordcraft.
You're
so
right.
There's that
There
theme
are.
going on.
That's super smart.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's-
okay, that
yeah.
kind of makes
It's a
sense then.
super old card like maid leader, and there's
Mm-hmm.
also I think Erica is kind of like a maid to the queen or something.
Well, there's
the
a few-
princess in the story. I think she's like a maid or she's like a I don't know, a guard. but
There's also
her
some cards like
outfit is kind of frilly.
what's the draw card? Is it? I don't want to. Is it called Maiden Elegance? No.
Oh, it's
What's it called? I don't know. I think
something-
we're
we'll
gonna
see it,
see
we'll
it.
see it.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
see, we'll see, because we have the first key cards coming up for Team Baywitched and Coach Doolin. Magic Peepos, Brokeback 1, 2, 3, and it looks like it's another Alana Havencraft.
Yes, we've seen this many times. I still love this deck, but we can see already one of the key cards is different than we saw earlier, which was Iridescent Sphinx. You can crystallize it for 3, gets countdown lasts 2, last word summon a Tutankhamun, who is a 5...
6/4.
6/4. Whoa, why did I think it was 5/3?
Ooh,
I was
strong
one off.
boy.
It's a 6/4, and if it has
If
more
it
than
dies,
if it dies
with more than 1 health.
more than 1 health, it comes back.
Yeah.
If it's at just 1 health, it doesn't come back.
Yeah.
But then it comes back with 1 health, so you have to math it out to get rid of it.
This specific Havencraft deck is running no copies of Unicorn Knight, so that's going to be the key difference. And it's running a random Sister Falconer. I don't know where that came from. Maybe they didn't. They just had the extra bronze card Sister Falconer lying around. Just decided to use it. But honestly, I would suggest running Unicorn Knight over that, or maybe Colette is a slightly older silver card that has a 50% chance of getting you a heal card that you can add to hand. So those are usually options played over Sister Falconer, but we saw triple Tutankhamun and also the Sister Falconer. So all those are amulet cards that set up for a strong turn later on. So it just has that theme going. It definitely fits with the deck. It's interesting.
And something that we saw, they also only brought 1 deck. So we're seeing a lot of teams transition from bringing 2 decks to just bringing the 1.
Yeah, at the start of a metagame, there was just the nerf that happened with the Agnes, and there was the mini expansion that happened not too long ago as well as... So when you don't quite know what you're going for, you don't quite know what you're up against, then maybe you just have 1 deck or something like that.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about something in specific, in particular that you're trying to tech against, then maybe you start having the second deck become more important.
And here's our first Swordcraft deck of the day. And again, this team only brought 1 deck. This is BlessRNG and Coach Essie as Future Time Zone boys. Leon loves sick games.
All right, so this is Ambush Sword, a deck entirely based around having creatures that you cannot attack and you cannot deal with, and you just have to, sorry, I guess you technically can't target it, and you just buff them until you can essentially one-shot them. But I have to say, I feel like I'm sitting next to, like, the master of Ambush Sword. Ever since I
mean, I messed up with this deck to lose in the Contenders Cup.
Okay, I wasn't gonna mention that. I wasn't gonna mention that.
Bad Wonder Chef.
But
it was
regardless,
close.
Rubbing it
was
in.
close.
No, but regardless,
I played the deck a
even-
decent amount though.
even before that, I think you've done very well
Yeah,
with Ambush
I've
Sword,
won a tournament
right?
with it.
It was it was just like one particular moment where
Sure.
life happens, right? Life
let's
happens.
just say.
That's why I wasn't gonna bring it up. You brought it up.
That's what
Okay,
it
now
was.
I feel bad. I
He
feel bad.
lagged. It's okay.
I was watching and I was very sad.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Yeah, I should have. I didn't read my card.
Oh no.
Didn't read your code.
Yeah.
Oh, rookie
But
mistake.
so that deck list, the difference between older versions of that deck is gonna be the Verdant Conflict card, Elegance in Action, and that's gonna be the card that there's the Haruhi Mikuru version of the card. And you can see,
Elegance in Action.
maybe
That's what
we'll
it was
see
called.
that.
You see, that's the card I was talking about, the made one.
But this deck has only like 6 or 7 copies, in this particular version of follower cards, and so Elegance in Action draws a card and then deals 3 damage to random enemy follower for each non-follower drawn.
All right, well, you know what? I'm going to cut you off because we are getting into our first game. So let's go ahead and see Baywitch take on BlessRNG.
Okay. So, oh yes.
Oh, yep, got it. Ooh, this is what a crossover this is with these leaders. My gosh. This is
Oh man.
This also makes me feel like I'm like living like
What
50
game
years
are we
ago.
playing?
I know. Very cool.
What
though.
is this?
This is Shadowverse. Have you heard of it? Ooh, double Kel Golden Bell. Interesting start.
Yeah, held on to Bell plus Kel. Bell Kel.
Well, you can't go wrong with Bell turn 1.
Yeah. So common misconception is that Kel actually matters in this matchup. It really doesn't. It's way too slow.
Gotcha.
And it doesn't really do much, in my opinion. So it does heal a little bit. The Quick Blader is coming out early, so.
Oh, BlessRNG's bringing out the cards. Looking at this at
Oh,
the
man, I
real life
love it.
hands. All right, what are the cards? I want to know what the cards are.
Yeah, what are the promo cards that he has?
Do you have any of the promo cards? I don't
Yeah,
assume you do.
I have a couple of them. You can only get them from playing like offline stuff. So, if you went to some of the DreamHack events earlier, or maybe like last year, or if you're lucky enough to get into Contenders Cup, then they give out card packs there. Or if you go to one of the Japanese events, there's a bunch of packs that they give out there. So all the offline stuff, the small ES tournaments give out card packs, and if you do well at Rage, they also gives you some card packs. But I think you need to win a significant amount for that.
No, I think you can also get them. So I got mine at Anime Expo.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think if you buy enough stuff from the store, they also potentially give you some, but they run out of stuff really fast. But
I think there's like some side events at Rage that give card packs as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the physical card packs are really cool.
They're so cool. You can see how they shine. You can see how like the back of them is shining.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that the second bell didn't come down. I think it's early enough in the game that the board space for so played on turn 2, the bell is gonna pop 3 turns later, so turn 5, and that's really not very significant. And you still haven't drawn Ilana, which is a really important card.
Too slow. Quick Blader just doing a little bit of damage, just going in there.
Yeah.
While the buffs begin.
This matchup in particular, the sword side doesn't care much about dealing tons of damage early and really needs to focus on setting up a large healthy Leod, and that's going to be the big thing. That's going to be important here. You need to keep on buffing Leod and get it to a large enough number, and then try to set up a 2-turn lethal after that. So a common pattern is like 7 attack Leod, hit base, hide it, and then set up 2-turn lethal through that. I think you don't hit base with much earlier than that. Like 5 attack Leod usually is enough to set up for 2-turn lethal, but in this matchup, because there's the extra heals that come out, it's usually like 7 attack Leod, or maybe even later. It just takes a little bit longer to get situated.
And
and the second, I guess the copy of Bell is going to be played on turn 5 with the Kel.
Huh, interesting. So,
and without a good top deck here, that's going to be able to clear off a...
If they double Evo the Kel, is there any way to remove it? Then it would deal
That would.
to.
Oh,
that would be a ton of damage.
Oh, that's a really good draw.
Oh yeah, perfectly timed for the
Plus-
advance cost too.
He's already played 3 followers out from the deck. There's the 1
Right.
Leod and 2 quick leaders already drawn from the deck. So there's only plus 1 Leod. So that's 4. So there's only 3 followers total in the deck. And if 2 followers aren't drawn, this Kel is gonna die.
You can still draw 1 follower and do it. So
Yeah.
the odds of it not taking out this Kel
Very, very
are
low.
huge.
That's insane. That's the best card they could have drawn. Ooh, that's the best.
Perfect.
Wow, that's the perfect outcome. Wow.
It is. I mean, they can still play Kel and take it, get rid of it, but still, that gives you more value than if you didn't do it. Oh, I love her evolve. I didn't see that. Her swing around the arms. That's great. I haven't seen much of this leader yet.
But on the next turn, wow. So Kel might be able to pull through here. Kel evolve.
Well, you can still only do 4.
Yeah,
but then next
you
turn-
have another Kel.
Yeah.
Wow.
But okay, so but here's the issue though is that like if they keep using these Kels just to clear off this single Leod, then they're not really setting up for like a win later, right? Like they can delay forever.
Yeah.
They've got the rolling for poses.
What about Robo Goblin plus Sphinx, and then you have
Next turn you do Kel evolve. Golden Bell, or sorry, you can usually do Kel evolve.
Like healer
double heal
bell
in some way.
or repair mode plus rabbit healer or bell. That might be an option. There's no health buff on the side of BlessRNG and Essia yet. It might come down to if the sword side is able to draw a card that buffs the health of Leod.
So what would the options there be then? They could draw...
There's 1 Scathach, 2 more copies of Forge Weaponry, and also triple Ivory Sword Dance.
Ivory Sword Dance for 2.
Realm of Repose. Okay. Realm of Repose is gonna make it so that it dissuades the opponent from hitting face, basically. And there aren't any buffs. No buffs.
Yeah, that's a tough spot.
That means Kel is going to be able to clear, and if a second Leod is played out,
the other Kel can potentially come out.
Yeah, Kel is going to be able to clear. Huh.
This is a really weird game because, like I said, that still is an option, but nobody's setting up to win. Neither like deck is setting up to win.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe like,
Honestly, I personally myself, I might have thought about like maybe I keep the Sphinx to hard play it later, so I just get more of a threat, and just play like.
Oh no!
Oh, this is
so
rough.
This is actually incredibly lucky for Baywitch and Dolan because they have 2 copies of 1 cost heals, and none of them are repair mode. If the opponent had a repair mode in hand, they'd definitely play around 6 damage from the Kel Evolve, but they're not gonna have that. And wow, that's gonna be it. Let's listen in on Baywitch and Dolan.
Evo it, and then play the 1-drops Rabbit and Bell. Yeah, that's easy.
Okay, well, that means you said that was easy. That's it. Okay, so pretty easy
Kind
there.
of
It's
quiet
true.
celebration there.
So this is a great option to clear the Kel and the.
Yeah.
But they got to get rid of another card first, right? Or they burn a card.
Yeah. Even if you burn a card, though, you still get
the option. But still, you don't want it,
yeah.
right? So what would be the best choice here? Oh, you don't really have. You could play Leod, but we know that there's another Kel. Well, there's no. Oh yeah. Oh, they can play Kel Evolve and then the Servant. And
yeah, they still have buffs going.
Oh wait.
The 2 amulets on board, so Sword aren't completely out of this yet. The extra wards are really good though. Servant of Repose, really strong.
Well, so here's the question: you could play the ward, or you could guarantee kill the Leod, right? But if you kill their third Leod, then you have no longer the option to use a long.
Oh
what
man.
they're going for.
Yeah, that's the third Leod.
Yep.
And that's the third kill.
So how do you possibly still win this as Sword?
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to feel here.
Okay. You don't.
Oh no. Yeah, that's rough. This is such a weird draw. There's no Alana on the top side, but they drew all 3 kills to perfectly kill all 3 Leods.
Wow.
What? That is the most.
Oh,
that is the most health that I've seen in a game when I've seen a forfeit.
No.
20 to 19.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, that was a.
No real pop-off, no real celebration coming from the side of Baywitch. She's just like, expected.
Honestly,
expected.
I think you need like a lot of context just to know just like how lucky exactly that is to like.
Yeah,
like especially
usually Kel doesn't matter much in the match.
You know what?
I
It mattered
about it,
because
too.
you said it wouldn't matter. So just to spite you, the game was
yourself.
like, let me show you.
And they drew the second copy of Bell and 3 kills. And one important factor is that Scathach is being cut down quite a bit, and buffing up the Leod to a healthy amount is really important in that matchup.
What finally tipped the scales into Bay's favor? Because I know that we were watching. It's like, well, no one's really setting up to win. Everyone's
And
just kind
then-
of like buffing the board.
It's just about like the sword deck just can't win at that
Without,
point.
the deck
Yeah.
is based off Leod, buffing Leod, and then revealing Leod, hitting the opponent, hiding it again using an assassin card. But if you don't have Leods anymore, if you're able to clear out all the Leods available, then it's just the entire deck, and you don't have another win
like,
condition.
It feels bad.
There was like 5 damage left in the deck, right? Like quick bladers with some buffs. That's pretty much the best you could do.
And there's only one quick blader left.
Oh
in the
yeah,
deck.
you're right. So it would have to be like, what would you do? Like turn 10, like quick blader. What's the max you could buff a quick blader to? You could do
not
like
much,
7
not
damage,
much.
I think.
Even because there's no evolve point either, so
yeah, that's
if
true.
you have evolve point, you can do like quick blader, buff by +2/+2, and then dual blade flurry or something.
Is there any other way to buff that's cheaper than
3, 4, 5, 10.
Well, you could.
All right, well, it looks like Game 2 is about to get underway, so let's pop into it and see if BlessRNG is maybe going to be a little bit more blessed this time.
Oh, yeah. The exact opposite. The exact blessed opposite RNG.
I think like last month, he wasn't so lucky either.
Well, I mean,
unfortunate.
The funny thing was, it wasn't even like he necessarily was unlucky. Like, he had a good hand, and he had a lot of good answers in his hand, right? But Baywish was just really lucky, which is funny because that was a hand
that was
I
a
think
really
you would hate.
good Leod hand.
It was, yeah. No, but I mean, on the other side too, like normally, if you're like
Kel and a bunch of heals.
I drew no Alanas, I drew no threats. All I have is Kel and heals. Normally, you'd be like, I'm probably losing.
Yeah.
But that exact situation, and also like there was so many times where like like maybe like 2 more like defense on a card would have won.
Yeah.
BlessRNG the game.
1 more buff card.
Yeah, 1 single more.
Oh, this is looking really good for BlessRNG and SCA though. Really good start. Quick blader into Well of Destiny or Leod. Ordering wise, Well of Destiny activates at the start of the turn, meaning that it doesn't matter whether you play Leod first or the Well of Destiny first, which means you should play the Well of Destiny first. Opponent's likely to play a 2/2 on turn 2, and the quick blader becomes able to trade against that or go face, and then becomes a 3/3 if the opponent doesn't trade into it, so they're always going to trade into it. That's usually how it works.
Yeah, and this timing is really nice in this particular case too, because the Well of Destiny will.
Yeah, it's the earliest possible turn
Yeah,
to get it out. Let's listen in on Baywitched and Dolan.
As they draw their second Cal again.
For an even turns.
Okay.
So we might as well just go through some turns beforehand, I guess. So this turn you obviously play Bell, but next turn... No, it's actually super obvious what you're going to do next turn anyways. Just play Bell and pass.
It's gonna be obvious. That's what he says. Has a lot of confidence. Yeah.
I mean, how is it? I feel like saying that's really scary, because if like let's say that Baywitch draws something that's 3 or cost or above,
plays out the rabbit healer.
Yeah, well,
that would be pretty bad.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that if you say that a play is obvious and there ends up being only one card in your hand that you can play, then
yeah,
like, I feel like that's you telling them to play that card, right?
Oh,
neither of these actually.
Okay, they must have went through it before.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think they talked about it before we listened in.
All right.
Let's listen in on RNG and Essia.
They drew Ivory.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. So ideally, we want to play the well as early as possible to maximize its value. But then we're off curve for turn 4. So maybe Forge this turn and then well. So probably Forge on Leod this turn.
Forge on Leod and then next turn. So we'll play Forge.
So
now.
next turn. Yep. Okay.
And then we'll top turn out. Okay. So next turn, probably going to be Well and Leod.
Next turn we play the Well almost certainly. And then they will probably play Zoe or something with free health next turn. So you might have to use the dance to clear it.
Okay. So let's go with if they play a creature or a follower, we'll probably dance it off, get rid of it. Let's crap creature. And if they don't, we play the Leod instead.
Let me calculate real quick.
You got maybe 10 seconds.
Okay, let's go with Well and Leod, unless you draw a 2-mana removal, like Usurping Spineblade, then Well plus Spineblade is better.
Gotcha, awesome.
Otherwise, go Well Leod.
Okay, cool, done.
Okay.
See you then. Cool. So we're gonna play Well, then Leod most likely, unless we get a 2/2 removal card. And we'll go from there.
Yeah, it's important to hold on to the Ivory Sword dance here. There's not much gas in Essia and BlessRNG's hand right now. Really need to play that for Enhance.
Yeah, just for even more damage. And also, I mean, just to get as much damage out of it as possible for clear, especially against a deck like this. And
against a slow start for Havencraft like this, it was also an option to use Forged Weaponry on the Quick Player, and that would have played around having to draw a removal card the following turn as well. That's also another option. If it's a 2/3, you can trade over it with a Quick Blader, the 3/3 Quick Blader, and you still get the 2 damage in, the extra 2 damage in on this turn. And if they go Sphinx, then you get 6 damage in, and it's worth it to have it the buff on besides probably both amulets, but the board state is pretty scary. Both of these amulets will be able to buff Leod, but it's kind of there's not much room to play the second Leod.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. The strategic assembly will come out later. I like playing the assembly still. It seems like you have to Ivory Sword Dance the next turn, or Ivory Sword Dance on 6? What are you expecting? So Elana's coming out the next turn. It's a 5/5. Or a 5/4 if the buff hits the Quick Blader. And then you Ivory Sword Dance. You really don't want to Ivory Sword Dance. That's the issue.
Yeah, they really need to draw like elegance in action or something.
Yeah.
Actually, that would be such a good draw
card.
right now.
Really
All right,
need
BlessRNG for it. I'm doing the thing.
BlessRNG.
Oh, what
elegance
happened?
in action!
Wow!
Oh,
I was doing
man.
it. Oh, that is so perfect. That is
Oh my god.
Supreme optimal. There we go.
Supreme optimal.
I can't believe that I just did the BlessRNG thing to BlessRNG for like getting a great top deck. That's maybe one of like the top moments in my like commentary career. Maybe.
Wow, that's insane. Oh, let's listen in on BlessRNG and SEA.
First and keep the ivory for a bigger lead.
Yeah. So let's I guess let's play.
It's a bit risky because we could draw 2 followers, but it's very unlikely. So I think it's elegance and Evo Leod in place and just chill.
Cool. Let's play the elegance.
I like it.
Elegance. What do we get?
Okay.
We got 2. We're fine. We nuked it. Right. So we drew a Well of Destiny, Spineblade, and a castle. So we Evo the Leod, definitely.
Okay. Draw. Yeah.
Don't attack. Alright, cool. So let's talk about our next turn.
Okay, so next turn you're going to have to use dance to clear, and probably you won't be able to enhance it. So something like usurping Spineblade, dance, and then try to like hit face, ambush back, something like that. Like 2/2/2 basically.
We want to try and hit with face if we can with plays. So if you can go like
yep. Yeah, we really want to hit face this time. Alright, good luck.
Alright, there we go.
All right, that is setting up a very strong potential turn. Now, the bigger fear here is that there is, well, no, there's no wards left. So they would, oh no, there is. There's the nun.
And it's gonna be a strong turn with the Sphinx coming out as well, and there is the Rabbit Healer in hand.
Well, question as far as interactions. So if you use a Usurping Spineblade, it does, or no, it's not a Usurping Spineblade, I'm sorry, Ivory Sword Dance, one of the blade moves. Does it always count as getting him to 1?
Yeah, it's dealing damage
in
one
increments
at a time.
of 1. Okay, that's what I thought. So
I'm
I
pretty
think
sure.
so too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So that's a really good answer to Tutankhamun, King Tut.
Yes.
At least. But then the cost. Well, no, that's somewhat. That still sets up a 2-turn lethal.
Yeah, and an important interaction coming up is gonna be Leod and Ivory Sword Dance. Ivory Sword Dance does not deal damage over 10. So even if it's enhanced, it's gonna deal with a maximum 10. That's the mistake I made before, by the way.
I legitimately until that moment did not have any idea that it had that limit though.
So 13, 14, 15. What can you do here? Hit face, 9, 4. Spineblade plus Ivory Sword Dance.
Craving Splendor plus. Well, you could do Craving Splendor. No wait, no, that's one. Oh, that's
12,
1 away, right?
13. You can do like Spineblade, Assassin Evo.
Oh yeah. Oh, the Veil Reckoning is 1 damage.
Yeah, you can shoot the Reckoning face.
So, well, you could.
And Assassin Evo, trade, Supreme Spineblade, Ivory Sword Dance.
Well, you could also do. You could also Craving Splendor, Veiled Reckoning, Usurping.
And die?
Wait, why?
The opponent has a lot of damage on board.
No, I meant their to their stuff. You Splendor them. You Veiled Reckoning.
But
for
you want to
1.
hit face and Assassin. So it has to be like.
I was gonna say you Ivory Swords Dance, you swing face, and then you Assassin.
Yeah,
2,
but
3, 4. Okay.
yeah,
yeah, and then you would have potential. It's lethal next turn for that one too, right?
So
But yours is probably
Spineblade,
better.
Reckoning face. Okay, you didn't get it.
Okay, he did what I was doing. So this is a learning opportunity. Wait, why was it? Oh.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wait, where was the
There's 15 health on board.
There was 15. Yeah. So he should have Veiled Reckoning first, right?
No, but it's 4. There's only a 9 attack Leod.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, so
see,
4
that's
plus
where
9
I would have
plus
messed
1.
up first too. I thought he was 10. Oh, and he didn't get to re-stealth. So this is
another
like
animal.
Yeah, I did see the cat in the background.
That was the play that they were talking about last turn, but Essia did fail to mention Assassin Evo. So that was the key part.
And at this point, this is going to be a really tough comeback too, right? I mean,
no, it's over. Ultimate technique.
Good old Cal.
Oh. Such a punishing deck.
It is. Just always one little move away from instantaneous.
He had it. He had the perfect draw. He had the cards in hand. Oh man. Close.
I would have made the same mistake too. Obviously, I called it out. I thought it was a 10. An attack Leod. I just wasn't paying attention to it. Maybe I was thinking about like the buff from it that it wasn't gonna get because you're not paying it for enhance. But one way. or another.
I think that's the thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Only the enhance will buff it. On 6 though, you should really think about 2/2/2, and especially in that situation, the default play you should be thinking about is Usurping Spineblade, Ivory Sword Dance, and Assassin. So, just yeah.
Yeah, and that would have set up for next turn lethal too.
Yeah.
But now it's next turn lethal the other way around.
Go next.
Yeah, and then allow yourself to die.
10. Gilded Blade means Gilded Goblet means that it's not quite lethal yet for the opponent from what's shown, but it's gonna be, maybe you just commit the assassin in. Oh, whoa.
That's giving up.
That never, yeah. Probably trade into 2/2 shoot, and then if there's 2 heal, then you die from the buffs anyway, so you probably go for that.
Yeah, but this was just essentially a forfeit. And so unfortunately, even with the BlessRNG RNG draw, Ambush Sword, this is the second time we've seen Ambush Sword, still hasn't worked. It's got to be one of the toughest decks. Do you think it's the toughest deck in the meta?
All the decks are so punishing. I think Amat's is harder when you don't draw Amat's.
I don't know.
When you draw the nuts, then it's probably like the easiest deck in the game, but otherwise I think that's probably the hardest deck.
Am I the only one paying attention to like the players in the win moments? Because it's like Baywish is just all like,
yeah, nobody's that excited about the win, right?
It's like expected.
They're all very serious. Maybe it's because they're like, okay, round 1 done, let's move on. You know, like they're like. They're in the zone. This is a serious tournament right now.
It is. Did you see? It looked like whoever was behind her brought in like a small animal. She's like, be gone. Be gone. I know what the pet curse is. I will not allow it in this room. And then, I mean, poor BlessRNG. Don't know if maybe
Man, he got the god draw too.
That was so perfect.
The perfect draw. Oh man.
Super unlucky. But I believe we do have our updated brackets that we could take a look at so we can see how the rest of the tournament is going to be going. And there we go. Look at our second semifinal, filling out that bracket. We have CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red taking on
You got it.
Always Lavinius. And Coach, oh wait, just kidding. That was on the other side. I was not wrong. That's why I was confused. Baywitched and Doolin. I was wondering. I was like, I thought they were on the other side. That did not make sense to me. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our first semifinal game. That's going to be Slyssa and Coach Zero Fine taking on, for this time, Lavinius and Coach Elias.
You got it.
I got it. We're gonna. For some reason, I say it, and the Loch Ness monster pops up into my head. I'm like, that's not even close. And yet, it feels right.
Just think about how fantasy-ish their names sound. Lavinius and Aladrin, you know? It's super like high fantasy. They're like elves or something.
Yeah,
That's
it's
true.
almost like a Lord of the Ring combo.
Yeah.
Where I feel like maybe one of them is like a like an elf dwarf combo, even though they don't like each other. They don't like each other, but secretly they're friends.
But they're friends, yeah. That's like the story. Yeah.
Yeah, their bonds have been forged through whatever journey that they may have. As you can see, I'm clearly stalling for time before we pull up our next graphic.
No, hey, this is the beginning of their thing. Oh, that's right.
And here we go. Confidential card reveal coming soon. Yeah, so we are going to be revealing 2 new cards, right?
Yeah,
2
this is
one
of
cards.
2.
1 of 2.
Yeah.
1 of 2 new cards right after the break. This is super secret. No one here has seen them yet. I haven't even seen them yet. My casters have not seen them yet. Super confidential. All we know is that there is some pink and purple action going on behind the scenes.
Yep.
But so yeah, we're gonna take a quick short break, but stick around because right after, when we come back, you're gonna see that card reveal, and we're gonna jump into our semifinal matches. Welcome back to Buddy System. If you are just joining us right now, then you are in for a big surprise because we are about to reveal 2 new cards here live on stream. As you can see, my casters next to me are trying to shield themselves. We have the card up on the table. Potwasher, would you like to commence the reveal?
Yes, tell me when I can open my eyes.
Yeah, we'll probably switch to that screen soon.
All right, you know what? I'm going to get the hype going for Potwasher because this is clearly not his expertise.
We have 2 Bloodcraft cards coming
go.
up. Really exciting, strong cards. They're also low-cost cards, so that's something to look out for.
2, 1. Let's go. Card reveal. Wonder Chef, you can open up your eyes. Creeping Madness. It's a spell card. Deal 1 damage to your leader. Draw a card. If an allied Nataran Great Tree is in play, restore 2 defense to your leader and recover 1 play point. Ooh! And I love that art style.
I actually really like this card. This card is really cool. There definitely have been like some there's been some structure. Well, I was gonna say there's been like some stuff for like self damage, and there's been some stuff for like Natura blood stuff, but not quite enough. It seemed like to make a deck. And I'm a huge Bloodcraft fan. Honestly, it's like probably my #1 most played like craft. But this is really interesting. It does self damage. It draws. You get health back, including after doing self damage, and then you get the play point back. So essentially, I guess if you have a tree out, it's free.
Yeah, and so this is kind of like Restless Parish in a way, an older card that was in an earlier expansion, but this card doesn't have any enhance effects, so you can just play it out at the start of your turn and draw a card. That's a huge difference, and of course, it'll restore 2 defense to your leader after dealing 1 damage to your own leader, restoring a net 1 health. So you play it for free, and you gain a health and draw a card.
And cycle a
That's
card.
Crazy.
And you've dealt self-damage, which is really important for a lot of stuff. Wow.
Yeah. One thing about low-cost draw cards, like let's say this was Runecraft Insight or something, it wouldn't be played in Natra decks because you're just playing a 1-cost draw card when the deck already has natural cards in it, and you're playing the Nataran Great Trees, which are effectively like a 1-cost draw 1 anyway. So if it wasn't a 0-cost draw 1, it wouldn't see play, but it's a 0-cost draw 1, heal 1. And it's even better than that because it has some like self-damage synergy with a low-cost card.
Yeah.
Really cool card.
This is really cool because so there's that new card that's coming out, the one that's 3 for the 2/3, that if you've dealt self-damage in a turn, it gets +1/+1, and every time it hits something, it heals back to full if it lives, right? And I was thinking, like, how do you do self-damage without having to spend anything? Because is it Disciple, the 1/1? Disciple? That's cycling out, right? So I was like, what can you do now
to activate
do it for free?
Yeah.
So this is an option because you can play it, you get the play point back, and then on turn 3, you play the 2/3, and then it becomes a 3/4 that has an ability. So the value is like a lot more there. That's pretty cool. I don't know, that might be down on
I
the
have
card.
to look out for like the other legendary card. I think the current legendary card that's been shown, it's called like the Vampire card. That card isn't that strong, the Princess Connect Vampire card, but this card and the following card are really good, and I think they come together and they're gonna be good in maybe more than one matchup, even one.
Yeah.
And this is the second card, Lucius Vampire Slayer.
Ooh, Lucius Vampire Slayer. Okay, so unevolved, Fanfare. If there are at least 4 enemy cards in play, gain the ability to evolve for 0 evolution points. Enhance at 7, gain +5/+5, and Bane. Okay, that seems very nice.
And its evolve effect is also really good.
Evolve, destroy an enemy follower with X defense or less. X equals 20- your leader's defense.
Wow,
Yeah.
this is like a super
God.
goblin.
This is insane.
awesome. This is so good. Wow.
Yeah. So 1-cost 1/2s are actually pretty decent in Bloodcraft in general. They've seen play. Like, you would play a regular goblin and you play other copies of 1-cost 1/2 cards that have been implemented in Bloodcraft in the past, and that was just something you put in just as a 1-cost 1/2. But this has so much more than that. If you evolve it, so the main ability is going to be destroy an enemy follower with X defense or less. X equals 20- your leader's defense. You're generally going to be around like 15 health pretty consistently. If you Azazel Evo, Azazel Deprived, then you're going to set yourself to 10 health, and that'll deal 10, destroy an enemy follower with 10 defense or less.
Yeah, and on top of that, you combine it with its Fanfare ability,
and you could do that for free.
Yeah, no, and on top of that, it doesn't even say 4 enemy like followers. It says 4 enemy cards, and I don't know how the meta is going to evolve past where we're at right now, but where we're at right now, we see a lot of decks like
that go really wide.
Yeah, like with like amulets and stuff, especially just because like the Terran Great Trees exist.
Yeah.
So a lot of decks, they're using up a lot of their board space. This is not only is it like an incredible 1/1/2 that you can play it can be out and you can evolve it later and get rid of something, or it can just be good for just its own body, but you can play it later for the enhance and it becomes stronger, or you can play it later for its not enhance and it auto evolves and it blows something up for free.
The enhance ability also doesn't like really affect the regular ability that much because there's such a large cost difference. A lot of times, if this had like enhanced like 2 or 3 or something, it might become awkward to play it for 1. But in this context, with enhanced 7, there's such a big difference between 7 and 1 that it's so easy to activate it for 1 when you want to, or 7 when you want to.
Right.
And there's also like turn 4. Unleash the Nightmare plus Lucius. That's a real nightmare right there. You can combine it with a lot of removal cards, and it just does so much in one card. It's good in like every single Bloodcraft deck.
And just the very final thing is just like, if you were to give even just any sort of enhance to like a 1/1/2, it would be like, oh, make him stronger later, right? Like just so that they're not a waste when you draw them later, and that's exactly what it has. Like, woo, this card's crazy.
It's good at every stage of the game. Turn 1, turn 4, evolve cards. Anything. It's
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little bit scared that we were gonna get cards that weren't particularly powerful for our reveal.
But they're really, really good.
Yeah,
both of them.
2.
Really good. Especially Lucius.
Yes.
Lucius is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that is something else. That's that's really cool.
But it's not gonna win the game on its own.
Right.
And it's not like a game finisher. So maybe the gold card slots or the legendary card slot, that's gonna need to be really strong to make sure that there's a strong win condition for Bloodcraft. So the mid game is gonna be strong enough, I think, with these additions.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any Bloodcraft decks with us this buddy system, but maybe next time we get to see these cards be built in. But let's focus on today's buddy system and look at our format and rules. So the format for Buddy System, as always, each team consists of 1 streamer and 1 professional Shadowverse player who is their coach. Everyone gets a maximum of 2 decks per team, but we have seen quite a few teams only bring 1 deck today. And this tournament is a best of 3 and single elimination. Coaching rules for Game 1, there are no coaching restrictions, but when you get into games 2 and 3, coaches will be muted during those even turns. Now let's talk about prizing, because first place is going to be walking away with $2,500, second place at $1,500, and third place at $1,000. Now money is nice and everything. It's really cool to have that prize money, little cash, but what all of you guys can be winning at home is some card packs. All you have to do is open up your Twitter and use that hashtag SV Buddy System, and you could maybe get your own OP cards. Who knows? Maybe start up the basics for a Bloodcraft deck, because now we saw those 2 cards, and I think you're gonna want to use them. Let's go ahead and get a refresher of the teams and players who are here today. Unfortunately, everyone grayed out has already been eliminated, so we have 4 teams left. So we could just go ahead and jump onto the schedule and see who is up first. And in that schedule of who's up first, we have Slyssa and Coach Zero Fine taking on Lavinius. Yeah?
Oh, you did it!
Lavinius
Woo!
and Coach Eladrin. Let's go. And then in the second semifinal, we're going to see CovertGoBlue and Coach Akamaru Red take on Baywitched and Coach Doolin. Right. We still have, what, 2 more Havencraft decks?
Yeah.
One on each side of the bracket, and
So
then is it
time and time
Forest
again,
and Dragon?
we've seen the Alana Haven deck, and
Mhm.
it is the best deck for this format. I think it's been proven enough already. It's just the best deck for this format. It's relatively easy to play, has a straightforward game plan, and even when things don't work out, there's some recovery tools like Kel that let you come back from a disadvantaged state, whereas a lot of other decks rely on making accurate plays in the mid game and aren't as strong in a disadvantaged state.
Yeah, and especially just because so many decks right now, especially the ones that people have brought today, are
Yeah.
like combo decks.
Yeah.
And if you like miss out, like we just literally see them lose.
I believe we do have our first team's key cards popping up. This is Panda and the Princess Volume 2. This is, of course, Slyssa and Zero Fine coming back together. And Zero Fine, the first person to bring only 1 deck into Buddy System.
Well, maybe won't need more than that. Of course, Zero Fine, the 3-time reigning champion, and then 4 times out of 4 times has been in the grand finals. So let's see if Zero Fine can make the repeat with Slyssa with this Alana deck. So
Yeah.
so good.
So we saw the Realm of Repose come in really clutch in previous games, but I think moving forward, it might not be as powerful. It's going to be facing the Forestcraft deck next, the Amat's Forest, I mean, and then on the other side of the bracket, there's a Alana Haven as well as Dragon. So not as strong to have the Realm of Repose in the following matchups, but it's still a solid card against like Dragon and Haven.
Let's take a look at that Forestcraft deck, and this is the first time that we've seen a deck like this at Buddy System.
Yeah, this is the new Amataz, I guess just call it Amataz Forest. It's very much based around fairies. We saw that earlier.
So
see, Amataz right there has the ability, if you have enough fairies in play, to buff all of your fairies along with Divine Smithing. This is very, very much based on the fact that we got new cards in the mini expansion. I think it's really cool. I feel like this is kind of like taking Roach's spot this week, even though we did see Roach.
Yeah, the key card about the most important part about Amat's is that although it looks like it has a lot of effects on it, the one that matters the most is going to be if you have at least 6 fairies in hand, give +1/+1 and Storm to all fairies in your hand. So that's what players are aiming for with this deck, and Wily Puck is going to give you 3 fairies in hand. Some like Fairy Circle is going to give you 2 fairies in hand. The 2-cost Fairy Whisper is going to give you 2 fairies in hand. A lot of these cards will give you 1 to 2 fairies.
Yeah.
And Wily Puck will give you 3 fairies. So you gather up all the fairies, play out Amat's when you have 6 or more, and try to storm them face along with the buff cards like Lily and Blossom Fairy, and Blossom Spirit, and buff up the cards in hand using smithing. So that's going to be what they're trying to do. But against Havencraft, which has a good amount of heal cards, it's going to be challenging to get enough damage in. And it might rely on, for example, the Forestcraft side going first and having a solid opening. We saw past the turn 2 being passed from Baywitched and Dolan in both of their games. I think they passed turn 2. if something like that happens while going second against this Forcecraft deck, that could be the extra amount of damage necessary. If there's a strong, like, double Amat's hand, things like that, if they're able to activate that, then they might have enough damage to push through, but otherwise it's going to be a little bit tough.
And here we have our two competitors on the screen. We have Slyssa taking on Lavinius. Haha. And if you guys direct your attention just to the bottom right corner of Slyssa's screen, it seems that there is a Doge. We noticed that she changed her camera angle. The door is now open, allowing pets to come into the room. Doesn't she know? Doesn't she know that pets bring bad luck?
Is that like the...
we love to see that.
It's good luck for us.
Yeah,
it's
for
good.
Sure.
It's good. We're gonna see how that plays out as game one is about to begin. Let's see Slyssa taking on Lavinius.
So is that camera angle like purely like the dogs are in the room camera angle? I feel pretty confident that's the truth, right? Also, is that her emotes on the wall? I wonder. Framed? That'd be pretty cool.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Maybe actually, yeah.
We'd have to.
Kind of looks like emotes.
Well, anyway, let's look at these starting hands. Wily Puck. Wily Puck is an always keep, right?
Yeah. And do you keep it with Avatar Fruition? Maybe. I would say yes. In combination with Wily Puck, it seems like a good card to hold on to.
Ooh, getting rid of the Blossom.
Fairy Circle. That's going to be enough fairies already. That's 5 fairies shown so far. But still need to draw into a monster, Divine Smithing, or both.
Yeah.
Both would be ideal.
But needs the actual win. And one of the scary things here is that, I mean, Avatar Fruition is the only option in hand right now to actually...
Oh!
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
There we go. That's turn 4 Amat's activated.
And Sylvan Justice also, just for the other fairy. Which is...
Yeah. Still turn 4.
Yeah. But it's just like another option there.
Is there enough hand size? I think so. Turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, 3 cards drawn. No, there's not enough hand size, maybe? Maybe you overdraw on 4? 2, 3, 4, you draw 1. Yeah, maybe you just have 9 cards in hand on turn 3. I haven't quite calculated it. At 6, go up to 7. Oh, that makes it a little bit easier, but I think...
No, I think actually, you
you
have an
overdraw
issue,
on
for sure.
turn 4.
And does that leave you at 5 fairies on turn 4?
No,
you should have enough.
Yeah,
right?
you'll have enough, but overdraw, you won't get the draw on turn 4.
Yeah.
I think 3, 4, 5. It's 7 cards. At 8 cards next turn, go up to 9. Yeah. Sounds right.
Yeah, because then they get to play. Well, yeah, because they'll. Yeah,
This
you're definitely
1/3 stat
overdrawing.
line's actually pretty annoying as Forcecraft.
Yeah, I mean you have the exact opposite of it on that side. Okay, well let's look at the other.
Yeah.
The other. Okay, so double Realm of Repose. Realm of Repose is going to do almost nothing.
Yeah.
In this match at all.
Kind of talked about it at during the deck selection screen or deck highlight screen,
Yeah,
whatever
so,
it's called.
of course, Realm of Repose limits damage to 3 for every source, but this deck is based around just a ton of sources of damage that
And
usually do
dealing-
like 3.
Yeah, around 3 damage is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So what Force wants is a card that will buff multiple cards. So Divine Smithing would be great. Overdraw soon. 5, 6.
Yeah, this is that Nature's Guidance was actually like a kind of like a bad draw, right?
Yeah.
You don't have any good targets. I mean, you could.
Nature's Guidance. We
You
saw
could
the
play
Nature's
Amataz.
Guidance on the puck earlier, but that's really not that great.
Well, what if turn 4 you do Amataz Nature's Guidance to Amataz?
Yeah, that would work. That would work.
That's
sure.
That's a fun play.
Yeah, you overdraw a bunch, but that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You do need to activate Amat's twice, probably, to win this game. I like that. Sure. Sounds good. Otherwise... do you play the Whisper or Sylvan Justice? Draw... already burning 2. Or Nature's Guidance. Play the this is hard.
I don't know. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why this deck is so difficult. Is because you have to manage hand size so well. We're on turn 3 and we're like, okay, well, how many of these cards do we want to burn? You know?
Yeah.
Still no wards. This is this potential turn 5 lethal? I think so, right? Puck's gone. And then you do
3 times 17. Not
no,
quite.
no, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was wrong.
Hit base. Yeah. So they're gonna protect the precant, which will trade into the. Be able to trade into Namots. It seems like that's the plan. I wonder if we'll see the Nature's Guidance this turn. If it's Amont's Fairy Evo, then
do you want to maybe take a listen in? Do you want to listen into?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let's listen.
That sounds like a good idea.
I'm not doing anything.
Play Nature's Guidance on Amatas.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
Yep.
But I was just... You panicked. You spooked me. Okay.
I didn't. I thought you were gonna play the fairy.
No! I think I'm somewhat confident. No. I was just looking at... I like to look around and see like the best plays before I do them. Just to assess the board state. So we have Airbound Barrage, which is nice.
Yeah. Next turn, if they don't attack, we won't be able to attack the followers. So what we're going to do is play Amatas, bounce him with Barrage, and start playing Paris.
Ow.
Yeah, they're not going to attack.
No, they're not.
Okay, so what to do now? Amatas?
First, yep.
All right, so they're going to bounce Amatas again and get rid of some of the fairies.
That would, right? If they play out, I don't know about that. That would require a Fairy Whisper plus Amatas on the following turn?
Yeah.
So maybe just pass? Or hit face, and then how much damage is that? They're at 17, but they're gonna heal up.
They can do 5 this turn, right?
No, only 3.
Are you not gonna? Would you use an Evo? Oh, that's right. Yeah, you wouldn't do anything more anyway. Oops. Whoa.
It's the realm of repose.
I know. I was already moving on to ignoring it because I was like, it didn't matter much, but I lied. Well, they could. Yeah.
8, 9. Well, ward is nice. But there's the Amatas in hand, so that can evolve over something pretty big already.
Yeah, but I think the only defensive option over here is the ward, right? You kind of have to, right? I don't know. Maybe let's listen in with Slyssa and Zero Fun and see what their thoughts are.
So if we play Limonia again, then they play up. No, if we play Limonia, we lose. Then they play Amatas and leave over the Servant. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like Salvation the Servant in repair mode?
Actually, no, we can't. The Servant needs to be played for 6.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So we trade the 3/3 with Limonia for sure.
Okay. Throw your life away.
It looks like I really still think that they have to play them, right? Like they're
Yeah. Oh, gonna Evo place. Amon's Evolve already hits into that, so I would have expected something like maybe Unicorn Knight Evolve Suicide, like trade even like 3/3 into 3/3, and then you get the 6 damage face. I think you really need the 6 damage face. Or
Here you go. Play Almataz, and then bounce it again.
I don't know about that one. Or actually, that's not bad. Maybe you do.
You could have done that, and then you could still play it next turn, and then evo it into the 6/9.
Yeah. Maybe you do that.
I mean, it's the only really good way to to free up your hand space.
Insane.
It looks like they're not doing. Oh no, they still could. Oh yeah, you do that, and it's still 1, and then you bounce it again, and you clear the 6/3. Oh come on.
The fairies have 4 attack already. What?
We're gonna have the strongest fairies. So Realm of Repose, because we talked about how much little Realm of Repose matters. We now are gonna have 5 strength fairies where Realm of Repose is gonna matter. This is the curse. If we talk about like how something isn't gonna matter, it's gonna matter.
I like that.
Yes.
That's so what?
It's so weird, but it's cool. It's like it's kind of optimal, right? They have the perfect amount of fairies.
I don't know if it's optimal because you want to play fairy, like balance fairy and play more fairies.
Yeah. Well, actually, they could have just swung and got more damage because if they get that damage in now, then a full board of Storm will do enough with the realm.
Yeah.
Right.
It was better not to, but it's more fun
cooler.
to balance it.
Okay.
It's just like just do it, you know.
Mm-hmm. All right,
9,
so...
8. That's not enough for Ektar, I think. If you Ektar needs to get to 9 shadows, so I guess Salvation, Repair Mode, Ektar works. That would block a significant amount of damage.
Well, Kel now is going to block none. They're going to play the Realm, so the damage to face actually would have mattered. No, it wouldn't have, because they're going to... Oh, yeah, they can't heal! Oh, so if they had actually swung face last turn with 1 more fairy, then they would have just won this turn. No, they wouldn't. Yeah,
the interesting thing is that the 1/1 on board actually is not great. You have to evolve a face or something, but...
You can't swing in...
Oh, what the...
Oh.
What the heck? What?
Play them both! Play them both! What is this game?
You have to play a fairy first, but it's like, it's too big. No, the fairies are way too big.
It's unnecessary! It's unnecessary.
This is crazy. What the? I don't even...
Honestly,
what the heck?
At this point, I think you could just play your fairies out. They don't have any evolution points left.
Yeah.
The Kel's out, but you don't have 5 heals. You just go in, and then you just set up a lethal for next turn, right? As much as I wanted to see like 7/7 fairies with Storm, that's literally the best that I could think of right now.
What the spectator is like.
Are you trying to backseat game right here? All right, so that is going to be...
I think the Divine Smithing should have been played this turn, but...
Still play it. Well, wait, you can still play it because they already have Storm, right? So would it matter? Do you need more?
You can buff the attack of the dudes on the board already. Like, you could have a 4/3 and a 6/5 on the board. It doesn't matter, but...
Well, I just mean, like, does it matter paying it for its, like,
the
1
opponent
cost?
could attack the next turn, and then you could kill...
Oh, I see what you're saying before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, they drew a ward.
I
don't think it
matters. It's too much.
The power of the 5/5 fairies.
Ektar could do some stuff. Let's listen in on Slyssa and Zero Fine.
The 3/3. The Iron Knuckle Nun?
Yeah.
Divine punishment.
It's a...
Then...
Okay.
Play here. and then play repair mode.
Wait, which one?
Play the repair mode
Oh.
on your face. Yeah.
Two of them?
Again, yes.
Right.
And then you play the Tender Rabbit Healer. Trade with Kel. Trade with the 1-3, play Limonia and pass.
Oh, we're dead, aren't we?
I think we are. I'm not sure.
Well, you should be very sure because there's a bunch of 5-5s. Why do that now? Why not just do it before you play them all?
Should have played the Blossom Spirit for BM.
And it's just gonna be
what
the repose is still up.
Oh.
All right, and that is game.
All right, team. Game 1. Game 1.
Those were the strongest fairies I have ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Who knew something so small could pack such a big punch?
That's not how that deck is supposed to play out.
I would have assumed
Sometimes
so.
it does. Yeah, but
It seemed
6 attack fairies?
I know. That's great. And it could have been 7.
Complete overkill.
I would just like to point out that, that didn't happen until Slyssa's dog entered the room.
Okay.
True. And I mean, we got to be honest. That was an extremely bad draw for Slyssa because you need Alana to set up boards. No Alana.
Yeah.
And Alana's also double good because it's also a big taunt in that matchup, which is super good.
But the big taunts they dealt with using the mods and Evolve, so it just worked out really well for them. And I think them bouncing it the first time was really, really strong for sure. The second time maybe unnecessary. The third time, but it was pretty fun though. I don't want to see that again, but it's just a part of the metagame right now. It's just something that happens in this meta.
It was cool to watch.
So now it's the point is on Slyssa's side, but it should actually be on Lavinius's side.
We are 1 point away from potentially the first time of Zero Fine not making grand finals.
That would be quite the spectacle. That being said, there are, potentially 2 more matches or 2 more games in this series to go. So let's go ahead and get right into that second game and see if Slyssa and Coach Zero Fine can pick up a win.
Well, I was saying that we are bringing in new players to try to see who can beat Zero Fine, and Lavinius is a new player this time, so going to Grands and, going to Grand Finals in your very first time. It was pretty impressive.
Let's listen in on Lavinius and Eladrin's.
So pitch Lily.
Yeah, I do not like keeping Seal Circle here. I would only keep Puck.
You would only keep Puck? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
We really need multiple buffs, so we want Amatas and bounces.
Perfect. There you go. Ask and you shall receive.
The reason I wouldn't play RoboWing next turn?
Those are very good draws. Kind of on both sides. Let's
if you draw the Robo Goblin, you play the Robo Goblin.
Okay.
Otherwise, you play the Robo Wing.
Okay.
All right, so these are pretty optimal-ish hands, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty close match. I'd say Amat still needs another buff card to get through, but we saw earlier Amat's bounce works very well with that. Let me check. How many copies of bounces are in there? Oh, there's 6 bounces in that deck. 6 1-cost bounces. So 3 Nature's Guidance, 3 Airbound Barrage. That's going to be really a really nice draw around turn 4, turn 5. I don't know if they're going to be able to get to 6 fairies by then, though. It's actually pretty challenging to do that.
Yeah,
last game was pretty fortunate.
It was.
Yeah.
It was, like, perfect. But yeah, right now they only have 2 fairy producers, but it's just short of the 6 that they need.
Honestly, Slyssa, Zero Fine said to play RoboGoblin if RoboGoblin was drawn, but this RoboWing Precant is actually putting pretty good pressure on the board and didn't allow for the Blossom Spirit to be played on this turn 2. Well, that's actually somewhat significant. Although with this kind of hand, maybe you just hold on to the Blossom Spirit to buff as a buff card.
It seems like I tend to see that a lot from this deck, but I don't know. But also, just for those of you who don't know exactly why that was the pressure on there, RoboWing Precant, if you play another Machina card, it gains Bane. And you see that right there because the turn 3 was going to be the Iron Knuckle Nun, who is another Machina card. So the 2/2 would have been able to swing into the 1/3 and take it out for free. And that's a very, very scary combo.
Yeah, exactly.
But normally there's not a lot of like turn 2 1/3s that you have to worry about. That's like maybe the premier one. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess you could there's like Unicorn Knight, but generally, yeah, it's a strong combo.
So Eldrin and Lavinius with 4 fairies in hand. 1 is gonna be recovered through Puck, so that's 5. But they're already gonna be at 9 cards next turn. So it's actually pretty challenging. I think from what it looks like, Lila plus Water Fairy, and then if Water Fairy dies, that's going to be 6 in hand. 6 fairies in hand.
Yeah, but I mean, even with that buff, that still is going to put them in a spot where they can't draw all that much. And one of the big issues here is that there's a lot of wards. There's 4 wards on the side of Slyssa and Zero Fine. And that's going to be really hard to fight through with what they've got right now.
Yeah. At least they have Amats, though.
Yeah?
I think you want to get rid of the Bane off the board to make Amat stronger. Sylvan Justice plus Water Fairy or Lila. Both seem decent. Lila is another buff card, but it's kind of slow. Maybe you play like Amats plus Lila on 4. That might be kind of interesting. Amats plus Fairy would... Amats plus... What do you play on the following turn? Blossom. I think you want to hold the Blossom to buff, but they're mousing over it.
Do you want to listen into them? Let's take a listen into them and see what they're saying.
Yeah,
they're having like a
that sounds like a good idea.
I'm gonna open draw anyway, but I would play Water Fairy and Lila.
Okay, so Lila and Water Fairy?
Yeah, and pass the turn. And then next turn you're playing Amatas. I'm almost for sure. If you draw a bounce, bounce it.
Great.
Yeah, they are going to have a full hand if this Water Fairy is destroyed, so then there would be no top deck, but so one issue with not clearing the RoboWing Precant here is that there will be a Bane on board which can kind of nullify the strength of Amats, and it would require something like Amats Evo into 2/3 and then hit into the Bane or something like that. In this case, the Realm of Repose is out, which is going to be able to protect the followers from being attacked.
The Realm is a really interesting choice right now.
Yeah, I like it. It seems probably no attack at all, and then that would prevent the Water Fairy from suiciding and grabbing extra fairy. So that would be 5.
It
right
also
there.
does like clog up their board a little bit. There are 2/1/1s on board that aren't going to be able to be buffed anymore. So
yeah,
I mean, it's only for a few more turns, but within those next few turns, they can only play 3 things, right?
Yeah. This would have been a little bit better. Maybe more consistent on Eldrin and Lavinia's side to play Sylvan Justice on the turn 3. It's kind of hard to say though. Probably don't want to commit too much, but you still want the card draw. What do you do here? Draw. There are 5 in hand right now. 4, 3, 5. You could do like Blossom Fairy Fairy and then go like Amots, Fairy Whisper Amots or something. That's also another option. Sylvan Justice. Blossom Fairy Fairy is an option that doesn't kill. It leaves your hand size pretty big. Or lets you have your top draw.
But okay, so if they do Blossom Fairy Fairy, then it's still like it's really setting them up for like really bad turns later, right? Because they still can't throw out their own board.
So Blossom Fairy Fairy, you have 3 fairies in hand, and then you gain 1 from the Water Fairy, maybe.
Well,
you can Evo Face with maybe
I guess
water.
that just meant like you now have 3 1 attack.
Yeah,
things
but maybe you Evo Face, and then if Water Fairy probably dies, you Whisper Amots, and you can activate Amots for 6.
Oh, they're going Fairy Whisper, Sylvan Justice? Fairy Whisper and nothing?
Oh,
and the 3rd Iron Knuckle Nun. That's well, that's almost like unnecessary. Like there's like a lack of board space at this point. Alana's gonna evolve, which is gonna fill up the entire board, right?
Yeah.
You.
So the reason why I suggested putting stuff on the board is because you can't deal with what Alana's doing without stuff on the board.
Right.
Yeah.
So at this point, this is looking really tough. Because
Yeah.
another guaranteed
maybe
buff
at
here.
least playing the Sylvan Justice last turn might have been nice.
Yeah, I mean, So this is 11 at the very minimum, because we know it's going to be guaranteed more. 11 11.
Yeah, they can't kill the 6/7 or the 3/4 off the board.
Yeah, I'm just trying to math out like what they have in their hand. So the 6/7 can be taken up with Amatas potentially, right? Later, not now.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying potentially later.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder if they considered something like Alana Evo Pass, and then next turn it could do like Alana Evo Repair. That might have been slightly stronger.
Yeah.
Because 3/1 and 3/1, 2/3, 5/6 are all like, it doesn't really matter whether they have 1 buff on them. So could have gotten another.
Actually, next turn they could still, if they really want to be like go like wild with it, they could trade in the Precant, let the Repose run out, and then play
if
Alana
the Precant
evolve.
lives, it's like pretty much GG already. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, that'd be lethal. 9, 12. Yeah, if the Precant lives, it's lethal.
Okay. Well, you could still like Alana. You could Alana evolve for the double Alana, right? Like that's extremely tough for them to get through. And then how much? Then what? You just have 1 single heal in your hand, so you'd still be swinging for 13, and then you'd have way too much for them to deal with, right?
Yeah, there's.
Well, they could have another Amatas, I guess.
Alana Evo heal.
What's the draw?
Okay.
I mean, you don't clear everything.
Double Alana or Kel. It's like you're winning with either one, but which one do you play?
Well, honestly, the Kel doesn't clear the. Well, no. Well,
I think you sack Kel and then just deal a ton of damage, and then they can't clear both things at the same time. It's not possible, right? Like an 8/9 and a 5/6, you can't clear both at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I think you could do something the same. Actually, it might actually be harder for them to clear if you do the double Alana, because then you'd have an 8/9, and to double Alana, trade the Nun into the Amatads.
Maybe you want to get the damage in, like just trade the Rush Alana, and just like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right, because it's only two set difference, right?
Yeah.
And it's as opposed to doing damage this turn and setting up lethal next turn.
I'm not sure. 7, 8. Yeah, probably 5, 6. Never mind.
I'll do what I can.
Well, you can still. Okay, they're doing it. So, how do they deal with 15 damage?
Even with a May Airbound Barrage.
Okay.
With the fairies, it's very possible. Hidden.
Well, you get 5 off board, and then you play 4 fairies at 2 each. So that's 13. And then you'd get the May from that, and you could play the May, and that's 17. So that's enough, right? But that's using like all of your resources. So it would be like Fairy Airbound Barrage would save you some of your resources, I guess.
Yeah, Airbound Barrage is coming down for sure, but the ordering of this is pretty difficult. Or Blossom Fairy trade into stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would use up a lot of fairies.
Well, I mean, I think
like Blossom Fairy, and just like keep on dealing 3 damage each. Oh man, that hurts though.
You have to though,
that
right?
Hurts to do.
Because like you're definitely, yeah. I mean, you can use up.
You can play a May as well.
Yeah, well, the May is definitely part of it, right? Oh no, there's not enough time. Honestly, this is.
Yeah. I think I'd be like Blossom first, hidden, and then that would, and then bounce the water, the Fairy Whisper, and then that would leave the maximum amount of fairies in hand. But I'm not sure if that would have been good.
Yeah. Well, now that's just a loss. There's no escape there.
That was pretty close, but it leaves a good number of fairies in hand to do that play. So that actually could have won right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly. I mean, well, it definitely at least would have
been
a not loss.
Yeah, that was really close.
Super unfortunate. I know that we were talking, and we heard Lavinia say before, like, oh, the turns are just so short. The turns are just so short, and she's definitely one of our newcomers and not as used to Shadowverse yet. So
but it
inexperienced.
Shows like how much power the deck actually has. Like you could still clear that huge Alana board.
Right.
With the May or with the fairies.
But
it's pretty crazy.
Also, it shows, I mean, we talked a lot about how managing your hand size is extremely difficult, even on turn 3. But it also shows that managing your time is really difficult with that deck, too, because there's so many cards to play out that you have to play, like, play, attack, play, bounce this,
and
wait
there's
for May
like
to
the
come
buff
in, play
animation
May.
and stuff. Yeah.
So that actually had to be like a plan that was started at the start of the game, at the start of the turn. But it didn't happen, and so even though SS0 Final was one away from getting eliminated, I mean, still true,
coming back.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're gonna get a better chance than that to win. Well, we'll see. We'll just have to see.
I mean,
they had a pretty good hand.
Yeah.
All right, well, our final game of this series is about to start, so let's go in and see if Lavinius and Eladrin can break Zero Fine's streak.
You know what wasn't in the last game? There was no dog. So maybe that's, the curse. All right, starting hand, super important. Top one, that's just like a keep, right? Okay, let's listen into the bottom.
In fact,
because this
like
is
Servant of Repose, you probably hold on to.
All right, I'm gonna go slower. I'm gonna breathe, and I'll think of the different plays.
All right, I guess they were a little bit quiet. I was really curious how they were going to decide on that that mulligan, but
I think they're have their mulligans figured out with the SE's guide or something like that.
It must have been. Must be.
And are more focused on like the future plays. Looks like They're trying to concentrate, of course. Like that last turn was definitely a difficult turn. I'm sure Eldrin is walking her through that at the very end there.
Yeah, that's. I mean, there was a lot to do in that last turn. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that situation could very well rise again. Very similarly, right?
That's gonna be 6 times in a row, I think, that Venus has gone second. It's kind of unlikely, but...
A little bit unlikely. What are the odds? I'm not gonna do the math. I give up. But yes, that's that seems like a very strong top hand. Getting the Kel, getting the Realm, which may not be quite as useful, but overall, just a lot of key cards that you want on the turns that you potentially want them. There's the Almataz, though. We've seen Almataz within the first 2 turns, like every game.
That's crazy. Yeah. I like playing May more than Fairy Whisper here. I mean, more than Fairy Circle. Fairy Circle you can play immediately, and then immediately play a Mots. Like maybe on turn 4 or something. That's kind of what you want to do. But playing the May out will let you kind of trade into something on turn 2 going second, maybe.
Or just push more damage to face because she's out faster, right? Well, never mind.
But
I still do
at
agree
the
with you,
same
though.
time, you might need it for removal, but I think the bigger priority is to just have it out of your hand because you want 6 fairies in your hand.
Right, right.
Especially when going second, you just need the hand space. So I think maybe playing May out might have been better.
And now it's going to be...
Oh, that's a pretty good card. Next turn, Whisper plus May seems pretty solid after Avatar Fruition. Turn 2.
Yeah, Avatar Fruition is also really good because they have the potential to drop the Nun next turn, which you would trade with super cleanly.
Yeah.
And trading a 2 for 3 cost is always nice.
So May could have pushed 1 damage so far. It looks like it could have pushed 2 or 3 damage for sure. I think that damage is going to be important, but it also depends on Slyssa and Zero next draw. Okay. It will trade.
Yeah. That's, see, that I guess that was another one that I didn't even mention. Zoe is another perfect target for Avatar.
So far, it looks like turn 5 activation for Amat's. Turn 3, Fairy Whisper, maybe Fairy Whisper May. Turn 4, Sylvan Justice, something like that. We'll see.
Wow, look at that pole on the side. Look how heavily favored Slyssa and Zero are.
I think like turn 1, the early turns, we saw the Alana already, but this early start is not looking the best so far.
This is a very weird matchup. It just feels like there's like an impassable wall, but like we've seen that you can get past the wall of Alana.
Yeah.
So it just feels bad.
The important thing is that you really need more than 1 buff. You need the Mots buff, but maybe you balance it, maybe you have Divine Smithing with it, maybe you have a second Mots. You need like something more with it. I think that's really important.
Well, one thing that I think is worth noting is that the Alana deck right now too is missing that key
like repair modes.
Yeah, I was going to say the one drop, especially because they have
the
to play
cards,
the turn 5. Well, just any sort of one cost heal right now would be really beneficial. They could draw it, of course, but see the bell pop. But yeah, they don't have a super strong turn 5 yet. They could though. It's still coming, and it's pretty common that you usually do.
Lily is a nice buff card for later in the game, maybe turn 6-ish. May, Water Fairy May, Whisper May seems like the straightforward choice, but 9, 8, 9.
I personally, from my viewpoint, okay, there's Whisper.
There's also like Lily May, and then that would keep your hand size at a little bit lower. It's kind of interesting. If you draw a Fairy Circle, then it makes more sense to play Lily plus May.
Well, at least you're not burning next turn. There's no puck out. So it seems solid.
Lily May. most Ovilee May choice. I just think like next turn. You probably need the Lily for the buff though. Yeah, I think I. So one of the cards that's top decked has to be played next turn, pretty much. And then you'll hold on to the Lily for later. 5 fairies in hand, 9 cards, or they'll just burn a card. Okay, it's really good draw.
Yeah, do you play the goblin into the falcon?
Yeah.
That seems.
Do you play the repose here? I don't think. Okay.
Well, that's not gonna do anything right now, right? Oh, it's a coach muted turn. Maybe Slyssa doesn't realize that that Robopel is neutral. Oh, okay, that's a good draw. But I'd have to assume that was what she didn't realize, right? Is that you can still attack Goblin? Robo-Goblin?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's not gonna matter.
It actually does matter. The
well, I just mean that
with the double Amat's draw is definitely Lily Evo, and probably hit face.
Well, they already swung face, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you just want to clear out and get as much damage as you can at this point and use your evolution points, right?
Yeah.
Because now this is just a guaranteed burn. That was also a coach muted turn. So 2 coach muted turns that seems like they might have been relatively damaging. But we are going to see the Alana Evo into...
And the Amat's is going to be able to take care of that. Let's listen in on Lavinius and Lodrin on the following turn. So far they have 6 fairies, and Amat's coming out. Double Amat's would set that to 3 fairies each, 3 damage on the fairies each, and that's 18 damage by itself. So it's gonna be enough over the course of on turn 6. It's gonna be enough damage, pretty much. Turn 7.
Yeah.
Turn 7 lethal is what it's looking like right now.
It's such a shame that they didn't play the Lily, because that would have accelerated that, and then they wouldn't have burned their card next turn, and then the options would have been higher. I mean, this is still really terrifying.
Lily 2/2 3. It doesn't make a huge difference, but they would have been able to push a couple more damage.
It's just that they wouldn't have burned their next card was the biggest one for me. And also,
I think they need I think they need the Lana to survive. I don't think you attack here. I don't know. Yeah, if you get the Mots evoed over the Alana, you just lose.
All right. Well, here's this is now I think the turn for the listening, right? Or no, this is
okay.
That's my fault. Whoops. Sorry about that.
Actually, in that case, we could have played Lily, evolved it, and one phase.
Okay. Well,
but it's okay. It's okay.
We can go Amat's and then get in Lily, and that can evolve. Oh wait. No, it wasn't. What?
Their next turn is most likely if they kept this hand and didn't play anything, they probably have. It's either.
Well, they just played her.
I mean, the first card were of course amazing versus us, but if they have Kel, I would play just Amatas and evolve Amatas and go face for 2.
Okay. That's fine. That was kind of like the thought that I had.
Evolve last turn, like with Lily or whatever, because we would push at least 6 damage right now.
At least 6 damage, yeah. That's. I mean.
Okay. And so you don't pay.
So we're gonna evolve him.
Now. Next, yeah. Evolve him. Next turn is almost 100% another Amatas. Trade it into whatever we can, and we can start slowly.
Should we just?
Start playing
Should we kill this?
You can't.
I can with Amat's. Oh, I can't.
Yeah,
because of the okay.
Effect from the enchantment.
Okay, so Amat's next turn, and then.
Amat, evolve Amat straight into something, and you can start playing fairies to attack phase.
Okay.
Okay.
One thing that I don't know if you think it was worth mentioning is what
Bell draw. It's not gonna be quite enough. Unicorn. This is not a great setup. It only creates a 6/7 Ilana. So you can evolve over that with an Amat.
Yeah.
There is a Unicorn Spear in hand, so that doesn't matter too much. But still can be significant.
This is a pretty simple turn, right? There's no like.
You might play Sylvan Justice first. Sylvan on 2/4 and then Amants, just to get another thing out, and then that would buff another fairy. Yeah, I think you play the Sylvan Justice.
Flash of my blade shall guide you.
This is going to be 9 damage face though, right? So that's 9 for lethal. There's a couple heals in hand, 3 heals in hand.
Yeah.
And Alana. The biggest thing, no, they can get rid of the Amataz.
9.
So they're actually scarily close to running out of.
Oh.
No, not that.
Oh no.
Can you see it?
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
There's a ton of damage in hand. Hopefully they hit face. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So leaves at 9. So then, you can get rid of the Amataz. You can get rid of. What do you do here?
No.
Honestly, do you?
This is looking really bad.
You could. Oh no, there's.
Shoot.
I guess you Alana and then you Unicorn Spear or something.
12. I don't think he can prevent lethal. 7 hidden 3 6.
No, I don't see any way to prevent lethal. Especially because they have an evolution point still. Oh man, is this the end of Zero Fines? Perfect run, essentially.
If there's nothing from hand, 9, 11, 12. Yeah.
All right, let's listen into.
Robo, Unicorn.
I don't know. We play Elana for the ward. And then Unicorn Spear, the 6/1.
You done evolve the Alana?
We don't have any point.
Oh yeah.
And then trade one of the 3/3s. And yeah, we lose. Yeah, I mean, insane high rolls. Like, can't do anything about that. Sure.
Oh man. Another.
And we lose. Oh wow, that's mean. That's messed up. It's funny.
Another one.
Insane high rolls.
Mats, evolve him.
Evolve him. Play 2 fairies and go face. And that's it?
Yep.
Okay.
Play a Mats.
Evolve him.
The third one.
There are like 3 or 4 different ways to capital this time.
Stop. You're making. I need to focus. So we need to. Do we kill him? Do we kill this?
Yes. Amatas attacks into the 4/5.
Okay.
Play 2 fairies and attack face with all.
Okay. Can do. Attack. Attack.
You're in the finals.
Attack. Attack. Oh my god.
All right, and
high-fiving off camera.
Oh
there
my
you
God.
have it, Lavinius defeating
You're the best
Slyssa and
coach
Coach
ever.
Seraphine. We can still hear them. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, and
we're eavesdropping a little bit.
I know. We're listening and we're using our spy equipment. But not only that, she's a first-time competitor here and made it immediately into grand finals. So super impressive. Also hearing she's extremely new to Shadowverse in general as a game. So Maybe this is the start of a career.
Yeah, I mean that was the case for a lot of our buddy system players. A lot of people maybe having a little bit of background in card games or strategy games, but not too many in Shadowverse. So buddy system seems like it's such a great opportunity for people to jump in and be paired with coaches like Zero Fine or coaches like Eladrin and understand how to make their way into it. But I mean, watching her play, it sounded like she's like, all right, coach, just hold on a second. I know what to do next.
Yeah.
She was trying to take the reins.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we've seen players like that who have a good understanding of what they're doing or like are trying to understand what they're doing do really well. I think the Panda Global boys that have won, Hot Meowth and Racy, they're also like pretty confident in their decks and what they're doing, and taking some initiative in the conversation. That's always a great sign. And even looking at some of the mistakes that she's made, I think they're based off of trying to make the optimal play. And the very first mistake, one of the first mistakes was to play the Blossom Spirit after playing the Fairies, but she just mistook it for the Lily and Lila fanfare effect of like give the stuff on your board an extra attack when you play it out, and kind of confuse that with the other one, and then she did it the other way around with the Lily. So it comes from, I think, a place of trying to make the best play.
Agreed.
Well, congratulations to Lavinius and Coach Eladrin moving on to the grand finals. But let's go ahead and take a look at our updated bracket. So there you see their face moving on, and Slyssa and Coach Zerofine will move into that third place playoff match. That would be played off screen as we watch our finals. But let's find out who else is going to be moving into the grand finals with our second semi-final game. That's CovertGoBlue and Coach Akamaru Red taking on Baywitched and Doolin. CovertGoBlue, Akamaru Red, again, this is one of the first pairings that we had here at Buddy System, taken on Baywitched, who is, I believe, also new to both Buddy System and potentially Shadowverse.
That's really funny. So we had in semifinals 2 teams that were literally like the first teams in the first Buddy System against 2 teams that were like completely new players for this week. And if we end up seeing 2 completely new players in finals, then I think we're just going to have to get rid of those old teams.
And I mean, speaking of new players may not always be familiar with all the cards and stuff, but for everyone who's watching at home, if you're not yet familiar with cards, or maybe you want to enhance your collection, open up your Twitter and use the hashtag SVBuddySystem, and you could be walking away with some card packs. See, did you like that transition there?
I did.
Boom, new cards, all for you guys to have. But okay, let's talk about the second semifinal that we're going into with CovertGoBlue taking on Baywitched, because we saw before both of them looking incredibly dominant in CovertGoBlue's game. That was the double forfeit coming out.
So,
and then Baywitched as well, bringing out the Haven.
Yeah, Dragoncraft against Havencraft. With the addition of the new Tyrannosaur, that's another removal card, a 3 damage removal card, which is pretty important against Havencraft. And potentially the Tyrannosaur for 9 play points can also clear multiple things, but that comes, that's not as important. But an really important part is that the Realm of Repose, which blocks your opponent from attacking into your dudes, you need removal cards that deal damage in order to get rid of those, and just having those extra copies is going to make a really big difference.
Well, I believe we have our first key cards for our first team's deck up, so let's go ahead and take a look at them. Double Dragon, Enter the Dragon. This is CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red's deck.
Yep, this new slightly improved version of Natural Dragoncraft, or Valdane Dragoncraft, whatever you want to call it. Of course, using Valdane to give you that permanent, I guess, permanent ability that burns them over time based on the number of trees that you've blown up. So the longer the game goes, the better it looks for this deck. And Alana's not a particularly fast deck, so that's good.
If you get the curse down, then it becomes a lot stronger, and if you can limit the number of followers that are left on Havencraft's side, that's what Dragoncraft is going to try to do. Valdane Evolve also sets up a 6/6 Bane, and 6/6 Bane is really, really tough to deal with from the Havencraft side, so that might come into play as well. So if, like, let's say Dragoncraft is going second and gets the Evo Valdane off on turn 4, that can be really, really strong.
Right, especially against one of the key cards from the other deck, which is going to be Alana. Wait, this is the Alana deck, right? So Alana will have that exact 5/6 stat line that is perfectly bad against Evolved Valdane.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see Baywitch's deck in just a second, but it's similar to most of the Alana decks that we've already been seen played. But let's talk about the matchup. So you said that, oh, here we go. Never mind. Magic Peepos, Broke Pack, 1, 2, 3. This one, Breen in the Iridescent Sphinx, though.
Yeah, so that's going to be a really strong setup amulet card, and Dragoncraft really struggles against the Sphinx, the Tutankhamun that comes out of the Sphinx after Countdown 2. So that's going to be a really strong card, especially if they don't draw Alana early. Something like Sphinx is going to be necessary to have enough board presence against Dragoncraft, I think. Like the 6/4 stat line is really, really strong against Dragoncraft, and you can't just clear it on its own. You need multiple hits against it, things like that. So the Tutankhamun stat line is really powerful. The effect is really powerful against Dragoncraft for sure. I think their deck is well suited against Dragoncraft.
Well, here are two competitors on the screen, CovertGoBlue and Baywitched. Baywitched, I'm wondering, if she makes it to Grand Finals, are we going to get a little bit more? Are we going to get a pop-off? Yay!
I hope we get a pop-off in general.
Yeah. But still very stoic. I respect that. I definitely respect that. Oh no. Well, GG.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over. Sorry, Baywitch.
Is a dragon considered a pet?
You know what? We're going to find out as we jump into the first game of our second semifinal. CovertGoBlue taking on Baywitched.
All right, and we've got the Illy leader again on the bottom side. All right, now, the other thing that I think about the Sphinx setup is that it sets up for like a really aggressive potential later turn, so I want to see if that...
Oh, very quick mulligan coming, yeah.
So is that an aggressive mulligan for Alana?
Yeah, it's digging for Alana. Dragon Mulligan is definitely more difficult. Were they going second, I think? CovertGoBlue and Akko?
I didn't see it, actually.
I don't quite remember.
I wish it showed right.
Dragon Oracle, generally a keep against Havencraft. Oh, wow, that's the nuts right there. Yeah, Aether into Oracle, and then you can drop the 1-cost amulet down and play a Pteranodon. Pteranodon destroys an amulet, an Terran Great Tree on the board, and ramps up. So that's going to be the best hand you can have in the early game. And they're playing the Annette version, the second version of their deck, with triple Masamune and some extra ramp cards with Annette. I think the second copy of Oracle is definitely going to be card draw in this matchup, in this game, at the very least.
Is it Annette? Is her name like Anna Rose?
Oh, Aunt Rose.
Rose.
Like,
I've actually
I knew it was like some kind of female name. I thought it was...
Close enough. We'll just say Annette. I legitimately have never seen Anna Rose played in my entire life, so that's completely new to me.
Anna Rose was played in like the start of the start of the year.
Really?
I think it's an Altar Sphere card.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I guess
like January-ish.
I haven't seen it. I don't know. Just somehow it avoided me, or I avoided it, for better or worse.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it came out somewhere around Altar Sphere, around January of this year.
Wow, and look at this. 88% votes for CovertGoBlue. It seems like the chat is very, they're very like polarized on who they think is going to win or not. It's never like 50-50. It's like 90%.
It's looking pretty good for Baywitched and Dolan, though, in my opinion.
Yeah,
that's a
just
pretty good standard. Yeah. So we keep Zoe to draw or not? Let's listen in on Baywitched and Dolan.
And heal the rock to and heal the 2. And yeah, go face. Great. And draw Alana next turn.
Our European coaches a little bit more tired.
Yeah.
We have a lot of European coaches this time, it seems like.
Well, I actually want to listen on the other side because I'm curious as to why CovertGoBlue has been holding up 2 fingers and then is holding up 1 finger.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think that's the number of repair modes in hand. Yeah. Akamaru Red is very good about that. He actually popularized this trend of using your fingers to count. He used it very extensively in the first World Grand Prix 2 years ago, 2017 World Grand Prix. So afterwards, a lot of players have been just using their fingers to count the number of like token cards like repair mode in hand.
Can we talk about how clean of a clear that was on that turn?
Yeah, nice.
Not only clearing, but also ramping. I mean, that is the advantage of Ana Rose, as I can clearly see, is that it does give you a little bit more board control.
Yeah, and I think Golden Bell not coming out on that turn is really gonna hurt. Turn 4, it would have opened up 3 turns later on turn 7, but if it's turn 5, it's turn 8. That's a little bit too late.
So what are the options here? There's obviously not enough shadows for... what am I talking about? It's turn 5.
Yeah.
Why did I think we were way later? You know what? I looked up at the top team, and for some reason I was just like assumed it was still turn 7.
Oh man.
Jeez. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot I'm watching Dragon.
That's yeah, but no Valdane yet.
No Valdane, no Alana.
But CovertGoBlue and Akamawa Red do have some card draw, so I think they're gonna be in a great position. Doesn't seem like they'll struggle in the late mid game, where if you have too much ramp, sometimes you struggle in the late to mid game to get through. But
yeah, well, at the very least, they've got a good amount of cycle. Even if it's not going to give them pure advantage, they can get through to something that they need.
I know Evolve, and I'm gonna get the Repose down. Repose is honestly not that great here, because you do want to hold it for when the opponent is dealing a bunch of damage through Valdane. You want to be able to block that and set up a huge turn. And if you don't have Alana, I think you want to use the Repose to set up for a stronger Ektar turn. I think you need to get the Sphinx out, the belt out or something on the turn 5, but didn't seem to be what they were going for.
So they did draw the Tyranitar.
I'm really surprised that they played the Oracle on that turn. If you play the Pharaoh Aether first, then there's still the possibility of being able to find the Valdane. Okay.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, there's Valdane, but not enough hit points. But is it called Tyranitar? Tyrannosaurus? Is it a Tyrannosaurus? I don't know.
Tyrannosaur?
Oh wait, Tyrannosaur. I was halfway there.
Tyranitar is a Pokemon.
Oh my gosh, it is. It is. I forgot that it is. I knew it was close to that. Cuz it's confusing me because it's not Tyrannosaurus. Is it singular? Is a single Tyrannosaurus a Tyrannosaur?
That might be. That makes sense. Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaur.
Tyrannosaur? No, I'm getting a very
like
strong no from Ovilee.
Huh? I don't know. Maybe not.
I'm sorry. I feel like I've displeased
Octopus, Octopi, Tyrannosaur, Tyrannosaurus.
Is it like a smaller Tyrannosaurus? Okay, I don't know.
Wow.
We've got to figure out like the classification of dragons and the classification of Tyrannosaurus. Yeah, and none of that is in my brain. So we'll figure that out later, but regardless, that was a really good...
Not a great hand for Baywitch and Dolan, but honestly, the bell should have come down much earlier on turn 4, really, and that would have made the bell pop on the following turn. If they drew Alana on 7 or something, I think they still had a chance here.
Yeah, I do think that's one of the hardest parts of Alana, and parts that I've seen, like, especially since we've seen so much in the buddy system, parts that I've seen people mess up with is they'll hold on to their bells too long, and they'll feel like it's like wasting space or something if they play it, but then it's like wasting space in your hand, then you're never going to use it if you don't play it.
Yeah.
So you just have to sometimes just like be able to commit and be unafraid to play it out.
What they played around on turn 4 was Ian. So Ian deals 2 damage to everything, and then if there's 2-3 health followers on the board, then you can't clear the entire board with just an Ian, and then that would have let the Zoe survive on the turn. So I think that's what they were going for. But there was the pretty fortunate full clear on that turn with the Annette and Tyrannosaur and the Rending. That was a really strong turn. So I think 6. Valdane. Oh, double Valdane is. If you double Valdane, you could have reduced the cost of both of the curses, but I think getting the curse out is probably more significant.
Well, you could have. No, yeah.
It's also an option to. Oh, never mind. Never mind. You hit face. 6 damage already.
This is looking extremely tough for.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. GG. Next game. So Dragoncraft with really great ramp in the early game, and then Havencraft not getting in the draws and just missing out on the Lana, gonna cost the game. Kind of unfortunate that it went this way. I think it could have been a pretty close game if there was an Alana on turn 5 or something. I think it could have been much closer.
I mean, this was still a really good draw for Dragon. It was a very aggressive, fast draw, and so I mean, this damage would just be adding up no matter what. And just of course, for those out there who don't see why this is game, those Ektars, they will only activate if you have 9 shadows. There's only 7 shadows, and there's not enough play points to get more shadows, and everything else in the hand is just a heal this turn.
Yeah.
So there's guaranteed 6 minimum damage next turn, and there's,
of course,
12 damage on board. So
let's say you Ektar trade into 6/4, there's still 6 damage left on board. So
right, so that's just that. And there's the forfeit.
Another forfeit coming out from the opponent of CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red.
Yeah. What is it about them? They're just so dominant. They're not even people don't even want to finish their matches.
Is there hidden all chat where they're just FF? If you want to, just FF. Getting into their mind, sending them messages over Discord you're
We
done.
haven't seen that many emotes. Now that you kind of mentioned that, the all chat thing, yeah.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen any, but maybe everyone in the chat can just start spamming all their favorite emotes right now. Even if your competitor has already been knocked out, spam them emotes. Spam them favorite emotes. I just like to promote the subscriptions of everyone who's playing,
Yeah. You asked me earlier what my favorite global emote is.
What is it?
And I don't know why I didn't just say BlessRNG, because that's probably one of my favorites.
No,
and
it's
also,
because we said BlessRNG. Yeah. Choose a favorite emote that's not BlessRNG.
That's not BlessRNG. Oh,
yeah.
And that would explain why
cheating.
I didn't say it. I can't just choose it twice. I don't know. I don't know if I have one. That's really one of the only ones that I use, because I go in and then at moments where people need luck, I'll do it. But aside from that, I don't know.
Moving into game 2. Moving on to game 2. Dragoncraft looking really, really solid, but if the Realm of Repose setup is done well against Dragoncraft and there's the Lana up, I think that can easily spiral out of control. I think Realm of Repose plus the Servant of Repose is really deadly against Dragoncraft. The stat line of the Servant of Repose is just really hard to deal with, and even if the opponent, the Dragoncraft side, has Date Masamune, if you have a wide board of strong followers, Dragon can't deal with that. So I think it's really significant to have a...
All right, well, we're going to jump straight into the second game and see if CovertBlue can force another surrender, or if Baywitch is going to be able to pick up a win.
Well, actually, we just need to see if anybody can even take a single game against CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red today, because so far, nobody has almost even come close, which is a weird thing to say, but they are playing extremely well. But weird starting hands.
Yeah, if Dragon is going first, they might keep Confectioner, maybe, but Ramp is still good as well. I don't know. If they're going second, I assume it's a pretty easy full toss. I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm guessing they're going first then.
That was a nice pickup. Altogether.
Yes.
And there's their
Anna Rose.
Anna Rose again. Yeah, I'm liking what I saw from Anna Rose last time.
Yeah. Going first, of course, only 2 evolve points. You want to get at least 1 on Valdane and then 1 on something else. And if that something else isn't it, I think that's a decent card to evolve. or maybe you just play it on turn 3 for tempo. That could be pretty good too.
Yeah, still got a decent 2-3 body. Fairly they're the only option, but
yeah,
I'm sure they're talking about their turn.
Okay.
And maybe we should listen into Baywitch Dolan when it's their turn.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Once it gets over to them, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're catching the last part of CovertGoBlue. All right, here it is. Let's try to take a listen in.
Just
Just RoboGoblin on 2.
Yeah.
And pass now.
They have like really quick turn ones.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward, but
I keep asking for it. And I keep like being like, "Wow, I made a mistake there."
Maybe turn 3 at the very. It's I don't know. With Havencraft, it's like the early game. Play the RoboGoblin, play the
Yeah,
Free
that's
Cannon,
true.
play the Iron Knuckle 9, get the repair modes, and then on turn 4, if you have Alana, play Alana. It just seems to be kind of streamlined that way.
It is true, but it is pretty nice to see that. I mean, so okay, again, this is Baywitch's first time on the show.
Yeah.
So a lot of times that we've seen, even when people are using Alana, when they're getting advice and stuff,
yeah,
it's not like a simple thing for them still. Like there still needs to be a lot of explanation. But so far, Dolan and Baywitch, it's just been like these simple, like she just gets it. You know what I'm saying?
I think Baywitch has actually played a good amount of Shadowverse. Used to stream it or something. I'm not quite sure, but I think I have heard that she's streamed some Shadowverse before.
Well, I mean, she looks very confident. She doesn't look like. I mean, most of the players in general, usually when we see them, they'll do something and they'll be like, you know, like, what do I do? And then,
showing off the AA rank. I think Ray C actually was AA rank as well. And probably Hot Meowth is pretty high ranked as well. Up there.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, Shadowverse ranks work like you start at beginner rank, that's the green crystal, and then you work yourself up to the darker colors. You start with like orange rank C, and like there's red and there's purple, and then you get to AA, and then there's master rank, and then you get to master rank and grind a bunch and you get to grandmaster rank. And every season, your points are reset at master rank. So a lot of competitive players are all at master rank or grandmaster rank. But if you're just starting out with the game, I think the average player in Buddy System has been like rank C, rank D, or beginner or something, somewhere around there. So like. The beginner ranks you can get through pretty quickly if you have a strong deck and you have someone mentoring you, especially, you can get through pretty easily. Or if you have a lot of card game experience, you can get through pretty quickly.
I mean, it still is a pretty decent grind. But we did see the Alana draw on that last turn, which is something that we didn't really see that much before. Oh, and also we're seeing emotes from both sides, actually.
And the Oracle, as well as the Valdane, is really, really strong.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here, right?
Do you get the second Confectioner out? No, I don't think so. So, just gonna draw first. What would you play?
Do you just Oracle? One of your two Oracles?
Yeah.
So the next turn you can...
Oh, and you can evolve Valdane over Alana. But double Alana. Oh, man. Dragon has a really, really good hand, but Haven has an even better hand.
Well, what would be the best thing? I mean, you did say earlier that it's tough to deal with the...
yeah, definitely.
Oh, but there's a second Valdane, too!
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty important, actually.
It is. Now, the biggest issue, I think, is how do you correctly deal with the amount of... Well, I mean, you've got the Tyrannosaur.
Yeah, how do you deal
that's
with the
3,
Sphinx?
Right? Do you just need to do...
there's the Annette fanfare effect. If you have Overflow, then Annette will deal 1 damage off of fanfare.
So then you just do Tyrannosaur...
Tyrannosaur a net or something. But there is the Alana plus heal in hand. I'm quite sure it's gonna be second Alana coming out.
Yeah, but if you just purely play the Alana... Oh, that's right. You're saying to buff the Sphinx, right? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, one way or another, though, the Sphinx is probably getting buffed, right? So finding that perfect amount of damage is going to be super hard. Which is another reason why this...
a net Evo will deal 5 damage if it's at 6 health, and then you could Tyrannosaur it off. Yeah. A net deal 1 damage to an enemy follower if Overflow is active, and they have 7 or more play points. 6-1 is annoying, though. 6-1 is certainly annoying.
Yeah, no...
Another option would actually be, like, Sphinx Evo hit in, and then buff the Sphinx off the last words effect. So, like, play a ward behind it or something. If this follower's defense was at least 2 before being destroyed, summon a Toon Commons and set its defense to 1. So you get hit in, and then Alana, heal it up with, like, for example, play the ward, Iron Knuckle Nun, play the rabbit, stuff like that.
So I assume we're going to see, well, I figured we'd see a rabbit right now, but I don't want to say that for sure.
Rabbit, Golden Belt. It's turn 5. It's getting... I'm not sure. Okay.
Rabbit gets a lot of... It gets the double buff, which is nice to just have on the body. But let's see. So
I don't...
deal with that with Tyrannosaur pretty easily.
Yeah, if you don't play Bell here, though, like, when are you ever going to play Bell again?
Yeah.
It's the Bell dilemma. Number tree destroyed 1. Trees destroyed is 1.
Pretty low.
Yeah.
This is such an awkward set of stuff to deal with. I mean, Toon Commons in general.
Next turn, there is Valdane, Corrosion, Tyrannosaur. And that can deal with the Toon Common.
Oh, and there's another Tyrannosaur.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be the cleanest clear. I don't know if he'll spot that. I don't know. I don't think he will, actually. But Valdane Evolve will add a Shadow Corrosion and reduce the cost of both Shadow Corrosions to 2 and 0. And Valdane hit into 3/3, double Shadow's Corrosion, kill off the 8/6, a 6/1 returns, and then shoot it with the Tyrannosaur.
That would be extremely clean. Okay, that's not what he's going for.
Yeah. A net Evo hit in Tyrannosaur also works.
Well, he could. I bet he's gonna use the other Tyrannosaur.
Yeah. Close, but not quite.
Yeah.
I think Aka needs to. Definitely needs to remind him of the secondary fact. 6/3 is actually very annoying, and there's no Unicorn Knight and Bewitched and Duel inside. This next turn, how do you clear this board from Bewitched and Duel inside?
I don't know, and it's not even like there's still gonna be a lot more options because. You're gonna have potentially next turn an Ektar into a repair mode and just the full set of stuff. That's really strong too.
And no more evolve points. We're gonna have to draw into some kind of Masamune or pretty sure they're playing 2 copies of Viridian Magna. It's still 9 play points right now, so Ramp plus Masamune or Viridian Magna is what they're looking for.
Well, they've got some cycle to the Viridia for sure.
Let's listen in on CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red.
5, 6. Wait, we don't do it yet. So that combo costs 3, 5, 6. So we have 2 more mana. We can go double tree. So tree, and then ether tree. 3, 5, 6. Yes. All right. So ether. Because that is doing damage with the corrosion. So now Andros into the 4/4.
We can also Pterodactyl Masamune.
No. You want to save that for
Okay.
bigger things. This is too small. If your removal that deals 3 can kill it.
Okay,
you
I don't
wanna
need
do
any
that.
more than that. I'm just saying.
Go, because I need to talk about next turn. So next turn might be a Masamune turn, depending on what they play. If they play Corrosion. If they play Ector or some sort of wild board, try to make it so that the math is good enough. Because Ector, they can't buff it with healing, so it wouldn't be too strong. So you have 2 attack followers that can kill the Ector. Alchemical Confection doesn't get rush, so don't forget about that. It's probably Pteranodon, Masamune, some sort of that combo, okay? Go ahead. Good luck.
Okay.
Yeah, getting through on these more difficult turns, it really takes a good coach to like get through the entire turn and talk about the following turn. I think a lot of the most difficult turns, a lot of these teams have been having difficulty even communicating the extent of the current turn, you know, and a lot of players really run out of time, but CovertGoBlue and Akamara Red, they've paired together a couple times now, and getting through everything is really significant here.
Yeah, and I mean, just as predicted by Akamara Red, the Ektar is coming out. And yeah, there's not enough play points to get that buff yet. I mean, if these all survive till next turn, then it's like an unstoppable board. But the time is okay for now.
3, 6, 7, 8. There's a guaranteed clear to Ektar. You might go for broke and like evolve Ektar in place or something, and Masamune might not be able to clear, but in this case, with the Rending and Pteranodon in hand, there's already enough going that I'll be able to clear that. 6.
Do you think that it
So-
might have been worth it to save the Ektar for a turn when you can immediately buff the board?
Yeah, maybe. So like, Ektar Evo also would have played around Viridian Magna, I see here as well. Huh.
Is Viridian Magna just the move? I mean, it seems so clean
Probably
right now.
Confectioner first, just see what you get.
Yeah. Actually, I guess if there's any other way that they can clear right now, they could save the Viridian Magna for something that gets dropped and immediately buffed. That's
Yeah,
really
you want
big.
to deal a little bit more damage right now, I think. So it might be an option to just Confectioner, and you're likely to get that card, the
Lightning Velociraptor.
Velociraptor. Yeah. Velociraptor, Masamune or something would be pretty solid. Just increase the amount of damage. But this is also very solid, of course. 4 damage a turn is still nice. Sets up for a strong turn the following turn with Velociraptor, Masamune, things like that. It's still fair. You hear the dragon's roar. Ektar.
Yeah, I mean the kills.
They're gonna evolve first.
This is a no coach turn.
Yeah, if you evolve first, then it's
You lose the stats that you would get.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's definitely some missed damage.
Because there are 2 repair modes in hand, if you're committing everything here, then it would have been better to play the rabbit healer first and get +2/+2 more on it. That's the idea. Okay, if you're not gonna though, this seems like the solid line of the correct ordering if you're gonna play the 2/2 out here. And this is a pretty significant amount of stats on board.
It is. So the answers right now are it's pretty much you just need another Viridian Magnet, right? How else do you do?
Like second Masamune.
Oh yeah, you're.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Masamune.
And you can just leave one thing up and play a Masamune. It should be fine. Yeah.
Right. That is a terrifying looking board, of course.
Yeah.
But there's
you can ignore
super low
one
reason.
of the things. Okay. And Rose. That seems like close to full clear. I assume there's a full clear.
Well, and
yeah, with the Rending, there's 100% a full clear.
Yeah, that's
like super tepid about it. Like I'm pretty sure there's a full clear. 3 shoot 2. Not that you need to full clear.
Oh, 10 just turned 9 still.
Yeah. Turn 9. Yeah, I would have ignored one of the 4/4 and played the Velociraptor for sure. I don't think they have a 2-turn lethal setup yet. It's only at like 5 damage on the thing. I don't know why they play the Pteranodon first.
So that's I mean, two heals in hand, but one of them's gonna take up board space. Raptor.
Raptor, Masamune. Is there 16? Yeah, you can't ignore. Yeah, 20. Yeah, 17. Yeah. Yeah, so they could have ignored the 5/5 on the board and increased the count by 2 or something similar to that. But it looks like that's gonna be it. Wow. Even with double Alana.
Well,
that was really strong.
Well, how big is Alana? Yeah, because
yeah. Let's listen in on the final turn here.
This is winnable actually, but yeah. Alana, and just play all the heal you have left.
I should be close to lethal. 27.
Yeah, well, you can.
Let's listen in on CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red.
And run 10.
Oh,
you're
it's
gonna probably tell me
muted
there was a
turn.
lethal somewhere. Let's do this.
It's still nice to hear him talk to
It's
himself.
a tree.
In my opinion.
Oops.
I'll show you salvation surely awaits.
That looks like it's gonna be game
Is that 9?
9 trees.
I feel like that's enough trees, but I'm never good at counting trees.
Yeah.
Just drop the Desert Pathfinder. Yeah, exactly enough. Wow, and still nobody having a chance against Akamaru Red and CovertGoBlue.
Absolutely deadly with all those trees at the end, and ooh, to the final number with that 9 damage exactly.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's gone 2-0-2-0 in Buddy System.
I think we've had one.
Maybe?
I'm pretty sure we've had one earlier on, because I remember there was one tournament where it was just 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and I'm like, wait a second, slow down.
I think in the very first tournament, Axe might have gone 2-0, 2-0.
Oh, yeah.
And then the only person to take a game was Slyssa against him. But
Yeah,
then he won
the-
anyway.
Coach Zero Fun, exactly, yeah. But, ooh, okay, so yeah. CovertGoBlue, Akamaru Red, no one has been able to take a game off of them yet, and now they're moving
really
into the grand
solidly.
finals. Yeah.
Communication going really well, and also playing super solidly on the coaching turns, without coaching.
Yeah.
On the
I mean, finding that exact lethal was not easy.
Yeah.
There was a lot to cycle
and
through.
that ordering was perfect. Like starting with the Pteranodon hidden, cycle first, drawing through and getting that, getting all the draws in.
And being on a muted turn as well.
Yeah.
Like that's
ordering
that's
was
the impressive.
perfect.
10 out of 10.
Definitely the impressive part. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our updated brackets so we could see our winners' names written there, all nice and pretty. There we go. Our grand finals brackets. We have Lavinius and Coach Eladrin taking on CovertGoBlue and Coach Akamaru Red. We're going to find out who the Buddy System champion is. And in that third place playoff match, we have Slyssa and Zero Fine taking on Bewitched and Coach Doolin. That third place playoff match will be played off stream as we get to watch our grand finalists duke it out. And that's going to come up. We're going to take a very short break, but there we go. Now we're going to the break. We're at the break now. I'm just kidding. We're not there right now.
That was a super short break.
And we're getting into it right away. We're getting into it right away. I do believe we are going on that short break. So we just wanted to give you that little teaser of what it looks like to be on break. So stick around. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back to Buddy System. You came just at the right time because we are about to get into our grand finals. But before we do that, I do want to give one final reminder for our giveaway. So open up Twitter and use that hashtag #SVBuddySystem to win some free card packs. Now we are going into the grand finals and we have a pretty exciting matchup. So let's go ahead. I'm going to reintroduce our casters, Potwasher, Wonder Chef. We're seeing a newbie take on one of our veteran pairs. So what are your thoughts going into that match? Because I'm personally excited.
And right before that, it's actually a really great time to get into Shadowverse because there's some extra packs being given away. It's the giving season. It's the holiday season. Yeah. There's like the winter bonus where you get up to 50 card packs in 10 days or something like that if you log in every day. There's like the Haruhi Suzumiya extra card packs and maybe emblems and card sleeves or whatever. And if you do the SV Buddy System giveaway thing, then you get a card pack code, so you can use that along with everything else and get yourself a nice number of card packs to get started.
Well, one of these two teams that has never won before is definitely going to get a nice little Christmas gift of $2,500.
Yep.
And the other one's winning still a good amount too. But my thoughts personally on just these grand finals is that it's cool. I mean, okay, so I don't want to act like we're like being mean to Zero Fine because I'm also a Zero Fine fan.
Nah, we gotta hate on him.
When you win that many times, eventually
in the final.
That's true too. But once he wins enough, it's the story that's like who's gonna beat him. So of course, Zero Fine, the greatest that has ever lived as a coach in Buddy System. But it's really cool to see two teams that haven't been in finals before because I don't think Akamaru or CovertGoBlue have been in finals before.
I think they've done really well, but
but not finals. So this is a new spot for all of these people. I don't know if Eladrin's been in
I don't think so.
In finals either. I don't think so either, but that one's a harder one to remember. So this is like totally new ground, and we've got some really cool decks against each other. The like new version of Dragon, which is still slightly different, but still like it's just cool to see it out there. And then of course Amata's on the other side. So it's like new players, new decks, new mini expansion, new everything, new winners, new champions.
Get a little bit of everything with it. Just getting a little taste of everything. I'm super excited. I know we're gonna see our competitors in just a second, but I mean, we've already talked to death, like all of these new decks, new cards, everything with the mini expansion. We even got to do the card reveal. So I'm just thinking, like, who do you think is going to take it?
Well, it is Forest favored, and we saw it in the first round, in the quarterfinal round. Lavinius took it against, let me cheat, Pizza. So we saw that match go on. Yeah, but of course, Pizza took a game, the first game to be specific, and we saw a lot of mistakes come out in that match. Lavinius has been doing progressivly better. I think like magnitude's better every time.
Right, agreed.
Stepping up to play in this event, so I think it's gonna be we're gonna get a good showing. In comparison, I think CovertGoBlue 4-0, of course 2-0, 2-0 has shown a really solid performance so far. It's gonna be a tough matchup to beat pair-wise, but I think matchup-wise, deck against deck, they're gonna be kind of favored here.
Well, one thing too is that our observer in the back, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name, came up and said that Eladrin said that they've beaten Akamaru Red in the SVO 100% of the time. They said that they have a 100% win record. So if it's a coach-to-coach matchup, that's Eladrin's call-out. But, I mean, I guess Akamaru Red could say, like, hey, have you ever made second in the world?
All right, well,
I have.
It looks like game one of our grand final is about to start. I'm super excited. Will it be the newbie or will it be the veteran taking game one?
And going with Love Live. But yeah, honestly, to me, I mean, I didn't really get to talk about who I thought was going to win, but I mean, CovertGoBlue and Akamaru have been playing so perfect today, just at 100%. Also, I feel like
Puck though.
Yeah, I mean that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Not two though, right? You generally want to stick with just one.
I
mean, that's crazy. Turn one puck, turn two puck, water fairy, and all of a sudden your hand's just like fairy.
Yeah, I have to think about it. Man, that's so hard. What?
Another thing, though.
What do you do with that hand?
While you're thinking about that, you did say that you were trying to figure out if this was the list with the Dawn Splendor. There is Dawn Splendor. I see the starting hand. So
we saw the version with Anne Rose. Anne Rose. Yeah, not Annette.
You got it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure there's a card named Annette. I don't quite remember, but Anne Rose that had more ramp and had 3 copies of Masamune. This version of Dragoncraft has triple Dawn Splendor, I think, and no Anne Rose and 2 copies of Masamune. So that's going to be the difference. Also, a triple Blazing Breath over the Disdainful Rending, if I remember correctly. So I was wondering what it would be good against, but it's definitely teched against, or it does better against this specific Forestcraft deck.
Yeah, and you were talking about earlier how you love the fact that there's the Valdane, nice, good draw.
Yeah.
But you love the fact that Akamaru Red's card choices in the decks that he brings are always like really well thought out.
Yeah.
This might be another perfect case of that.
Yeah, exactly. He's created an advantage off of just bringing 2 decks that have slightly different purposes, and it's definitely working out here.
Oh, the double Wily Puck!
Oh man.
All right, so every single time that we've this is really scary because the potential's there to well, first of all, you're getting close to board locked and getting close to hand locked, and there's still no actual win conditions on the Amataz side, right?
But so you want to get it out as early as possible, so that's out of the way.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess the biggest thing was they could have mulled it, and that's removable, but...
So right now you have the 6 fairies already lined up, and the water fairy's out already. Plus, you have the Sylvan Justice, so you can freely play out this fairy here.
Was that worth? I guess you.
Yeah. So they already have. Yeah, they can get to 6 fairies.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, already.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So gonna use the Blossom Spirit effect. And only 1 copy of Genesis Dragon in the deck, or maybe 0 copies. Not quite sure, but not very many.
Yeah,
for sure.
This is a more aggressive start than I feel like we've usually been seeing. The Amataz deck, but also this is one of the longest games that we haven't seen an actual win condition, which is crazy because Lavinius and Eldrin have just been drawing it so often, so quickly.
Fairy Circle, that's gonna be too many fairies. Sylvan Justice is a solid card here. That would let them go up to 6 fairies on this turn. You might even...
Would it be worth playing out just 1 more since you know you're guaranteed getting 1?
You could.
And this is some pretty nice like early
but
pressure.
But if you don't, let's say you want to activate May on the following turn, you might want to hold on to the fairies so you can activate May but still have enough fairies to activate Amats. So that's another thing to think about.
All right, well, let's take a look at the other side over here. How long do they want to wait to play Valdane?
So, CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red side, they still don't know whether or not Amaz is in hand for the opponent. And it looks like they're just going to ramp up to and try to do as strong of a play as they can. There's a Dawn Splendor in hand, so even if there isn't a Amaz, they're not going to die for at least a turn or so after Amaz comes out. So it's not too bad, but an Amaz Evo would create a 6/7, just hard to remove with this current hand as well. Lila Arborist.
Well, that is a buff, but...
That's a good buff. Very good buff. Well, probably play the fairy with it. I think you have enough fairies. Yeah, definitely have enough fairies. Let's listen in.
Okay.
Let's listen in on maybe the next turn. It looks like this is somewhat straightforward, but just deciding whether to Evo or not, whether to trade in or not. Bad people are evil. Lots of people think it sounds kind of like fat people are evil.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah. It's Definitely not what they're saying.
No. But bad people are evil is also a weird line.
Yeah?
Yeah, they are, right? That's what it means.
Yeah.
This is a really awkward board to deal with right now.
Let's listen in on CovertGoBlue and Akamar Red.
Yeah, Splendor doesn't really do a lot of things. We could also preemptively play Pathfinder, just because it's a 2/2 that helps contest the board. But at this point, I think we gotta set up a clock because we can't give them too much card draw. Otherwise, they'll find smithing and kill us.
What's the Trant? Okay, so Voldane.
I would draw first, but. Oh, we can. Can we draw first, actually?
If we slam the 4/4/2 into the 4/4.
Yeah. Aren't we doing that?
Yeah. I'm just making sure.
So we could have drawn first, but it's okay. Actually, we couldn't, because now we can correct. That was my bad, actually, so don't worry about it. Just
I don't.
Blazing Breath.
I'm
that was my
confused.
bad. I thought we had enough mana. That was my bad.
I think you're obsessed with drawing first.
No, I honestly thought we had like one more mana there. I thought we were at 8, but we didn't ramp fast enough. All right, so they have 5 fairies.
We drew Ian. With an Evo, we could Dawn Splendor, return it with Ian.
So they have 3 real cards.
Yep.
And 5 fairies. Well, we probably gotta.
All right, so the Ian draw is nice.
Yeah.
The way that they talk to each other is really interesting. They're very like matter of fact with each other.
Yeah. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you go fairy, 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 fairy circle, then that would keep 6 fairies in hand, and then May would have kept the Evo point.
Or you could have used Airbound Barrage potentially.
Yeah, probably want to hold on to that though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just for if you get in.
Yeah.
Amataz,
I don't really like that.
Well, look, this is something we haven't seen so far from Livinius and Legends, or Eladrin. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, honestly. But
definitely want to heal off of Ian at some point.
Yeah.
And
probably as soon as possible, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if there is like an Amataz draw next turn, then that's a lot of damage potentially.
Yeah. Draw first sounds pretty good. Probably want to heal. There's no Masamune shown yet. Probably want to get the Shadow Corrosion down. I think the destruction count is 2 or 3, something around there.
Yeah, I think it.
Maybe 2.
Maybe two.
You do want to get the 1/2 down, the Confectioner down somewhat soon. Oh, that's a great draw.
Well, the Dawn Splendor's nice because there's no more Evo points available, so like... Oh, no, I guess they could still Airbound Barrage it. That's the potential.
Ooh. Man. Okay. This works, but you can't Evo Ian anymore.
Yeah, so I guess is this a bit maybe more of an aggressive play?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Only 3 is not particularly
Yeah.
high. I mean, they're at overflow, so next turn they have a bunch.
Oh.
Is that lethal?
No, but
wait, there's.
But it's very
1 away,
good.
right?
2, 4, 6, 7.
Yeah. Wait.
Hidden bounce. Bounce almost. I don't know.
It definitely can't be lethal now. I think now that they played Fairy Circle, but
bounce mods, hidden May, and then you would have. Yeah, that sounds pretty solid. Bounce mods, play 1 fairy, hit the 1/1 in.
Into the Valdane.
That can't be right.
Yeah, that. I mean, you can still clear it with the fairies, but you're getting rid
Yeah,
of more
or you
fairies.
just deal 1 less damage.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, I mean, could have been ordered a little bit better, but still gotta play the May, right? Might as well at this point. No?
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that's not a very aggressive draw.
Yeah. Are there any heals left? Dawn Splendor. Dawn Splendor is in hand.
There is.
Yeah.
There's no way to stop Dawn Splendor right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you would have
You
to.
can deal 1 damage each with the. Let's say the 2/2 hit face. And then with this hand
2
already.
Dawn Splendors. Does
7.
they stack?
They do.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh wow, yeah, it's 2 Dawn Splendor. I don't think you just want to play 1 though. I think. Tyrannodon. And what's the count here? Ooh, and the fairy on board does not have storm. That's important to note.
So do you take it out?
8 damage. I don't think they can lethal. I think the damage is more important, but it depends on how much damage you're dealing right now.
Oh, this is.
I'm guessing it shouldn't matter, but 6. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe hit face then. Oh, that's close. That's close.
That is. This is the first time we've seen Dawn Splendor like really working.
If a Namots comes out, there's no dragon lethal, right? Without a board, and then
I don't know.
I shall not grieve.
Trade 1/1. Get the May out.
Yeah, this is because they were at 6, right? The count for the trees for a dragon.
Yeah.
So they would need 4 more.
Give your leader the following effect until the end of your opponent's turn. Whenever an allied follower with storm hits attacks, then reduce it by -2, -0.
So the damage isn't.
Let's say you snipe the 4/5 with the Shadow Corrosion, and then you have 6, and that would be lethal. So they have to clear.
But if they clear, then they're setting up the potential for. Well, no, they've still got plenty of damage in hand.
Yeah, I think so. Kind of wrong ordering, but will it matter? Tyrannosaur!
Oh, raw, right? Wait, that'll work, right? Tyrannosaur and then blazing.
Oh, that's just lethal. Tyrannosaur.
Oh, that's.
Tyrannosaur. Let's listen in on CovertGoBlue and Akamura.
Pathfinder's Natura, right? Yep.
Okay, so because
that's a Natura card.
So let's maximize damage. We can go tree first.
But what if we don't draw a Natura card? Oh, it's still a
tree
damage.
still adds 1 damage, right? So yeah,
Yes.
this is actually optimal. And then Tyrannosaurus, because this. Oh, see, we even get 1 more damage. Nice. Yes. Woo. My play would have been if we didn't
Mine
draw
would
it.
have been perfectly lethal.
Mine would have been Mine would have been Dawn Splendor and board lock them. They can trade 1 fairy and they can play 1 fairy.
Oh
They
yes, it
would
would have
all
been very
deal
smart.
1
We didn't
damage.
need it. Would have been very smart.
I think they would have been 1 off.
Okay. I'll
I'm
have to
not
watch
sure,
for.
but I think-
Okay, that was a lot of really actually clever ideas there. I wonder what CovertGoBlue's idea was, because he said he thought he had another.
I think it was just like play Tyrannosaur, because it's lethal immediately.
Well, no,
right?
but I think he was saying if they didn't draw it, he had a thought. So I don't know exactly what it was, but
yeah,
I really like Alkmaar Red's idea. That's clever. I always love that. Like, oh, you ruined yourself.
That was great. I want to know what was in the mind of Lavinius, because it looked on her face like she was like, okay, we got lethal next turn. No way they're coming back from this. And then the dinosaur just comes in.
Yeah.
That's got to feel bad.
That was such a unique situation, too, because they had so many dead Natra cards in their hand. They had, like, every single one of their Pathfinders just sitting there, like,
and
well, no
Tyrannosaur.
Evos. Yeah, just chilling. And to use it to burn the exact amount of damage to face,
and dealing 5 damage and clearing the Amats off the board is also really satisfying. Yeah.
Just -5s across the board and like
Yeah.
burn. So still,
Destroyed.
no one has taken a single game off of CovertGoBlue. We're going into the second game of the grand finals, and we're gonna find out if that's just gonna remain.
Has there ever been a full sweep of the whole tournament before?
No.
No. I think the
Only
closest
Axe
was Axe.
Yeah.
And he was 1 game off.
Still dropped a game. Well, let's jump right into game 2. Could be our last game, but honestly, I hope it's not.
I don't know. I almost want to see the full sweep, but I just do want to see more of these matches. These are that was extremely close. That was a crazy ending. Really,
I think that could have come down to optimizations near the end there. It's like they could have held on to an Evo point at some point around turn 6 for sure, and there are also optimizations afterwards with on the Amat's turn dealing a little bit more damage, things like that. So I could have come into play for sure.
All right, so an interesting kind of starting hand for...
Yeah, pretty good hand for Dragoncraft. It's looking really solid. Forcecraft side, still need some work. Need more.
I actually can't believe
generation.
how close that game was, considering how long it took them to draw an Amatas in last game. Like, that was really late into the game. It was like turn 8 or something.
Double airbound.
So triple airbound in the hands. Jeesh. But what do you bounce?
You can always bounce Fairy Generation, kind of like the Avatar Fruition. I definitely drop down the Lila, I think. Just play it out. I'm pretty sure it's just the deck that you play out whatever you see.
Well, I feel like it might be kind of scary that they have so many airbound barrages in their hand, because you have to bring something back every time you use it.
And Avatar Fruition is also not the best play here, because it would lead into a Pteranodon. If there was a Pteranodon here, it'd be a huge punish. Not gonna be the case. And I would also consider actually trading in here, because on the following turn, on turn 3, I don't think that Lavinius and Eladrin are gonna play something that you're gonna be able to trade into with the Pathfinder.
That's true.
So maybe like trade Pathfinder, Nateran Great Tree, and Oracle or something. Like, I might have actually held on to the removal card
just
and
to
tried to draw a card.
Just to keep it going,
Yeah.
cycle going. Yeah, they've got some card cycle in their hand, but like right now their threats are...
Yeah, but getting 4 damage in is also good. Like, if they don't clear it, then it's also nice to be able to get the damage in.
Right now.
And it's always nice, like, you have the other removal card in hand as well, but with a handful of Nateran Great Trees like this, I think you want to get them started.
Yeah, and you don't want to have to waste the ability on Pathfinder, because that just feels bad.
Yeah. Man, after like this long pause, I realized we should have listened in on this turn.
Well, we can listen into Lavinius and Eladrin.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
As soon as this red circle gets all the way down, they're laughing. They're good spirits.
They look good.
I know.
Yeah.
And Lavinius is looking the opposite. So let's listen to Lavinius and Eladrin.
So,
I would say we have to play Pack and Water Fairy.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'm gonna go Puck.
Yeah. Water.
Do you
This
think
is the-
it's better to airborne bounce the water fairy to kill this?
No. It's kind of bad. Like, this is probably the worst hand we got so far. But if we draw one more generator with Amatas, it's kind of fine. But we will need to use barrage on pack before this to kind of clear our hand.
We're gonna need to use an airborne barrage on puck.
So, another thing is, like, we can play Lila this turn to start clearing out our hand for the plan with Amatas, but it sucks if we draw smithing. So for this turn, we should still keep Lila.
I think we should keep her, and then we'll wait and then see what I get, and then I'll make a judgment. Okay.
At least they're staying consistent with not playing the Lila, I guess, but I'd like to see it being played.
All right, more ramp.
Yeah.
Draw first, I assume.
I guess it does look like the opponent has a smithing in hand now that they mention it. Like how they played. Ooh, gonna Oracle immediately. Super phase. It is a muted turn.
Yeah, at this point, do you just give up on the ability for the Pathfinder? And just cycle?
No, you need every single card here.
Okay, so you just chill?
Yeah, I think if I were the opponent, I might even consider not buffing anything, having like only 1/1s on the board the following turn to make sure that the Pathfinder can't suicide or something like that. That might be an interesting idea. Or at least just make them trade into you.
Yeah. Well, the damage that the Pathfinder is doing is actually adding up.
Yeah.
And also, next turn is potentially an Evo turn, just for another... I mean, you know, if you get the opportunity, just take him down to 12, get another...
Yeah, that would be worth it, for sure. Ignore... I would have liked to see the Lila come out turn 1. Should have come out yesterday.
Well, there's another producer fairies.
Yeah. Might see the puck bounce here. Puck bounce, replay puck. 1, 2.
Looks like she's highlighting Lila for the enhance.
Yeah, you do need to start getting the other cards out of your hand.
Yeah, this is definitely becoming an issue.
Keeping the fairy circle closed does make sense though, to try to activate May on turn 5 or turn 6. Another option is to just ignore it, and then you can go puck, bounce the puck, replay puck, and fairy circle, and commit like Lila or something, and then that would lead into a May without using a single fairy. So you could potentially water fairy, Evo hidden, or just like do nothing pretty much, and that would also be an option. But then with water fairy, that would use up the entire hand. I mean, I think you'd overdraw a card, and you can't really do that at this point. So
yeah, because if you get rid of like one Amatas, that's...
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 9 cards in hand.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That is... Oh, and that's a relatively safe draw here, but yeah, now that means something's definitely getting burned. So this next turn is almost...
Let's listen in on CovertGoBlue and Nakamura Red.
Are we on the Tyrannosaurus plan?
Yeah, I think this is a good Tyrannosaurus target. I kind of want to Evo face, dude.
I really do too.
Make him deal with this one.
Start playing trees.
Always go
face.
All right, so Tyrannosaur.
That's Evo face, dude.
All right.
Evo face first, so that you can draw cards. So that you make it seem like you drew into Tyrannosaur, because they already know that you have trees, basically. So play like 2 trees here. Always don't give them information. Always go for the draw first. That's the.
I just thought we could draw something better though if we Tyrannosaured there, but okay.
No, because you're still drawing cards, right? You're still drawing cards. So
I get
ether.
it now.
Yeah, ether. We need to fight Baldane too. Alright, Respite. Just go full draw. And then Tyrannosaurus. Potentially. Yes, Tyrannosaurus. all right, they have to kill this Pathfinder, but now they actually can kill this Pathfinder because it's actually worth it now. They lost the fairy, so they have 4 fairies, right? 4 fairies?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. They lost the fairy there. So next turn, probably looking to drawing more cards, try and find Valdane. Probably save Splendor until they have the combo. Probably save Ian, probably save Massimilian. So it's still draw and try and find more things.
Anything but the 3 cards I have. Got it.
Exactly.
What did they burn?
They burned a Fairy Circle.
Fairy Circle.
So nothing absolutely necessary,
Yeah,
but
it is necessary. And anything is necessary at this point.
Yeah. I mean, this is tough. Now they have to. It's such an awkward situation to try to deal with this. Like, are they going to use 2 Airbound Barrages just because they need to get space out of their hand?
So how do you win? You top deck Amataz, right? So, like, puck, bounce, puck, or something. Puck, Lila.
Well, you'd have to puck and then you'd have to Lila right now, right? Or you use another Airbound Barrage and then play puck again. Okay, now you won't burn at least.
But I think you need that last. You need the last fairy. Okay, they're gonna hold on to Airbound Barrage.
Well, this is definitely the best case scenario to set up for if they draw an Amataz.
Yeah. So Amataz bounce, and then they have 6 in hand.
There's a Desert Pathfinder. After the first one did 8 damage.
I think that's solid for sure. The Vinicius' plan.
Well, and then right now on the other side, they really need the Valdane.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of burn going on, and they're drawing a lot.
If they just put stuff on the board, though, it looks like it's going to be really tough to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Turn it on.
Then you just put down, the other Pathfinder.
You could even Evo it in place, but maybe you don't at this point.
I mean, it's something. It's not Amataz.
Yeah. No smithing and no Amataz. But if you look at the top right, it says deck times 30. And that means there's 30 cards in the deck. So this deck, it might seem like you're pretty unlucky if you have draws like this, but honestly, you can't really blame the draws because you don't draw that many cards at the deck itself.
Yeah. It's it's something like a 50% chance that you won't get one of those within the first 10 cards, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite that. But yeah.
Yeah, somewhere around 50%.
I definitely widely did that math, so I'm gonna pretend that it's even close there.
And then I think they could have played the fairy with that. I think they should have talked about May a little bit more. It's in the preparation phase, maybe?
Well...
Oh, yeah. I don't feel like Eladrin is very good at using the May or something.
Well, should that have still been a May right there with the final?
I'd rather use it than an evolved point, I think. Draw first, maybe Oracle. Really want the Valdane.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of play points for the Valdane. There's a lot of opportunity here.
Don't want to Pteranodon first because if you draw another, that's the perfect. No, besides Valdane, but
right,
it's a great draw.
The perfect alternative. There we go. That's what we'll call it.
Almost the perfect draw.
What an amazing card that thing is.
Yeah. Lavinius still has a chance if they draw Amataz the next turn. Is Amataz bounce Amataz? It's still a good draw. Tyrannosaur.
Yeah, at this point, no longer an opportunity.
Velociraptor? Nope.
Is Ian?
I guess it's a pass then. Dawn Splendor. Yeah, you can't can't do that.
Yeah, and there's no reason to spend the Dawn Splendor until you've seen a threat that shows the storm,
And
right?
there's Dawn Splendor Ian, which is a pretty nice combo to keep yourself alive for as long as it takes.
This is actually really scary. Like, it feels like it's so ahead for CovertGoBlue and Akamar Red, but they've also just not drawn their win condition. I mean, they've did a good amount of face damage, which is a really nice advantage
And
right now.
they've drawn half their deck, so they have a little bit more right to complain here.
Well, but they have like 7 trees already.
Yeah, so destruction count at 6.
Well, destruction counts at 7 because the last one was destroyed from the the whatever the Pterodon or whatever it's called.
Was a Pathfinder played on 2?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. No, but they evoed face with it, right?
Yeah, but this one just
yeah, this one is destroyed.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's at 7. Yeah,
sorry, that's what I
yeah.
was trying to say.
Never mind.
I just can't remember the names of dinosaurs. Okay, so they're playing out some fairies. Is this an attempt to trigger May?
It had to be like Whisper. No, but you can always still like Wisp. Oh, I think it's Whisper Bounce, but I think they tried to activate May, but it's like Whisper Bounce or Puck Bounce.
Yeah, this is
Puck Bounce, Fairy Whisper, or Whisper Bounce.
You could bounce. You could. Oh no, it wouldn't even need May then. Yeah. I mean, they're still keeping a lot of fairies in hand.
Yeah.
No Evo points left is
scary.
Yeah. And there's still an Evo point left.
Killing the dude for them is not that great.
Yeah. I mean, they're just at that awkward amount of life though, where it's like scary to leave it up, because it could also Evo and do 4 face, right? And then if you Evo do 4 face, then Valdane comes out next turn, then they win. Oh.
Man.
You could play the
Tyrannosaur for 0. just have a 6/6 that deals 0. Other natural cards in hand 0. Fanfare natural, discard all natural cards and deal the number of natural cards you have.
But you get a 6/6 body for 9.
Yeah, probably want to draw with the Tyrannosaur at this point. You might even use one of the Dawn Splendors. It's like Dawn Splendor, Tyrannosaur, draw off of it. We'll see.
So, can they play Dawn Splendor, Masamune, Ian all together? It's like a big combo.
Or Ian! Oh no! Maybe like Ian summon a 3/3 made more sense. But I just wanted like... No, that's not enough mana to...
Oh no, what is all this? I mean, would have healed 3 had there been life to heal. Whoa, everything.
Wow.
Everything's just getting played out, just like developing a board. I really want to hear like the CovertGoBlue and Akamar Red team like once they get unmuted.
This isn't that bad though. This is actually, I think the decision to make a decent board was good, but it was Tyrannosaur on the Jealousy Dragon. So summon the dragon on the opponent's side, Tyrannosaur, draw off of that.
Raw Wily Puck.
And they can't do the thing. They can't activate May. Wow.
Yeah, because there's no way to like swing or anything like that. Okay.
Oh no.
This is weird. Just raw play May into nothing. Oh no.
Oh.
That's tough too, because they're essentially board locking themselves into a lot of weak creatures no matter what comes up in the next. I mean, they can swing
now
into stuff.
Now you can do Masamune face, Dawn Splendor face, and then evoke the dude, the Ian on the board.
Okay, I want to do a listen into CovertGoBlue and Akamar Red.
Okay.
Because that was
I think so too. Set up lethal, but let's go tree first. You said they're board locked, but nice. Let's go Raptor. Raptor.
Board locks us.
Don't worry, because our Masamune is gonna trade into the 3/4.
Okay.
Masamune into the 3/4.
Wait, seriously?
Orion is not gonna trade because Orion is healthy. It's good. All right, tree. Go, because I still have to talk about the next turn. I need to see the cards. Tree again. Dude, where's Valdane? 16 cards left.
It's fine. We're okay.
Pteranodon. I guess we're living this life.
This is our life now.
Poof. Masamune. Trade into the 3. Go face with a. Actually, they don't have a lot of removal. Evolve in face. Let's set up lethal. Because even if we draw Valdane, we don't need to evolve Valdane.
It bounces everything, right?
Oh, you're right. Then sorry. You could evolve Dawn Splendor. This sets up lethal. We don't need to evolve. Just don't evolve. Just go face. Because we have more than 7 damage on the hand. They have 8 fairies. So it's really hard to imagine a world where they kill our entire board. Even if they have 7 fairies. I'm not sure. But I think they have 8 fairies. I mean, you have 7, I have 8. So it's like whatever.
We didn't
if
play
they have 7, 2 cards
turn.
is hard to remove our board. So I think we won. But you know what to do. Good luck.
Okay.
Oh.
That is not a good draw.
Yeah, that is not a good draw.
How weird. We are this many turns into this game, and neither team has drawn one of their win conditions, really.
Yeah, it happens.
It does. Just playing out the
Will
berries.
happen. I like CovertGoBlue's. I don't know if he suggested it, but the Ian Evo face. Like Date Masamune hitting into the 3/4 was such a waste. It felt so gross. Man, that was definitely Ian Evo face.
All right, well, that's it then. It looks like for the first time we're going to have a clean sweep, a 100% clean sweep across the entire tournament. Nobody won a single game against CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red. And they've been here a lot, but this is their first time winning the whole thing.
Oh, look how
This is
excited
like limited.
he is.
We were just like playing.
Oh.
Literally
believe it.
playing like
Jesus,
limited
he can't
magic.
believe it.
We're just
Oh,
beating ourselves.
there we go.
with
That's the one
2-2s
we've been
and
waiting
1-1s.
for the whole tournament. Nobody was excited, but he's finally.
This game was anymore.
I'm actually gonna comment on general, dude. Dude, what was this game?
What was this?
Dude, what was that game? That was the weirdest game ever. They went down to one, like, they went down to like a third of their deck, and they drew no Valdanes, and they just, it was dinosaur beatdown. That's what I'm gonna call that deck from now on, right?
Beatdown.
Yeah. It's aggro dragon, right? Oh no, that's actually a real thing. I don't know. I gotta figure out a name for that deck.
My favorite part of that entire game was in the final coaching segment where he's all like, all right, I think you won. Good luck. Bye. And then he's just like, all right, take the wheel.
Well, he literally said, he's like, you know what to do. I think we won.
Yeah.
And that's perfect. That is the best way to win a buddy system tournament.
Yeah, that feels so good. And I really liked how Covert was almost like fact-checking Akamaru on a couple of those last
there was
plays.
a little bit of banter there too. Like I think Akamaru has this thing where he does say everything, but he does it in kind of a matter-of-fact way where it can be a little bit annoying to listen to sometimes. You know, like it's like go quicker, go quicker.
That was one thing. He actually said something and then he snapped in the comms, and I was like, that's so funny.
Come on. Well, you know what? I'm excited. We're going to have a winner's interview with them in just a second, but let's go ahead. I think we could take a look at our final brackets. Everything finalized. Everyone's names up in lights. There you have it. CovertGoBlue and Akamaru Red, your buddy system champions for today. And what a long time coming.
Yeah. They're as a team from the very beginning, right? The very first one. And, you know, they didn't quite make it. And all of a sudden, literally the most dominant showing ever.
I think they've always played like a pretty solid game, like every time they've shown up. And this time they played exceptionally well. I think they made like the least number of mistakes out of everyone here. And I think,
sweep.
Yeah, they stood out as making really great plays every turn, adjusting their game plan, and having good communication. It all came together.
Even when we saw in that last game where it's like, okay, where is he? Where's
Yeah.
our cards?
But
and still they managed to stay calm, put together a gameplay. They're like, let's set up for lethal. And you know what? I think our winner interview is ready. So let's see. CovertGoBlue, Akamaru Red, can you hear us?
You can say that on stream because you're a match player.
All right, what are you saying on stream?
Can you hear us?
Oh no, we can't
cannot
hear him.
hear.
Oh no. Okay, quick, someone read lips. He's saying, I'm very happy. We bodied these kids.
Dragons for life.
I think that's what he's saying. Perfect. He's saying I am the champion. Akamaru did nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
There, yeah.
Okay, so they can hear us then. They can hear us.
Okay. Perfect.
All right. Give us a double thumbs up if you can hear us.
It's true.
No, maybe they can't hear you. Maybe they can hear you. Oh, they can. They can at least hear us. We can't hear you.
Can't hear me.
So there's just a slight delay.
Weird.
In it. So we're working out the audio issues right now, but
I
we
still
can just
can't
comment on
Echoey
them.
sounds.
But I can see you. Hi, congratulations.
Congratulations.
I hope that I wish I knew sign language right now.
Let's see. Let's have him act it out in charades. CovertGoBlue.
Okay.
That last game, what was it?
Oh,
yeah. Where was your win condition, man? Where were your cards? Too many fairies.
I think it was really impressive that you went and created a large board that the opponent couldn't deal with, and ended up dealing the rest of the damage. The early game was really great as well, putting on the pressure, making them have the cards, making them use those Evo points. I think maybe the opponent might have used the Evo points a little bit too much, but of course, came down to a lot of things.
I want to ask him about more charades, Pot. I'm going to cut you off. I want to ask him about more charades because I want to know also what he thinks about all of the surrenders that you pulled out from your opponents today.
So many.
So many surrenders.
How many total?
There were, I think, 3 in total?
Yeah, 3 or 4.
It was. I think it might have been 4. I think every match. No, maybe it was 3. Maybe it was 3.
I think there was 3. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Ain't got nothing on me. Ain't got nothing. All right, how about this one? What do you think of your coach, Akamaru Red? We heard at the very end of that last game you fact-checking him on a few decisions.
But you know,
oh no!
Oh man!
He's gonna give you a really bad deck next time, just so you know. After that.
All right. Okay. Well, then I have another good one for you, Covert. I heard that in order to make this match, you had to skip dinner with your in-laws, and potentially your wife may have not been too happy about that. So show us, I guess, in charades and facial expressions, how are you going to make it up to her? Is there a nice dinner on the way?
Yeah. I'm sure the holiday bonus of first place prize.
Yeah, you did just win quite a bit of money, so you can spend all of that immediately on a very fancy dinner.
Yeah,
and it's gone.
bribe the in-laws. Happy wife, happy life. Definitely it. But Covert. Oh.
Really? Really?
Nice.
Oh!
Wait, real?
Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. It's his wife, right?
Well, maybe I misheard. Maybe his fiance. Maybe it's. He said a little bit.
I don't know.
Something nice.
Oh,
bling
out.
Pretty jewelry.
Gotcha.
Okay, pretty jewelry.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, got you. Well, CovertGoBlue, congratulations again on being the Buddy System champion. Akamaru Red, congratulations to you as well for bringing him this far. Thank you guys both so much for joining us, and hopefully we're going to see them next time. Awesome. So what a fun day.
Yeah.
We got to see newcomers. We got to see reunions of some of our veteran players, and it was just okay. My heart is warmed.
We got to see some really good charades. Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. Like he was the most ready I've ever seen to do impromptu charades.
Oh my god!
Like the official number. Can we officially crown him the #1 or the first ever Buddy System charades champion?
Yes, I'm totally fine with doing that. But Wonder Chef Potwasher, thank you guys so much for casting, and as always, you guys are doing such a wonderful job. Is there anything that you guys are up to next that we can follow you on, Wonder Chef?
Oh, I'm gonna go home and be really sad that I have to wait another month for one of these. But I mean, I am going to watch the World Grand Prix personally. That is coming up very, very soon.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna be over there watching it live like a jerk. Bring me with you.
I'm gonna try to get some a media pass or something through my connections. You know.
Ooh, connections.
Yeah. Try to watch that in person. It's gonna be an amazing thing. Like honestly, last time playing in the event itself, I didn't really get to soak everything in. Like get to talk to a lot of people or interact with a lot of people. So this time I'm looking forward to just taking my time, eating a lot of ramen, you know, going out more, and of course, like trying to help my teammates succeed as well. But I have a little bit less pressure on my my shoulders this time, and it kind of sucks to not be the reigning second place in the world, and in a few weeks. But I'm still really looking forward to watching the event.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're going to have a super fun time. I'm totally jealous. Both of you guys, thank you so much once again for casting Buddy System. It's always a pleasure to have you both. And thank you everyone for watching. This wraps up the last Buddy System of the year. We hope that you enjoyed it. And you know what? We're going to see you all next year.